2023 City Council meeting. Calling to order. Will Madam Clerk please take roll? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to start off today with special orders of the day, and that's in recognition of Palo Alto Library as a 5-star library. So thank you to Library Director Gayatri Kant and all the staff and friends here today. Thank you for being here. I think we have friends of the Palo Alto Library as well as the team Library Advisory Board. So thanks for being here today. I just wanted to say a few things. Palo Alto City Library was recently recognized by the Library Journal's Index of Public Library Service as a 5-star library, the highest possible recognition and an elevation from last year's 4-star rating. Ratings are based on per capita library use of material circulations, visits to the library, event attendance, and use of public computers and Wi-Fi. The 2022 scores and ratings are based on FY 2020 data from the Institute of Museum and Library Services Public Library Survey of Libraries. For 2022, based on 2020 data, 5,359 public libraries nationwide received LJ index scores and 258 received stars. The library is one of 13 California libraries to receive a star rating and one of 5 libraries to receive a 5-star rating. This is a significant achievement and recognition, gaining a 5-star rating during a difficult year as libraries managed through the global pandemic. With limitations due to the pandemic, including required closures, less funding due to the pandemic and economic shifts, and other operational issues, the library managed through innovative changes like sidewalk service, virtual events, and e-resources. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. It is just a really proud moment for us, and you can see our staff and our supporters on this side. I really want to call out the incredible amount of work and flexibility that was displayed by staff coming up with new changes almost every day. And it's no surprise that we ended up with a 5-star library. I also want to thank our city manager and city colleagues who collaborated with us at many levels to bring the services to the community. And also to the council for increasing funding every year after the big cuts. Many thanks to FOPAL supporting the library with programming funding as well as collection funding. Last but definitely not least, thanks to the Palo Alto community for continuing to support the libraries. Any new things that we got, they embraced it. They asked for newer things and we provided. So that's a great collaboration and partnership. We look forward to serving you and getting 5-star every year. Thank you.
All right, so I believe we'd like to get a photo with extended family here.
And we would like to invite you up here, please.
Yes, it will be. Let's see what you can do here. Might close your eyes. I'm sorry. Take several. Once in a lifetime. Take several. Next year,
Congratulations again to the library and also to the Friends of the Library. And now we'll go on to our consent calendar.
Actually, Mayor, a couple of things. One, I think that, yes, we'll give them a moment to file out, as I believe they have a little celebration plan.
I'm chopping to get to
And
work.
also, I thought you might want to touch on agenda changes and just in terms of the sequence for this evening. And Mayor, it's your pleasure. I could go through and just note the timing
Okay, please go ahead.
expectation. Okay, just to note for council and public's awareness, no specific changes, but that in terms of timing, we will hopefully have the opportunity for the council to take a break, a 20-minute break, ideally between the two study sessions, which would have the Buena Vista mobile home park update starting at 7 p.m. So again, we'll play it by ear, subject to change as always, but did want to set that expectation. In cover both those items. And the council will still take them up individually, but that because the two items are so closely related, we'll just have one presentation.
Thank you very much for that. So at least we know what to expect. Okay, so we'll move on to consent calendar. Do we have any public comments?
All right, we have one public speaker, Carrie Wagner. You can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, I wanted to speak on the safe streets item and I'm not finding it in the agenda. Am I in the wrong meeting or?
I think that's going to be under our priorities, which is the next agenda item, Ms. Wagner.
Okay, that's when I want to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So it looks like we don't have any.
Yes, that's the last request to speak.
Okay, then we'll bring it back to council. I see Councilmember Vinker.
I'd like to pull item 7.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka?
It's no on 6, and on 7, I'll help pull it, but if there's no one else, I'll vote no on 7.
I'm sorry, you said no on 6?
No on 6, and I'll support pulling number 7. But if it fails to get enough people to pull it, then I'll vote no on 7.
I don't see, okay, Councilmember Lifcut Haynes?
I'll support pulling 7.
Okay, Lifcut. City Manager?
Yes, so given that item 7 will be pulled, we'll schedule that for a future council meeting.
Okay, thank you. And with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you call roll. Votes.
Just to clarify, it was Vice Mayor Stone who moved and Councilmember Lithcott Hames who seconded?
It was Councilmember Venker who seconded it.
Got it. Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor Stone moved and Councilmember Venker second. And we have a no vote for 6 and pulling number 7.
Okay, so this is a vote on item 4, 5, and 6, not on 7. Okay, and Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 6. Thank you. So Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to say, comment on number 6, your no vote?
Yes, thank you. So number 6 was the 6-year contract for the gas leak, which I think is an important service that we need as part of our city. And there are 2 issues I have with this. First issue is that the prior contract amount wasn't in the staff report. So it was hard to know, is this 633,000 or 34,000 a good deal or not? That was one issue. The second issue is, I think we all remember the San Bruno explosion. 20 identified gas leaks. Now, they said they're non-hazardous gas leaks, but still, I would think if we know about a gas leak, we would fix it. First of all, it's dangerous. Gas leaking is probably not a good idea. Natural gas leaking is probably not a good idea, especially if it accumulates. And the second thing is, it's also a greenhouse gas. In fact, it's a lot more impact, a lot higher impact than equivalent carbon. So, anyways, for those 2 reasons, and given that we're trying to be in a green city, I think this is not right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will go to our item number AA1, which is a continued action item from February 6th. And this is for the 2023 City Council priority focus areas and objectives and respective major projects for calendar year 2023. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Thought we'd have just a few comments to kick off your discussion, set the foundation. And this follows up. Let's go to the next slide, please. Great. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Just to note, this obviously follows the council's discussion at your retreat on late January on Saturday. And worth noting that this is the step we're taking today really does break new ground in many respects, quite frankly. The council, not very many years ago, let's say 4 or so years ago, as a practice, would typically and your prioritization exercise with the Saturday discussion. That would be it. And at the end of the year, we'd certainly, over the course of the year, discuss those priorities. And at the end of the year, we would report back on what had been accomplished. What you have before you this afternoon is really, as I said, groundbreaking to the extent that it reflects now, really for the first time, time-bound objectives that relate to each of the stated priorities. And appreciate the direction from the staff, from the City Council that staff has followed up on in order to take our initial attempt at outlining those time-bound exempt objectives. Would note that the action that we seek today is a key step, but also that it is not the last time you'll be talking about these priorities, obviously. And we certainly hope that we will get direction from the council today because arguably not having a decision and direction to proceed with at least a subset of these priorities arguably makes it difficult for us to achieve the objectives that are set forth. So while recognizing there is a discussion you need to have today as well as over the course of the weeks and months to come, we do hope we can get direction from you today. One item to note, shown here in the third bullet, is the role of council ad hoc committees in the work ahead. We have had a number of ad hoc committees that have been put into place and that are either currently working or that we are prepared to sunset. And we can elaborate on that in a minute. But I do want to note the additional work that council members are taking on in order to work with those ad hoc committees. And then finally, just want to put out at the outset of your discussion a recognition of the tension that exists between getting direction and the authorization to move forward with the objectives that you have in front of you as part of your packet, and the inherent resource limitations that are reflected in those objectives, including a number of objectives that have been identified as requiring additional resources, and the potential interest in adding objectives for the year. So as we proceed with your discussion, I'll ask staff to engage and give you some feedback where additional objectives may require prioritization among the items that are already on the plate. I think it's fair to say that the objectives that have been included in your packet to a large extent do reflect a full plate. And as such, any additions will potentially involve a discussion of the need to prioritize those interests. So with that, let me ask Lupita Alamos, who has led this effort on behalf of staff, to go through a little bit more baseline information.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lupita Alamos, Assistant to the City Manager. And what you have before you here are the 4 priority areas that were adopted by Council at the retreat on January 28th. Those remained unchanged from the previous year, with economic recovery and transition, climate change and natural environment, housing for social and economic balance, as well as community health and safety. At the retreat, Council directed staff to take direction from the Council discussion and come back with more objective areas to which a lot of these major projects could fall under each of those umbrellas. So within these tables, you'll find those overarching objective areas. To start an economic recovery and transition, you'll see we have 2: support economic recovery and business transition, of which we have 4 projects identified there and 2 of them needing resources allocated. We also have focus on commercial corridors, downtown and California Avenue, 7 projects there, of which 3 remain non-resourced. Under housing, we have advanced renter protection policies. We also have advanced housing plans, implementation housing production policies, support unhoused service initiatives, 2 there with 1 needing resources. So 17 total projects. For climate change and natural environment, we have 15 projects falling under climate change and protection, climate change adaptation, and there was a lot of discussion at the retreat about flood protection. So we identified the projects that support that council priority. We also have natural environment with 2 projects listed. Under community health and safety, we have a total of 18 mental and physical health and belonging, invest in reliable safety infrastructure and systems, and finally, reduction of noise and air quality pollution. And there were 4 projects there for a total of 18. And a whole list of all of the projects are included in your packet, and they include projects carried forward from 2022, as well as new projects identified that would further and advance the council adopted priorities. So next slide. So to summarize, like I said, listed are those objective areas for you tonight. And as I mentioned, they reflect the major projects and continuation from previous and new, as well as that the major project areas are a reflection of the organization's capacity to accomplish within the next calendar year. So what we're asking from council tonight is direction and approval of the objective areas as defined in the staff report, the projects that fall under that umbrella, and resource allocation for those projects that have been identified with a $sign in the staff report. So that concludes our presentation. And I'll hand it. Are there any questions?
Back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm just thinking, do you have technical questions for staff? If not, then we'll go to the public first for public comment. And if we can check on how many speakers we have, so we have a check on time.
Madam Mayor, we have 15 registered public speakers right now.
Okay, so let's go with 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes. Okay, and our first speaker is going to be Ken Horowitz here in the council chamber.
Thank you. Each January, the council meets in a retreat and comes up with priorities. And back in 2022, came up with 4 priorities. And then last month or last meeting, the city manager, I should say, identified 65 major projects, of which, as I told you last week, that only a small number were completed. So I'm going to offer, I'm not going to suggest any specific priorities. You've been elected, you know what the issues are. I'm going to suggest 3 things in your discussion tonight. Number 1, define those priorities which will be completed in 2023. What are the 1-year priorities? I think that's really important. Then in 2024, when you meet in your retreat, you can look back at those 1-year priorities. Number 2, assign people on the council who will monitor those priorities. In other words, each one on the council shall be responsible for monitoring those 1-year priorities. And the third thing, and it was discussed a little bit in your presentation, have a business plan for each of the priorities. What are the financials associated with the priorities? Those are my 3 suggestions as you move forward tonight. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Arnaut Bolians.
Dear Mayor Koo and City Council members, I'm here today to ask you to start prioritizing our lives and the lives of our children over level of service and speeding, and to direct staff to start working on a road safety policy as soon as possible as part of the council priorities on community health and safety and climate change. My name is Arnoud Boelens, and I'm the Palo Alto Council of PTA's Safe Routes to School chairperson. With me today, I have 16 letters of support, 450 plus petition signatures, and all these people here, please raise your hand, asking you to adopt a safe system policy for road safety and to set an ambitious timeline for achieving zero severe injuries and fatalities on streets in Palo Alto. In the last 70 years, road design in the US, including Palo Alto, has centered around optimizing for level of service. This measure aims to minimize the delays experienced by drivers. Some examples of this include building 4-lane roads like Embarcadero that look like highways and encourage people to speed and drive faster than the 25 miles an hour speed limit. Installing traffic lights that create direct conflicts between motorized traffic and pedestrians who have the right of way, and neglecting to install widespread traffic calming in our residential streets, which leads to vehicles speeding through our neighborhoods. At vehicle speeds over 20 miles an hour, the risk of a fatality increases exponentially in the case of a crash between a car and a pedestrian or a bicyclist. So it's not hard to see how this focus on level of service and speed has been detrimental to road safety. With the city receiving the Safe Streets for All grant, the timing to start prioritizing road safety for all road users and adopt a safe system policy is perfect. Please allocate the required $40,000 match as part of the city's priorities on community health and safety and climate change, and direct staff to start working on a safe system policy as soon as possible. People are vulnerable to injury and make mistakes. Let's do all we can to create an environment that reduces risk of collisions and injury to all street users, people who walk, bike, drive, and use transit. Let's make our local streets work better for everyone. Thank you for considering my comments.
And after Mr. Nordman, we'll be closing the signups for public speaking.
Yes, first I'd like to please ask you to adopt a safe systems approach to transportations. This is a proven approach that has dramatically reduced the number of injuries and deaths of pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers. This has been shown in multiple countries as well as in cities in the US. I would also urge you to expedite the update of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Normally, a plan update should start 7 years after the last plan. It has now been over 11 years. Many grants look for an up-to-date plan, and it would be tragic if Palo Alto lost grants due to delays in starting the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Nikita Kutselviv.
Thank you. Okay, only 2 minutes. My name is Nikita Kutselviv, and I'm here to support Arnold and road safety policy, and also to present another petition about protecting bike lanes, existing bike lanes. This petition is signed by more than 300 people, about 275 of them are residents of Palo Alto and others from nearby cities. On streets like Alma, El Camino, Midlandfield Road with a high-speed traffic, the existing bike lanes are currently just painted on the road. And the bicycle is supposed to slide between parked cars and cars moving on high speed, which is so dangerous that even in the official document, Safe Routes for School, the Office of Transportation recommend not to use these bikeways at all. People, of course, use it anyway because it's convenient. And as far as I know, most of the collisions, most of the fatalities and injuries happen on those high-speed roads. So from what I can see, the most of the effort is focused on promoting bicycling and not so much on improving actual bicycle infrastructure. The idea behind it apparently is the more bicyclists are on the streets, the safer it gets, or something like this. So if we convince people to use bikes more, they automatically will be more safe. But this is actually not true. I have an existing study from University of Colorado and University of New Mexico, which I brought today, and a couple of sentences. Better safety outcomes are associated with greater prevalence of bike facilities, particularly protected and separated bike facilities, not just the number of bicyclists. So this document is actually proof that protected bike lanes actually make roads safer, not only for bicyclists, but also for car drivers. So if we want to reduce number of fatalities to zero, protected bike lanes are essential on high-speed
Thank you
roads.
for your comments.
Sorry?
Sorry, your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, our next speaker is Nicole Zeller-Bolens, and the public speaking signups is officially closed.
Dear Mayor Koo and City Council members, my name is Nicole Zoller-Bulens. I am the very proud wife of Arnout Bulens, who has amassed this incredible support that you see today for the Safe Systems approach. I am also the mother of 2 young kids, one who's nearly 3 years old and little Philip back there who's 7 months. So there's been very little time for me to prepare official notes for this comment. But I do just want to speak to you from the heart as a mother who cycles with both kids on a near daily basis and finds myself walking through Palo Alto. The last thing that I want to worry about is speeding traffic. And as I think about my kids growing up in the city of Palo Alto, I want to make sure that I have the confidence that they could cycle and walk safely on our streets. And adopting this policy to move forward, make use of the grant that the city has applied for and won, and move forward with the Safe Systems policy. Just again, as a mother and someone who's going to be sending her kids to Palo Alto schools very soon, and looks forward to being part of the Safe Streets program. I thank you for considering my comments, and look forward to seeing you out there cycling and walking with us. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Good afternoon. I'm Penny Elson. I am here to ask you to please direct staff to prioritize the Safe Systems approach in transportation planning for all modes of transportation, to work toward developing a safe system policy recommendation for road safety, and to set an ambitious timeline for pursuing the city's goal of 0 severe injuries and roadway fatalities on streets in Palo Alto. The county's done some policy work to support the city in its effort to access newly available billions with a B dollars in federal safe streets for all many. And by aligning our city's policy with federal and state policies better, we will position ourselves to be better able to get those dollars. The timing for adopting a city safe systems policy right now is ideal, as the city is about to begin work this year on the bike pedestrian transportation plan update after several years of delay. Safe Systems meets the needs of all road users, creating a safer environment for everyone, demonstrably reducing traffic fatalities and injuries. Safe Systems policy would align with 3 of council's 4 approved city priorities. I sent you a letter today with some points on that. I'm disturbed to read that, on a separate note, I'm disturbed to read that the funding for the update of the 2012 bicycle pedestrian transportation plan appears to be delayed again to fiscal year 2023 Q2. That's October 2023 at the earliest. The BPTP update is already years behind. Staff plans to use this process to inform grade separation planning. So it's not clear to me how the process timelines will align with this further delay. I hope you'll ask staff today how that will work. And finally, I see area planning work proposed in this documents for Ventura and North Palo Alto, but though the majority of the housing element mandated housing is going to land in South Palo Alto, and 35% of it on San Antonio Road alone, there's no proposal in here for area planning for Cubberley or for San Antonio Road and Middlefield and the other streets that will be impacted by that development. So comprehensive planning for proposed new housing in South Palo Alto is badly needed now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Angelina Rush.
Good evening, Council. I hope you're doing well. My name is Angelina Roche, and I'm here to represent the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I want to begin by thanking you for setting climate change as a priority for 2023. Now that you have committed to prioritizing sustainability, we urge you to take action on increasing road safety for environmentally friendly modes of transportation, such as walking and biking. I am part of the 60% of middle and high school students in the Palo Alto Unified School District to walk and bike to school. I recognize my privilege to reside in a city where environmentally friendly modes of transportation are not only the majority, they are accessible. Yet, despite this fact, I want to express my concerns regarding Palo Alto's approach to the lack of road safety in our city. Students cannot accept frequent accidents and near misses as the norm, accepting these instances as a mere risk to biking to school. Thus, I urge you to transform the city's reaction-based response to crashes into proactive measures by implementing the safe system policy. Implementing the safe system policy would create safer streets for students, ensure safety for pedestrians, and make Palo Alto more bikeable, which would also reduce CO2 emissions from our city's transportation sector. Help Palo Alto have streets safer for my peers, your kids, and Palo Alto's future generation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shri Sandilia.
Hi, honorable city council members. My name is Shri Sandilia, and I'm a junior at Gun and the president of the Gun Bike Club. As a student and bike enthusiast, I find it necessary for our city to implement the road safety policy that many of us are here today to support. This sentiment is backed by the federal government and Caltrans, who have already adopted similar safe system policies. Community health and safety and climate change and natural environment are two council priorities this council would align with, this policy would align with, as Ms. Ellison pointed out earlier. When considering the 86 victims of severe crashes and 13 deaths between 2010 and 2019 in our city, it is clear that reform must occur. When I was in 8th grade, a student at Fletcher Middle School died in a tragic crash while biking. None of us should have to wrestle with that kind of grief. And a road safety policy is the first necessary policy to implement that if we truly value pedestrian safety in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ying Chin Tseng.
Yeah, honorable city council members and mayor. So thank you for prioritizing community health and safety as your goal for 2023. And I have two kids who have been going through Palo Alto School elementary schools. And to be honest, the first thing I come to Palo Alto because of the schools. But the more, it's my 5th year here, and the more I live here, I really appreciate I'm a resident here. And I noticed myself recommend Palo Alto to my friends in the neighborhood city. The first thing I mentioned is about, it's a bikeable city. Your kids will enjoy biking and walking to school here. And I witnessed how my son, he started biking to school. It made him happier and our family happier. And they are able to make good connections with the neighborhood and the parents committee. So it's very meaningful to just keep it's bikeable and pedestrian safe. It's make it possible for families to join in and make good connections and make our city together. And my son wrote a Hannah. He is a little bit hesitant to read aloud. I will read for him. Hi, my name is Aaron. I think Palo Alto is awesome place to live. I bike to school every day and notice that some cars sometimes speed. They zoom past me and sometimes go very near me. After school, I go past the East Meadow and Louis Road intersection. The Coast Guard are very passionate and helpful, but sometimes cars get impatient. So when I'm done crossing, the cars zoom past the Coast Guards. I think it will help if the drivers be more patient and not speed. One last thing that concerns me is that sometimes it's green light. I'm crossing the road, but a sudden a car right turns. I hope Palo Alto can be a safer place for everyone. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Eric Gutfeld.
Hello. As a 40 years, I've been a resident of Palo Alto, and I've been a bicycle commuter since I was 6 years old, riding my my Huffy Stingray to first grade. And for the last 25 years, I've basically been using bicycle as primary transportation. And bicycle transportation has a lot of advantages, as I'm sure you're aware of, noise and resources and pollution and health. And it's just plain pleasurable. So it's, and as I try and convince people to ride bicycles, the number one issue is safety, is always safety. And so I want to emphatically support the safe roads policy. And as an engineer, I know that, and I'm sure it's the same for traffic engineers and road design, that engineering is a matter of trade-offs. And if your only criterion for road design is level of service, figure of merit based on automobile, motorized traffic, wait times, and capacity, you're necessarily going to reduce or trade off safety and for non-motorized travel and pedestrians and what have you. So I hope that you would, by adopting this policy, I hope to have the additional criterion of safety be part of the design, such that we would end up improving safety, which in and of itself is a good, and would also, all the other would cause people to ride bikes more with all of those advantages and increase happiness. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anthony Montes.
Hello there, pardon me. Hi, honorable council members. My name is Anthony Montes. I'm from the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I represent the organization and all the other members in Palo Alto that can't be here with us to support a safe system approach in Palo Alto. We always like to call Palo Alto a shining example of what a comprehensive bicycle network that supports communities being able to travel from one area to the other, good trail system. There's so much good and progress that has been made over the last several decades to make sure that people in our school districts can go to and from school safely. And I'm very proud of that. So I think that a proper bookend for all the different initiatives you have, Vision Zero, your priorities this year, will be supplemented by instituting a safe system approach, most of which you're probably already doing in your current policy. But what this is going to do is going to systemically ingrain at every process before you pour concrete and build a facility, encourage people to use it. And even when we do have to be unfortunately reactive because people make mistakes. People who drive make mistakes. People who walk make mistakes. Sometimes people who bike also make mistakes, but that does not mean that you have to lose your life because you make those mistakes. So what a safe system approach is going to do is make sure that we respond properly and that we can prevent tragedy from happening in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Mark Scholl.
Thank you. I spoke last Monday on the impact of SFO traffic over Palo Alto, how significantly it has grown since 2000 from approximately 70 to well over 200 flights per day. How paths that used to be widely spread out are now narrowly concentrated in rails over us. How vertical profiles have been steepened, resulting in noisy flap setting and speed breaks. How SFO's strategic plan has continually reduced the distance between sequential arrivals to about 90 seconds. And that it's not just that all 3 peninsula arrival paths have been moved over Palo Alto. We are where planes make final adjustments for SFO's side-by-side landings. We've always had a case for representation on these matters. And by representation, I mean something that exists within FAA Part 150 regulations, which currently accepts mitigation requests only through airports and their sponsored roundtables. The city of Palo Alto has asked for representation for years, but has always accepted no for an answer. Citizens have been more aggressive and forceful. In fact, today, Palo Alto citizens are the most engaged of any community at the SFO roundtable, as well as at FAA's Next Gen Advisory Committee meetings and industry forums on airport noise. Basically, they prepare, they show the same thing, and you're the only ones who can get us a real seat at the table. We need you to do what it takes to get us meaningfully represented, because as bad as it is, it's going to continue to get worse. And finally, I will send you a short summary on why Palo Alto deserves to be on the SFO's official roundtable, and a summary of open record documents obtained from San Mateo County on how Palo Alto's last request to join the roundtable was handled. It's eye-opening. Again, please engage forcefully and get us meaningful representatives on this important matter. And lastly, as a bicyclist who puts more miles on my bicycle than my car, I really support everything that was said. There's a number of places in the city that are just dangerous. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Wagner.
Hi, thank you very much. My name's Carrie Wagner. I am the current president of the Palo Alto Council of PTAs, and I'm speaking out in support of the bike and safety plan. I'm asking you to please prioritize our Safe Streets plan in your budget and projects list. The safe streets are critical to all families at our 17 school sites. If parents don't believe their kids are safe, they will not let them bike. So this is of utmost importance to our PTA council. The other thing about the bike plan is it supports all 3 of your community health and safety priorities, because this would support mental and physical health. It allows you to invest in reliable safety improvements, and it also reduces noise and air quality pollution. So again, I urge you to please prioritize this plan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Kelly.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak again on this issue. I appreciate that. I'm very sensitive to the comments that have been made by the earlier speakers, and I won't repeat them, but I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Horowitz. I think he had some really great insights into setting 1 year, clear 1 year priorities, and then assigning council members to take responsibility for those priorities. And I would very much like to associate myself with all the comments of all the speakers who've just discussed bike safety, and particularly the safe systems approach. I think that's really vital for the community. I'm also conscious of what the city manager said about time-bound objectives. At the highest level, I would urge you to make clear your overall priorities. And I would suggest to you that making climate goals, #1, followed by housing goals, #2, makes a lot more sense than the current arrangement that you have. With regard to the climate goals, I'd like to emphasize 3 things. I do think, as you know from last week, that we need a sunset date for use of methane in Palo Alto. I suggested that you make that sunset date December 31st, 2026, and that you enact that provision by the end of the second quarter this year. As I expressed in the letter that I sent to you last week, I believe that you're going to have an enormous stranded assets problem. And I think there's a real opportunity here, both to cross-train the existing utilities personnel to install more climate-friendly appliances in homes, and also for the city to pay for it. Lastly, with regard to housing, I really encourage you to make clear to the staff that they can and should follow the state law. And I urge you to adopt a very specific provision in your discussions tonight, that you will adopt an HCD-approved housing element by July 1st, and that you'll adopt an HCD-guided ADU ordinance by March 1st of this year. these things have been left kind of in limbo for way too long. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Rebecca Ward.
Good afternoon, council members. It has been 7 years since the FAA implemented NextGen, and the concentration of jet traffic over Palo Alto has only worsened. Palo Alto is the largest. The FAA and airport have not done one thing to mitigate the concentration. In fact, post NextGen, more traffic has been shifted and concentrated over Palo Alto, including with the 2019 changes to the Oceanic route. Additionally, SFO's Gated Community Roundtable has blocked Palo Alto from membership for over 25 years, ensuring we don't have an equal voice. They determine membership on where you live, not on impact. Palo Alto has nearly 60% of low SFO arrivals overhead. And we are the second highest number of airplane noise events. And we have the second highest number of airplane noise events. Studies have demonstrated the adverse effects of exposure to aircraft noise on health, such as annoyance, sleep disturbance, cardiovascular diseases, and alteration of cognitive performances among children. Concentrated jet traffic is not one of those things that if you ignore it, it's not harmful. For too long, the FAA and SFO have been allowed to ignore the concentration of SFO arrivals in Palo Alto. I sincerely appreciate that you are looking to take steps to mitigate the problem. The city has depended on residents for their advocacy, knowledge, and proposals. That only goes so far. The city needs its own expertise, legal, technical, lobbying. You also need an overarching plan to deal with the problem on multiple fronts. Please treat this as the serious health and safety issue it is and apply the needed resources to remediate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is James Stoyle.
Hi, my name is James. I'm here to ask that the City Council prioritize the safe systems approach to road safety. I bike, walk, and drive for work and errands to Midtown, downtown, and around Greer Park in general very regularly. And I all the time see uncomfortable interactions between motorists and bicyclists or pedestrians, including many children. In particular, the intersections around Oregon and Midtown feel very poorly designed for all the pedestrians and cyclists that I see there. I want to echo what I think Eric said earlier, that the number one reason I get when I ask people why they don't bike or walk more is they're uncomfortable. They don't feel safe on the roads around here, and that they would. And many of my friends, coworkers, and roommates own bikes and would love to use them more, but just don't feel safe, even getting across the highway to the wonderful Baylands that we have available to us. So I'm asking that you help work towards making sure our streets feel safe for everyone, particularly the most vulnerable road users. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margarita Mendez.
Good afternoon. My name is Margarita Mendez, and road safety is personal to me. I am a teacher at Ellen Fletcher Middle School and a resident of Menlo Park. I was an occasional rider to school work until last year. I ride my bike almost every day from my home in Menlo Park, 10 miles. On Thursday, May 10th, 2018, I was involved in a bike accident with a Palo Alto garbage truck as I made my way to teach. I was upset, I was angry, I was embarrassed that even in the bike lane on California Avenue, I was not safe. I was thrown out of the bike lane and up onto the curb, and I suffered 2 broken ribs and multiple bruises, and I biked home. I wanted to bike to work. They told me, go home, and I did. I got on my bike and I rode to PAMF. But I know that I was lucky. I thought about all the children, including my own, who used to ride on that same street. I used to drop them off so they can ride to Escondido. And the elderly, like former mayor, Palo Alto Mayor Ellen Fletcher, who used to ride her bike every day on these city streets. They would have not been so lucky. We need to provide safe streets for everyone, and that starts with the road safety policy. I urge you to make sure that all road users are safe, but especially bicyclists like myself, so that we can be safe every day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Ashton.
Hello, my name's Amy Ashton, and I am board chair of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I just safe systems policy because increasing ridership isn't the result of $30 million changes to our street. It's sometimes just a matter of widening a shoulder, improving a dangerous turn, or creating a safer bike lane. This policy will help us accomplish that, and I'm excited to support it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wanted this afternoon to talk about the seriousness of the quality of life that Safe Streets will enhance for all residents and all travelers and commuters. With the quality of life, we could have a more equitable, climate-friendly, healthy streets, which will accommodate all modes of surface transportation. This sustainability includes good sightline clear of obstruction, a lessering of the noise pollution of flying dust or overgrown branches, debris, and even large commercial trucks, emergency service vehicles, and buses traveling down and in between our streets, including, of course, ECR. Also, I wanted to bring up the condition of ECR between Sand Hill and San Antonio. The worst is between Sand Hill and Charleston with flying gravel and cracks, and the condition of this major vein through our city makes crossing and traveling along our feeder streets even more stressful. What I do want to say is that why should our children and those traveling on the surface get or leave school and come home stressed out or get to school stressed out because of what they've had to fight to or from? The recent storms have further degraded this corridor as well as with our housing element now. And it's time to design homes with partnering with our traffic and transportation department for everything to work. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear me out. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Frank Vigiano.
Hi, yes, I'm Frank Vigiano, and I've lived in Palo Alto for most of my 65 years. And I'm also here to speak in favor of the safe systems approach. So traditionally, we have prioritized moving more automobiles through our towns faster when planning communities. But we have since found that this approach can endanger the health and safety of our citizens and generally reduce the quality of life in our communities. And as the traffic increases, by forcing more people into cars, this approach may not even result in moving cars faster. These are our neighborhood streets. This is where our families live. These are not freeways. The safe systems approach has been shown to work in other communities and will work here in Palo Alto. It aligns with Palo Alto's climate and environmental goals and will make Palo Alto a nicer town to live in. Please support it.
And our final speaker is Ken Kirschner.
Honorable council members, my name is Ken Kirschner. I'm co-founder of a Palo Alto active transportation vehicle startup company, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'm also an advocate with the local Silicon Valley Bike Coalition team, and I've learned a lot about bike safety and infrastructure investments. I've also had the opportunity to visit the Netherlands, where the safe systems approach has a 50-year head start on Palo Alto, but our change couldn't and shouldn't wait. I want to encourage you to adopt the Safe Streets policy. The research is clear. Mode shift occurs when riders feel safe. Bikers and pedestrians today are underserved, and we should not expect that to change with business as usual. Safety is enhanced with lower speeds and pass separation. And the research from the European implementers of safe systems show that a 45 euro per annual investment yields a 1% increase in biking and pedestrian. So the mode shift will happen if we make the investment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll come back to council. Is there anybody who'd like to go first? We're also shy.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor Stone.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to staff for bringing this back to the discussion, all the community members that came out early today to speak and share your passion, and fun to see the kids in the audience as well. So I'll start with questions then on this first round. So first for staff, regarding updates to, I saw there's proposed updates to the tree ordinance. What does staff have in mind for those revisions?
Let me ask, this will be the first attempt of our quick air traffic control staff ready to roll. And there you go, Mr. Eggleston, always ready to roll.
Thank you. And I'll try to theme them so we don't have to do musical chairs.
Good evening, City Council. At the time the updated tree ordinance was adopted, there were some concerns that from some community members who sent in comments and spoke to staff that there were areas that could eventually turn out to be problems. And it was part of council's motion for some time after it had been implemented, I think a year, to look at that and potentially have a discussion with, I believe, PRC and PTC, and then bring any appropriate amendments to council. So that's where that's coming from.
Okay, thank you. So that was part of the original motion?
It was.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. Then let's see, I guess I tried to theme these, but might not be able to do that on the fly. Do we know so our item F under economic recovery and transition is to evaluate opportunities for new parking facilities in downtown. I assume any potential new parking facility in downtown would also include prior direction on pursuing potential affordable housing on those sites as well? That wasn't clear in the report.
That's correct. And also I'll communicate to staff here. I'll take the first shot at answering the ones I can, and that way reduce the musical chair. So this really does reflect follow-up to prior council direction, parking facilities in conjunction with affordable housing downtown.
Great, thank you. And then maybe kind of following on that, item J, under commercial corridors, downtown and California Avenue, is to extend the temporary closure for car-free streets. So does that mean staff is not anticipating bringing back to council prior to the end of the year a permanent ordinance or recommendation to open or make those street closures permanent?
That one, I will need help from Mr. Kami on the timing for that recommendation. I believe that is accurate, as you stated, that we do not anticipate having the results of the feasibility alternatives analysis complete by that time. Mr. Kami?
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official, and that is correct. I believe we will need to be requesting an extension of the temporary closure, as we will not be able to complete the feasibility study before that time.
And what's needed to be able to do that? I mean, is that more funding, just more prioritization? I guess my concern is, I think it's critical for businesses to understand long-term expectations of what's going to be happening on those streets. And so I know we've been really trying to get that for them. Is it a possibility or just really an impossibility at this point of the year already?
Yeah, well, I think it is kind of an impossibility, but part of it is balancing the work that goes into doing the temporary, the modifications to the temporary closures, along with balancing trying to meet all the expectations and meet with the community, meet with the businesses, and make sure we understand everyone's input on this project.
Okay, thank you. Then item CC, I think under advanced renter protection policy, states that implementing a rental registry will occur in 2024. Does that mean that council will take action on passing the rental registry this year, but it just won't be implemented until 2024?
Again, let me ask, in this case, Director John Late from the Planning and Development Services Department to give us the particulars on schedule.
Thank you, City Manager. Jonathan Lake, Director for Planning and Development Services. Yes, that's our goal, is to have something for the council to consider this time next year, roughly.
Great. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that we would actually get that done this year so we can implement next year. Perfect. Happy to hear that. And with my remaining seconds, don't think this will apply to you, Director Late. Does item key under climate change and natural environment regarding begin phasing of construction for grid modernization, will that include having city lobbyists lobby Sacramento and Washington to be able to advance efforts at the state level for grid modernization, as well as pursuing funding for that work? Because those two really just seem to go hand in hand. I don't see how we can do that ourselves and not have that effort being advanced at the state and federal level too.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the letter that you mentioned? I can't.
Item P under climate
There it
change
is.
and natural environment.
Yes, I believe this was specifically focused on our local efforts. So additional interests at the state level, as you just described, not included as a part of this objective.
Okay, perfect. So I definitely don't want us to miss the bigger picture and opportunities for both partnership at, I think, the policy level, but also at the funding level. And curious if the Inflation Reduction Act might have funds for that as well. I'm sure staff has already been looking into that. So, okay, perfect. Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll come back with comments in the next round.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thank you. My question was structural. Mayor, in terms of, do we want to just ask a round of questions first, and then do we go one by one, or how did you want to manage that?
We'll go with questions and then you can come back with comments, but I think that we may need a second round.
Okay, sure.
So I think this is.
Yeah, I
more
just
of a
want to keep it
discussion.
in order, so I can take the lead of the vice mayor and just go with questions at this point.
Thank you.
A couple of which the vice mayor has already covered. I wanted to get clarity on what is and how important is treatment of vacant property referencing Oakland and San Francisco, bullet point 4.
And I'm sorry, I am having a little difficulty hearing folks. So if you could repeat the letter you're referring to.
Just the 4th bullet point, it's not a letter. It's just right at the top under economic recovery.
So, Councilmember Lowing, that bullet point refers to areas that were discussed or mentioned by council members during the retreat as areas of interest. So we consolidated our notes and that was one of the areas. So it really would be up to the council to identify whether or not that's something they wished to adjust, amend, or pull up at a high level as a priority for them.
Okay, I think that was domestic vacant property.
I'm sorry?
Was it domestic vacant property? I mean, residential, excuse me, as opposed to commercial?
Actually, I think it was probably both, if
Okay.
I'm, in reference to the discussion from the council member's suggestion, because it was also about encouraging with commercial property. I think Oakland as well as San Francisco have both instituted fees to encourage landlords to find a tenant so that you don't have vacant storefronts.
So you don't have what?
Vacant storefronts.
Okay, great, thanks. And then on item D, what's that process since it passed? What do we need to do to implement?
And this, again, just to help everyone follow along here, this is begin stakeholder engagement and implementation of the new business tax. Ms.
Sure.
Nose.
So what that means is that there's two aspects of it. One is just the whether it be software system, a consultant assistance, or the like. That's one half. The other half is actually engaging with the business community to make sure that what we outline as administrative procedures for the ordinance, so these are more the details of how are things submitted, what types of materials would be provided in order to validate the calculations of the business tax, that we are engaging with our business community so that they understand kind of what that process would look like, can provide feedback on it so that when January 1st of 2024 comes around, all parties are ideally on the same page.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's all for the questions.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So first, under economic recovery and transition, Vice Mayor Stone had asked about If we go down to point H, which is advanced development of a permanent car-free streets ordinance. And I didn't see a reference to the process that was alluded to and I think is ongoing, which is beginning to have recommendations on design related to the permanent streets. Is that implied in that, or is that a separate task?
Again, let me ask Mr. Kami to report on the connection between those two elements of scope.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to make sure I heard your question. You're asking about the design of the streets. Is that incorporated within this task?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, then I'd recommend that we just list it that way so everybody's clear on that. And then on I, it says approve concept plan for university streetscape and provide direction on capital funding. But what about the California Avenue streetscape that would be the design that we just had talked about under H?
Sure, perhaps helpful to just provide a little bit of background for those who haven't been tracking this. In the case of University Avenue, we already have a project underway that includes, as a part of its scope, the development of streetscape designs. In the case of California Avenue, that contract is not in place. We do have a contract for project management that's underway and an RFP, I believe, that's currently underway to do the feasibility study for maintaining it car-free as a permanent state. But basically, California Avenue is not as far along as University Avenue.
But we have a consultant in process who's been having a number of meetings that I thought were intended to move us toward permanent Cal Ave design on that, as well as I think that consultant's been involved with the Ramona closure.
Yes, that's correct. That's what I refer to as the project management assistance, but the current scope for that contract does not include actual design.
Okay, well, that's an ongoing project, and I think it's important, and we may want to just, one, it exists and we're doing it. So we may want to call it out as a project that's occurring this year and describe it in a way other than project management, because I didn't know what that meant exactly, and I'm not sure the rest of the public would. And then under those downtowns, we have under the housing section, item DD, which is a housing plan for, if I recall correctly, for downtown housing plan. Is that referring exclusively to University Avenue downtown or the two downtowns?
I may need a clarification when you say two downtowns. It is the greater downtown.
University and Cal Ave are the two I'm referring to.
It does not include Cal Ave. This is a grant-funded project that the city has received, and there has been council discussion. So that's it. Since Mr. Lade is at the microphone, or was, let me ask him to pick it up from there.
Yeah, that's correct. It's as the city manager said.
So first, I'd recommend that we are clear that we're referring to University Avenue downtown there. And then second, whether it's a specific grant-funded plan, we had discussion under the housing element. We didn't redirect sites, but the council, I believe, gave direction of an interest to have in additional housing sites and rezoning evaluated for both the University Avenue and Cal Ave downtowns. And so it seems that we've got the University Avenue addressed here, but I don't see anywhere that rezoning process is included for Cal Ave.
Right, and thank you, council member. You won't see it on this list because this is a work plan for the next sort of year and change. So that recommendation is embedded in the housing element and would be an implementation of that housing element on a time schedule that we've set forth in the plan. I don't have that schedule for me for us today right now. I could look it up, but it's not in the next year.
Okay. So I have additional questions even before getting to comments, and but my first 5 minutes is up.
Thank you. Councilmember Finker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. So starting with the climate objective, and specifically with the climate change protection. So I'm focusing in on the three new ones because they have the $3 signs attached to them for additional resources. And my question is, item T is accept EV strategic plan. Item U is accept reliability and resiliency strategic plan. And item V is to review the preliminary draft SCAP study. So my question is phrased as they are. So what are the status of those? Why the money? And roughly, do we have a ballpark of how much we're talking about?
Yes, and these all relate to our utilities department. So let me see if Director Batchelor is, oh, actually, looks like Mr. Eggleston is ready to respond. So go ahead, Brad.
Hi, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works again. These are three separate studies that have been identified as being needed to be done during the SCAP work. So they're in our draft 3-year work plan as things that lead to future work under the SCAP. And that's why we're showing them as starting this year, with 2 of them essentially being accepted as hopefully complete by council by the end of the year, and 1 being in a preliminary draft. And as to the funding, our early estimates, kind of a rough estimate, close to $1 million. We're developing RFPs right now to go out and hopefully get these studies underway if these are approved.
Would it be helpful, Councilmember, to try to elaborate a bit on what each of these are?
Just briefly, yes, please.
So electric vehicle strategic plan, that has to do with how we encourage and provide incentives for electric vehicles throughout the city, as well as charging infrastructure, and how we encourage charging of those EVs with electricity that's renewable, primarily from solar energy. It may also include some analysis of vehicle to grid and vehicle to home potentials. That piece kind of ties both into the reliability and resiliency strategic plan as well, which includes a lot of things actually that Dean could probably speak to better than I could, but it has more to do with the electric grid. And as we're moving towards electrifying in the community, what are the things we can make sure to do to make sure that we have a reliable electrical system and resilience? So there's a number of topics potentially included there. Resource needs and project funding opportunities. That's really the study to look at for the programs we've identified to meet our 80 by 30 goal. As we develop those, what's going to be needed in terms of funding, what are the funding sources currently available, and what strategies do we ultimately identify and approve to get there?
Thank you. And just to be hyper technical, when we say accept and review these, we're actually talking about develop, then we accept and review them. So that's where the dollars come in.
Yeah, they're kind of phrased in where we could in terms of the actions that council itself would take in support of these.
Great.
So where it says accept, that means we bring it to council and it's accepted.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. My last question for this round is on housing, and it relates to item JJ, implement housing production policies. JJ says approve adjusted ADU regulations to facilitate production and meet HCD requirements. And my question is, what are we envisioning? Are we talking about process improvements? Or are we talking about broadening the allowable ADUs, or both? And I ask because I support the process improvements, but I noted from the informational report in our packet, we have about 80% applications get approved. The average pendency is roughly 6.5 months. That seems pretty good. So I'm particularly interested in the broadening the allowable ADUs. We've heard from the public about second story ADUs. I was moved by the thought of ADUs, over alleys and also listening to public talking about who can and can't have them. So I'm just curious what we're envisioning in that one.
Thank you, Councilmember, for those questions. The ordinance that will be coming forth to the City Council advances some recommendations from the Planning and Transportation Commission to make some minor adjustments, tweaks to our existing accessory dwelling unit ordinance. It also incorporates direction really that we've received from HCD. Our response to HCD's comments that our ordinance is not consistent with their interpretation of state law. So we're going to make some clarifications and refinements to our existing ordinance so that we're in alignment with state law. It does not go so far as to include higher or taller ADU heights throughout the city, which was an action that the council recently took in response to state law. If that is interest of the council, that would be additional direction that we would need. And we are scheduled to return to the council within the next couple of months with those changes. Well, actually within the second quarter, I believe. We're going to go to the Planning and Transportation Commission, I think in March.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to commend staff as ever for their diligence in all of this reporting and capturing what was said and melding it with existing work plans. I also want to commend the public for their passion and their dedication to the process of city governance, which isn't always pretty. I want to admit as a matter of process that I've been trying to meld the information report from last week's packet, which was on 2022 priorities quarterly update, with our expressed comments as this year's council about this year's priorities, which we expressed at our retreat in late January. It seems to me that those two things need to be considered together, the 2022 progress melding with our plans for what 2023 should look like. So we're not in this incredible confluence of expectations and priorities. So I am struggling with how to put the two together, but I am trying to proceed apace as my colleagues are. I'm just going to focus on housing in the time remaining. I'd like to look at advanced housing plans. Those items, I'm surprised that that section doesn't include references, as one of the members of the public commented, to San Antonio, which is where the housing element contemplates. I believe it was Penny Ellison who commented 35% of our housing is planned for San Antonio. So a housing plan for San Antonio, a housing plan for El Camino Real, the research park area. I thought these things came up at our retreat. It may have been that they simply arose in my mind at our retreat, and I didn't actually say them out loud, which is why they haven't made their way onto this list. It may be that those things are 2024 issues, given that our housing element is not even approved yet. I don't know, but I just want to ask, did those things get left off the list, or were they really not expressed at the retreat?
Let me ask Director Late to comment on both those items, since I know staff has been thinking about them, and we could describe how that's articulated.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I see in the report that's been presented to the council, there are 4 bullet points that generally attempt to capture the sentiment of the council comments at the retreat. It may not capture every specific detail. There was one that was mentioned a moment ago about ADUs, for instance, as possibly a council member, I think it may have perhaps been you, about the idea of possibly extending it, more broadly to the city. So a specific recommendation like that is not, I don't believe, embedded in these, in the bullet point summaries. Okay. And I believe we thought that in the course of this conversation, some of those things might percolate up, that the council would then, as a body, be able to give direction to staff to advance. With respect to San Antonio Road, you're correct. There is no coordinated area plan or comprehensive study of that area. If that is something that the council is interested in advancing, we can include that as a work plan interest for the council. It is a sizable and really significant body of work. And so we would have to understand the council's interest on timing. If it's a this year priority, how are we going to juggle some things around? And for El Camino Real, there's been some conversations over the years about an El Camino Real study. It's not one that we've talked about recently. The state controls that highway. And so some of the planning initiatives with that have, not been so smooth in the past through the coordination effort. And that is not something that we currently have either on our list.
Thank you so much, Director Late. Seeing my time is limited, let me just ask a different question, which is under implement housing production policies. I see 3 things identified as new that I don't recall hearing at our retreat. And I think anything with the header new means it did come up at our retreat, meaning we were trying to add it. And these are items MM, NN, and OO. Adopt an ordinance amending the development standards for Stanford-owned housing, rezone carryover housing opportunity sites for by right development when developed with 20% lower income, and adopt an ordinance regarding the GM-ROLM to allow for densities up to 90 units per acre. I don't remember hearing that in Mitchell Park Community Center on that Saturday.
I won't take that personally because that was part of my presentation. So,
Well,
I
if it
will.
was part of your presentation, though, why is it included as something we've added to the plan?
It was the part of the slide that talked about the new work that we anticipate forthcoming in this current year.
Okay.
And those are new items because they're components of the housing element that we necessarily need to adopt this year.
Got it. Thank you.
And if I might add, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, your point's well taken. Just in terms of formatting the document, just to confirm, items that are listed as new or items that staff in general, and I don't believe, or I'm not aware of any exception, that staff had advanced as a part of what went to you at your retreat, does not or was not intended to reflect things that came from council.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you. So just wanted to clarify a process question. So at the retreat, we talked, and this is a question for the mayor, actually. At the retreat, we talked about, we had, toward the end of the meeting, we had a list of agenda items. And I think a lot of us had things that we wanted to have onto the agenda. It doesn't appear that, at least some of the things I talked about, of stuff. So I was wondering, when in our meeting do we actually do that?
Go ahead.
I think, if you don't mind, my apologies for interrupting, but hopefully this, Councilmember Tanaka, is on your point. Aside from the priorities and the objectives that you're discussing today, at the retreat, there was discussion of items that would be referred to the council standing committees. That is coming back to you on the 27th of February. So as you may recall, this was a discussion of, is a colleague's memo needed or will it be added as a part of the committee work plan? So again, just to clarify, that is coming back to you on February 27th.
Okay.
Is that your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Okay, good. And then, the council voted for the scooter share, I think 3 years ago now. It was unanimous. And I think if we took a vote again, it would probably still pass. And I know there's been issues and whatnot, but where on the list is it on? Because I assume that if the council votes and gives staff's direction, staff actually follows it, right?
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Kami to respond on the status of that and how it relates to the policies before you, or I'm sorry, the objectives before you.
Thank you very much, City Manager Shikata. That is not currently resourced in our existing work plan. It's something that we're hoping to resource next year.
Okay, because I don't understand why something that we approved 3 years ago, why it just falls off the priority, because we're shooting for being a low carbon city, having people use these small electric mobility vehicles, electric bikes, scooters, skateboards, whatever, really helps in that area. And so I don't know what is our resistance here? So I know I would like an explanation.
Yeah, at the risk of speaking for Mr. Kami here, let me take a crack. I agree, your point's well taken, Councilmember Tanaka, and in fact, in hindsight, perhaps what we should have listed explicitly here is any item that for which we had council direction, but that is not resourced or included as a part of the objectives listed. And clearly that was not the case, or that was not included here. That said, the objectives that are listed here reflect our interpretation of what would be advanced in order to reflect those priorities. And so Mr. Kami perhaps can describe how advancing that would need to trade off against the other priority objectives listed here if you'd like. Let me not suggest we do that quite yet, but if that's helpful, then we could certainly pursue that.
Well, I would assume that things that you got explicit council direction on that was voted on, especially when it was unanimous, would get some sort of priority versus staff initiated projects. So I don't know. I've asked about this several times and I keep getting like, well, one day, but when is that day going to happen?
Well, I think then Mr. Kami perhaps should respond.
Councilmember Tanaka, could you just restate what the subject matter is?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I talk about it like everyone knows. So, so one of the things that a lot of cities have done, so you go to San Francisco, Mountain View, a bunch of other cities, is they have these scooter share programs, scooter or bike share programs. And it's a really great way to reduce congestion, especially around our train stations. And you probably see them like there's bird scooters and there's, go to San Francisco, you see all these, you go to Mountain View, you see them at the station. And at the time, the council enthusiastically supported this and we wanted to move forward. And it's a great way to reduce the amount of people driving because they can, instead of having to carry your train on this, yeah. So you get it, right?
Okay, thank you. So just to note that the city's role in implementing a program like this involves not just setting up the program and allowing the vendors to come, but it includes some complex program management, including making sure that the scooters are not becoming or bikes are becoming scooter litter, becoming nuisances, becoming is the scooter share and bike share companies were changing their models and they were starting to charge cities. And also it was requiring a lot of staff time for the city. So we had some lessons learned that occurred as these vendors have changed their models throughout the pandemic. But I also want to note that another thing that came in the past couple of years were new priorities. And one of those new priorities is the car-free streets. So our resources that would have been working on this bike and scooter share program are currently tasked to work on the car-free streets.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I have more.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. On the items that is in the bullet points, those are not yet incorporated into our priorities. So
That's correct.
We would require a vote by council in order to incorporate them.
As a general rule, yes, although you can see some overlap between items. So happy to engage in further discussion on the specifics.
I'm sorry, happy to it?
Engage, just describe that a little
Thank you.
further
I missed the word
if you feel
engage.
something's not addressed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, today we had a lot of public commenters on safe streets, right? Now, on some of our streets, they actually don't belong to us. For example, El Camino Real and I believe, which one, Page Mill or Oregon?
Page Mill and Oregon Expressway, yes.
So how would we work on that with the state in getting those to be safe?
Let me ask Mr. Kami once again to describe where we are on the issue of safe streets generally, and then perhaps touch on the issues that the mayor just
Yeah, it
raised.
becomes difficult when we don't have the street, they're not under city authority and having to work with the state on it. And they're kind of a little bit not very enthusiastic most of the time.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. And I also want to thank all the members of the public that commented regarding this issue. tonight, and send it in emails as well. I do want to note that within our council priority on climate change protection, we do have 3 items that actually are connected to this issue. One of those is item M, which is the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update. And 2 of the other items, really it's related to one project, are related to the SCAP. Just to note, our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update, we are currently working on selecting a vendor. We're doing reference checks. So we're very far in the process of selecting a vendor. And within our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update, we have included in there a task, which is to develop bicycle network enhancements, which includes developing a set of recommended policies, inclusive of the development recommendations for the development of a Vision Zero policy and integrating safe systems approach. So that's within there, amongst other things, I should say, policies. The SCAP, within the SCAP, in its current draft state, we have Mobility Key Action M3, which is to update the BPTP, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan, and to expand bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and establish a Vision Zero data collection and analysis program to target safety improvements. And then a key part of that task was to apply for the Safe Streets for All program, which we actually just found out recently that we were awarded a grant to create our Safe Streets for All safety action plan. We were awarded by the United States Department of Transportation $160,000 to develop that plan. So all of those things connect to actually say that we are working on these things, and we do hold these very important.
Thank you, because that was going to be my next question, about the bike and pedestrian transportation plan, which we're also using in our rail committee to help with grade separations, as Ms. Elson spoke about. So thank you for that. And, Councilmember Tanaka mentioned the scooter program. Was that a pilot program, or remind me, was it a pilot program, or did we actually approve a full-fledged?
I think we did call it a pilot program.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
that's correct. That was a pilot program.
Okay. Okay. And, when we're talking about safe streets, I think it needs to be a lot more comprehensive than just looking at the streets itself. I think there needs to be also, oftentimes we talk about the 3 E's. There's engineering, education, and enforcement. So I think there has to be an enforcement aspect to it as well as education. And I know there's education going on. However, I do still see people riding their bicycles at night without lights on and in dark clothes. So I think that's another aspect that we need to kind of talk about and really make it a wholesome approach rather than just on looking at the street itself. My time is almost up, but then I have, so we'll go to a second round. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kami, I'll keep you up there and ask one more question on this. Sorry. Yep. Oh, Mr. Kami. Yep. So I'm curious. I wish I understood this a little better. How is the bike and pedestrian transportation plan update? How is that different or the same to the safe systems approach?
Thank you. Okay, so the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan is a lot bigger than the safe systems approach. The safe systems approach is a policy that we're developing, will be developed within the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan.
Oh, good. Okay, so our plan is an umbrella, and that would fall actually underneath that umbrella.
Yeah, that's inclusive of that and the Vision Zero policy development, and also any other applicable federal and state policies.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. I'm so glad to hear that's advancing. I was also really happy to see us developing the citywide strategy to help connect our unhoused community to housing and services. Thankful for including greater engagement with SFO on GBAS, working to reduce airplane noise. That item W under climate change and natural environment to advance the San Francisco Creek flood protection capital project reach 2. also really going to require, I think, significant community outreach and education for the community and the residents who are going to be most impacted by the project along the creek. Matt, I saw in the paper today was sort of a little bit of that education was happening thanks to the press, but curious kind of what maybe what staff has in mind as well on that.
Yes, so in terms of community engagement on the creek projects, a couple of upcoming milestones worth noting. First is that the JPA, the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, will be having a board meeting on this, I believe, next week, if I'm recalling. And then the following week, we will have a neighborhood meeting, and I'm still waiting for confirmation, so hopefully not getting out ahead of PAUSD on this, but will be held at Duveneck Elementary. So another opportunity to be in the neighborhood impacted by the flooding and have additional opportunities for community input there. And then we're putting together the particulars, but expect to have ongoing outreach and status check-ins with community members throughout the year.
Great, thank you. And I know this issue won't come back until end of February as far as referrals, but would like to see us as well when that comes up, including adopting an ordinance, implementing the comp plan policy program on creek setbacks will fit within that nicely as well. I was a little concerned to see no mention of, at least I didn't really read it, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, no mention of increased mental health services, despite what I think we all saw was a real clear desire from the community through our survey. So I'd like to see language in there that the city is going to be working with our partners, the county, nonprofits, in order to be able to expand mental health services in Palo Alto. So was that there?
I think we also, there's a better term than this, but lamented the lack of clarity on that particular point. Let me ask Director O'Kane if she's available to comment on that. We do have a number of programs that are specifically addressing that. So I see Kristen's ready to go.
Hi, thank you. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So we support mental health currently through our HISREP program funding. I believe it's about a fourth of our HISREP funding goes towards mental health services, and we also continue to provide financial support to Project Safety Net, $100,000 per year to support that. And then generally, we do a lot of mental health support through our existing teen service programs, but as you know, our human services program, which is run by Minka, also provides needed support to different organizations as needed, for example, through our emerging needs funds and just through other inquiries. So we didn't identify any additional projects or programs that we would be working on, mostly just continuing the support that we're doing now.
Okay, and I know it's difficult, but I'd highly encourage us to get a little more proactive and find programs to be able to support or additional partnerships that are out there. I'm glad, I think his rep seemed like there was general consensus maybe on council during the retreat, or there was multiple comments, at least I should say, of interest in increasing his rep funding. I was involved for a while on his rep when I was on the Human Relations Commission, and that funding is critical, but it's such a small amount of the operating budget for these organizations for the work that they do. So would like to see us more. Yes, City Manager.
So to that point, and the timing wasn't by design, but your mid-year this evening will provide an opportunity for further discussion and direction on that.
Yep, absolutely. So that'd be a perfect, perfect. And I see I'm out of time. Thank you.
I just want to give a reminder that we are at 5:15 and we have a few other agenda items tonight. So we will go on the, we will have to come to a motion or move forward in order to finalizing this. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I'll just limit my questions to two, but they are both in the community health and safety area. The first, and you knew I was going to ask, is Item RR, complete reopening libraries to budgeted level. It remains below pre-pandemic levels. Our library head is out, believe celebrating, as she should, the award that they won. But my question here is, we have these 5 beautiful libraries, and it had troubled me greatly that none of them were open on a Sunday. We now have Rinconada open on a Sunday, but we have invested so much capital in Mitchell Park, and I know there's a plan to try to get that open on Sundays as well. I'd like to know whether this budgeted level that's still below pre-pandemic levels will include that, or how far we would have to go to get that done.
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer. And again, specifically, Councilmember, your question is whether our plan is to open Rinconada as well as Mitchell on Sundays. I see Gayatri Kant is with us. Gayatri, why don't you take it from there?
Thank you. Yeah, the party is over. So I wanted to say, even with the budgeted, so pre-pandemic, we were open 265 hours. And with the budgeted opening, it will be 201. So we are about 60 hours less.
I'm not sure if that answered the specific question.
That's a terrific start. My question is, I'm particularly concerned about Mitchell Park on Sundays because it's such a great resource. And what do we need to do for you to give you, I mean, is it just that it's in process and it takes time to get personnel in this market, or is there something we would need to do to provide that for our community?
We should be able to open as soon as we get a few more hiring done. Okay. So that's where it is. The next few positions that we open will enable us to open Mitchell Park on Sundays. So both Rinconada and Mitchell will reach the 6-day operation, and the smaller libraries, the 4-day operation. So we've done everything except Mitchell Sunday, and that should happen as soon as we get the next few hiring. So, and that's included in this budget.
That's my question. Terrific. Thank you. And the 201. Then my second question is item XX, which is under the heading invest in reliable safety infrastructure and systems. And this is the one that talks about extending the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team program, PERT, which I love. But my question is, my recollection, and I think Councilmember Burt, you talk about this a lot, there were 2 other programs, I believe, that were similar to this. One, I think, was Trust, and I can't remember the name of the third. And what I'm wondering is, are they anywhere in this? And if not, why not?
Let me ask Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines to respond if she's available. If not, I'll take it.
Hello.
There you are, in person. Got it. Go ahead.
Creepily behind you. Good evening, everyone. So this was also one of the programs that was linked to mental health, the PERT program in particular. So we did want to highlight that related to the earlier question from the Vice Mayor. And in terms of the other programs present, so there are 3. There is the PERT program, which is a licensed clinician with a sworn police officer. There is the MCRT program, Mobile Crisis Response Team. That is a licensed clinician, but they're all non-sworn. They have a liaison related to law enforcement. And the other program is the newest, which is the Trust program. And I never remember what that acronym stands for, but it's Trusted Response something team. And that program is intended to be the lowest level acuity in terms of the situations. So with the 988 system that the county has been rolling out, the intention for MCRT and Trust is that someone could call 988 and that phone service system would be able to direct them to the proper program to respond to the issue. So in the case of PERT, it would be a 911 call, but in the other 2 programs, it can be through the 988 program. The last piece I'll add on to that is we do have earmark funding from Congresswoman Eshoo that was awarded to the city. And we are tagging that on to being able to bolster the Trust program for services to us, Mountain View and Los Altos, which is the 3 cities that tag together for that earmark funding. The original intent was to create our own program, but we also received a North County Trust program team as well. And we thought it would be duplicative to create a new program. So we're making sure that that program can be most successful in our 3 communities.
And if I could just tag on to that briefly, the key in response to your question, Councilmember, is that the MCRT and Trust are both county programs and therefore not listed on our to-dos effectively.
Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, first, a quick process question. So not surprisingly, we are at 5:20. We had really good public participation in this that took an hour of the less than 2 hours that we had, about an hour and a half we had agendized for it. So I don't get how we're going to have this full discussion on a really important item and hold this agenda with, tonight we have 5 substantive items on the agenda. I don't recall ever having such a loaded agenda. So my question is, what do we do? Are we going to just truncate the discussion and make a motion before we've even been able to discuss all the items that are of concern to us? Are we going to extend this item? Are we going to roll it over? Are we going to cut something else tonight? It just doesn't add up what we have here tonight. And so before going forward, I'd like to hear that.
Well, one thing we can do is have this go to the end of the agenda and rediscuss it. Or we can adopt some of what is here tonight in front of us, that what staff has in their report, and then come back and have more of your discussion that you want to have on added items.
Well, first, unless we're talking about going to midnight, I don't see that we're going to have the time later tonight. We're already well behind schedule. Second, I don't quite get how we parcel this item and adopt some of it. I don't follow that.
Well, the reason I say we can adopt some of it, because some of the staff has already provided, and some of them, the ones that we're already working on, we can certainly say, move forward with those. And they've given us some pretty good suggestions here and recommendations on some of the priorities that the objectives that we could, the focus areas we could adopt. At least that gets them started. And if you have more, we might be able to schedule something for, when was the date that we had a light?
Let's see, I think we have a follow-up scheduled in about 3-4 weeks.
Right. But at least they get started on some of these.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're holding them up getting started because they're in progress on these. These are already the staff worked plan, and most of these are things that are already happening. So I don't think they need our authorization to do that. We're looking at how we put together the comprehensive work plan for the year, or authorize comprehensive work plan. So now I see that my process questions have eaten into my substantive questions.
Well,
and
we can
comments here.
restart your clock.
Okay, so on the climate, and I would add that it's should also be cross-referenced on the community health and safety as the bike and ped transportation plan. This does go to that we've in this report, which I've thought was really had a lot of great thorough information. We've tended to list projects under one priority or another. And actually we have a good number of these projects that fulfill multiple council priorities. When we look at which ones fill multiple council priorities, that helps inform how valuable a given project is. And so I think we really need a matrix that looks at that. It doesn't mean that if you just check multiple boxes, suddenly it rises to the top, but it is part of our consideration. And I'll say that the bike and ped master plan is a public safety as well as a climate change and natural environment initiative. And for those who don't know, this plan is now 3 years late getting going. And we last year had a big debate on the rail committee on whether we were losing out on opportunities to pursue funding for dedicated bike crossings that we concluded probably need to precede the vehicular grade separation so that we could still have the flow of safe bike and pedestrian routes. And we now have on the rail plan that maybe we would do that, but there was a great deal of pushback from staff last year to not proceed on that because we imminently had finally this bike and ped master plan that was going to get rolling right away. And now we're talking about late this year before it even gets started. And it's a 2-year plan. So we have a big problem in that this plan has been delayed. And that would be one of my strongest recommendations, that we have the focus, that it doesn't get hung up in purchasing like I've heard it as, and whatever other multiple reasons why for 3 years it hasn't even gotten started. We don't even have a consultant selected yet. I'd also, under the climate change adaptation and the mitigations, we put down the flood control measures, which I think are actually more on public health and safety than climate, but they are also a climate mitigation. Areas that aren't here. One is the sea level rise plan, which was supposed to have come to the council last year. My understanding is there are issues with the Corps of Engineers and a complication that has held it coming from us. But now it's not even on the agenda this year, and we're not even hearing what the holdup is. And that's a very big one. And then what I think is actually the most imminent climate threat to our community, which is mega wildfire risk, and just a multitude of almost inconceivable impacts on the community if and when we have a mega fire throughout half of our acreage of our city is at risk in the foothills. And it can come in to the in the wildland urban interface, as we've seen in Santa Rosa and elsewhere. Suburban housing tracts wiped out. And the economic and environmental tolls of that are just incredible. And we are doing things. We have a reference to that under actually community safety. And it's both places. But it needs some additional elements to it. What we have down is what we already have in the works. We aren't looking at areas of greater interagency planning, which is occurring in Santa Clara County, but we're on the edge. There's no upping of interagency planning with the actual agencies that are adjacent to us in San Mateo County. And there's no real reappraisal of the plan in relation to what we now understand as the risk versus the risk that we had historically thought was high. And now we view it as acute. And whether we have a plan that aligns with what we would, as objectively as we can, identify as the actual risks. And then I just want to say, under the housing and for social and economic balance, I do believe that this, with as much of the housing elements, many of the housing element sites as are on the San Antonio corridor, we really need to identify beginning the process, including of seeking of grants for a coordinated area plan there. It won't happen overnight, but if we don't just start that process this year, good luck having it in the next year or 2 years after that. So I think we need to first identify it as a priority, and then we can begin to see how would we develop that. It's not going to get launched this year. Let's not kid ourselves, or anywhere near that, but it needs to be a priority on the list and pursue potential funding, or just prioritize our own funding. Thank you.
So a question to staff. For the work plans, so what we're doing today, identifying all the objectives, is not really this is coming to staff, not so much to the standing committees.
Well, many of the objectives will come back to the standing committees for recommendation to the full council. So there's a bit of a mix.
Okay, so some of these are going to be going to standing committees, and some of it is coming straight directly to staff.
Or ultimately, all of these will come back to the full council. As Mr. Eggleston pointed out earlier, all of these objectives are framed, or attempted to be framed to the extent possible, as what will the council need to do this year? And they're intentionally set up that way.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Lithgow Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to wholeheartedly agree with my colleague, Councilmember Burt, that there's an interdisciplinarity inherent in some of these that I think we would be remiss if we didn't recognize. For example, the bike and ped safety plan that we've heard such passion around today is on the list as climate. It's clearly a public safety issue, and the creeks are listed under climate. They're clearly a safety issue. There are certain housing priorities that are clearly a climate issue. And to the extent that we can begin to put together or enhance what we already have, charts and lists that really identify this interdisciplinarity, I agree with Councilmember Burt that those would naturally rise to the top of the list when there's limited time and limited dollars and limited staff energy. The things that seem to hit multiple areas would seem to naturally be the ones that are the obvious things that we've got to focus on. So I'm excited by that line of thinking. And I don't know if this is procedurally out of line. I'm certainly not trying to ask anyone to do more work, but it feels to me like this is a way to begin to clarify on a list of a zillion things, the things that matter most. So I'm in favor of that. I also did not hear a great response to the mayor's question about El Camino Real. I would just love some clarity on who's responsible? When is that happening? The potholy nature of this street that runs through our city, it's clearly on the minds of the bike and pedestrian safety folks. And I would love I'm feeling at a loss of, but wait a minute, if it's El Camino, do we really have any control over that or not? So I think the mayor was asking that question. And forgive me if you got the answer you needed. I'm not sure I heard it.
And perhaps I misunderstood the question. If it is specifically related to El Camino Real and bike safety, given the condition of the road, we have been pushing it effectively to Caltrans as it is their responsibility. With that said, we'll continue our advocacy and would suggest all parties do the same.
Councilmember Lithgow Haines. So my question was actually in developing a comprehensive plan for safe streets, we would have to have Caltrans input and also their cooperation. So in developing that, I think our staff needs to really reach out to Caltrans and have a wholesome discussion with all the staff. Everybody's involved in the road system needs to be part of it. Otherwise, we're developing it, but we're not getting clear understanding of how Oregon or how El Camino is going to impact us.
Right. And we would hate to see Caltrans do something with El Camino that doesn't fit with our Palo Alto plans for bike and pedestrian safety.
If I could just make one more comment related to Councilmember Burt and Liz Cotham's comment regarding a matrix. Staff can certainly take that as a next step to prepare this in a way that recognizes the multiple benefits and crossover of the individual objectives. And again, quite frankly, that shouldn't be on the critical path for your approval of this item. I'll give you that perspective.
Councilmember Lowing.
First of all, I entirely endorse Councilmember Burt's comments. The one that was glaring to me, and I think this must have been an error, was sea rise, because it's just a gap, and we have a plan for it. The plan, I understand, has been pretty much approved, and we're going to act on it. So let's get that identified in addition to the comments around the natural environment. So I had three other comments besides that. First of all, on the first page where we're talking about commercial quarters in downtown and Cal Ave, we need to specify what's Cal Ave, what's downtown, and which is both. So that's just clarity. But we don't use the word downtown area plan, which we must do down there. And my understanding is that's been discussed for years, and we still haven't really launched that, which has had compromises already in the housing element because we don't have places to put it there. So it's just another example of pending housing issues that we need to jump on and get done. So I will jump to housing in that regard for one of my other points. I think folks know I'm a strong advocate of a standing housing committee because some of the discussion that we've been having from the dais and from the from public comment is actually accountability on some of these things. And I think if you have somebody watching it in a standing committee, and working on it all the time with the kinds of crises that we're going to have if we don't act on housing, there's just a higher probability that it'll be getting done because the standing committee will be reporting back to council and to the public. And I think that puts a structure in place. It's not just like call a consultant or start a committee and you're done. Not what I'm saying at all. But there's an accountability factor there and a sort of a ongoing oversight that I think would be really helpful. And then we can talk about multiple area plans, some of which Councilmember noted, such as Coverly and so on, and schedule those and get those things planned. They all cost lots of money. So as Councilmember Burt said, this all ain't happening this week and this month and this year. But I think that's a way to address that. And then I do just think we should incorporate the words about improving safety for bike and pedestrians through the safe route. If you want to write that up as incorporated into the bike and pedestrian master plan, which I agree we must get done, that's okay. But I'd like to have us call out those words so that we understand that that is what we're trying to build. If we get to a motion where you want some word changes, I have some comments on the climate change and natural environment, but I'll hold that for now.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah. I've been thinking about how do we add value here, right? So staff has kind of laid out their ideas based on what we said. I think there's definitely room to make some adjustments and align things better to kind of the things that we said, but I don't quite know what is our process to do that. Because I think in order to do that, we have to kind of know where there's latitude. So like, for instance, I asked about scooter share and I was told, oh, that's the same resource as this other program. And so I think knowing where we have latitude, I think would be good. And I think what we should be doing is prioritizing, where there is latitude, so staff knows what is the priority, because sometimes, one thing's more important than the other. But I'm just trying to think of how do we get through this and actually add that kind of value that I think is needed on something like this. But I'll let the mayor answer that later. The second thing is, I biked on El Camino yesterday, I biked on it today, and it's a disaster. I mean, it is falling apart. It's like a third world country. And I heard it was going to be repaved three years ago, and still hasn't happened. I've contacted our state representatives, but I think this needs to be a priority. It may not be necessarily under our control, but I think we have to do something about it. And then the other thing is, I look at now being Los Altos, and they have plans to actually have protected bike lanes on that street. And I'm trying to figure out where's our plan, like where are we at on this? And it would be a shame if we didn't. We're trying to position ourselves as a bike-friendly, environmentally friendly city, but it just seems like we're like a little bit behind the 8 ball on this one. So definitely kind of want to understand that a little bit better in terms of the context of this list here. And then a quick question for staff, which is, we talked about subsidies for electric vehicles, and I just wanted to know if someone could quickly answer, does this also include like the smaller, more affordable, small electrical mobility vehicles like, electric bikes, scooters, skateboards, et cetera? So can someone quickly answer that? Does anyone know?
I don't know that that's included in any of the objectives that are currently in front of the council. So staff, feel free to chime in if I'm missing that. Absent that, I believe we are not proposing any program.
I think
subsidies.
Can I offer something there? It is in the SCAP goals and key actions for the three-year plan. And I don't know how it's broken out within those 3 years, but under the mobility section, I think it's listed there and it has been discussed as a priority within the SCAP ad hoc.
Well, anyways, I think dollars go a lot further here than, so trying to subsidize a Tesla is pretty expensive. But subsidizing a skateboard or a bike is actually not that hard. It could actually help a lot more people. So I think that this should be raised as a priority. Anyways, I know we're short on time, so I'll end right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to ask, within the bike and pedestrian transportation plan, is the bike path included into that study? Because there was a point that they were looking at widening it because of commuter travel and getting to the research park and also getting across to Los Altos. Is it part of that plan also?
Mr. Kami, could you describe how the ballpark?
And then while you're at it,
Bikeway
also Cypress
relates?
Lane?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan is a comprehensive look at bicycle and pedestrian network throughout the city of Palo Alto. So it's comprehensive. It will be initiated with a community outreach portion, which will help us to identify which areas are would be recommended as priorities.
Okay, great. So it's going to look at also creating new pathways and new connections.
That's right. And just to note, as it was referenced earlier, it would also incorporate any comments or feedback or recommendations for El Camino Real or any other non-Palo Alto operated assets.
Great, thank you so much. And then last year, the street Cypress Lane was brought up and had been examined. And I think I wanted to know, how is that going to be continued? Is that going to be by council direction, or is that just going to come up?
We'll need to refresh how far we got with that evaluation. I believe it is a budgetary item as well as potentially a policy issue for the council. So let me take that as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. So I think I would, at this point, Councilmember Lithgood Haynes.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. I forgot to mention one thing in my last set of comments, and I know I had a little bit of time left, so I'm just going to take it if I may. Under housing, under bullet point 1, which is something we discussed at the retreat, it says support housing needs as identified by the community, open paren, as opposed to following RENA, close paren. To me, the words inside the parenthesis are points of view that that some people espouse and others do not. And it feels as if it's almost injecting more of a political perspective into this document. And so I wanted to just register my concern about that and would just love to see when we get to making a motion, that piece in the parenthesis stricken from this document. Support housing needs as identified by the community is something we could probably all get behind. And I would hate to see that piece in the parenthetical make it into an approved work plan.
Okay, with that, I am going to go ahead and approve staff's recommendations here for the priority focus areas and objective areas. Incorporating into it some of the bullet points and also recognizing what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said. But also, I wanted to add in for the climate change that we want to kind of take a look at dewatering as well. That hasn't come back to us for a while. I think that some of the residential properties had the measures, they had followed the measures that were stated, but it'll be great to see what are the results, what are the pros and cons of doing that. And then also for the commercial properties that we had talked about. Then there's also under health and safety, I would like to find a home for La Comida in the downtown area. I think that our seniors should be provided that dignity to have a place that they can enjoy when they are having their meal. Also, what Councilmember Burt said about sea level rise adaptation, we should have that plan. And then also to come back with something on San Antonio, be it an area plan or addressing the street choke points as it gets developed, but also, where are the shopping and how do kids get to school safely, etc. And I think I will need a second, and then we can make changes from there or edits. Thank you. I don't need to speak to it, so if you take it away.
Well, I think you kind of included comments on the motion with the motion, and I'm not sure that the clerk therefore is clear on the wording of the motion.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to add dewatering for as a review of what has been implemented. And also to discuss plans for commercial dewatering. And then for find a home for La Comida. It's not, yeah, Comida, C-O-M.
Are you meaning in North Palo Alto?
In North Palo Alto, yes.
And if I may suggest, it's really, we're not adding the plan for sea level rise. We're Mr. City Manager, how should we best describe, because we already have been developing a plan. What we need to do is we need to have it reported out and determine what next actions.
Yeah, let me ask Director Eggleston to comment on that. And while he's coming up to the microphone, if I could make a suggestion here, that essentially, as I'm reading the motion, it's to take the listing as staff has presented and add these specific additions. Let me ask the staff as we go through this to chime in on any concerns that might exist on our ability to support the work inherent in what's being added. And on its face, I will say that A, B, and C, I would hope are doable. D, I believe may be a significant body of work that we'll need to either discuss this evening or to bring back to you in terms of a question of scope. So with that, Mr. Eggleston.
And Leslie, Madam Clerk, I also added the bullet points that's on this list that staff has for us. At the retreat discussion, and so staff had put in their bullet points of our discussion, so I wanted to add that into the motion as well.
And Mayor, are you referring to the bullets under each one of the 4 priorities?
Yes.
In that case, I would definitely say we need to have a discussion about resource availability and what will be necessary to meet these objectives.
And as we're trying to formulate, pardon me, Brad, this as a motion, I think there are certain things that we may want to put into a return to the council on for review of how to incorporate them in this year and subsequent plans, such as these bullet points and other things. The San Antonio area plan, we're not going to launch that this year. We'd begin a process of how do we proceed on it. So is that the right way that we should frame some of these things as opposed to tonight say they're in the plan?
I would certainly agree that that would be helpful. There is further discussion needed. You know, that said, let me try to be as direct as I can. I think we're in some ways avoiding the assignment here if we have a list of objectives and other things that we need to come back to discuss whether they can be added as objectives. And at the same time, I recognize the difficulty of what we're trying to do here. Ultimately, there needs to be choices among the options that are in front of you. And I'm not, quite frankly, exactly sure how to get there, other than what Councilmember Burt suggested. If, for example, the items that are listed without dollar signs, we need the clarity to say, yes, those are signs as well as the bullets. Really, the bullet points are not really scoped in terms of objectives, so we will need additional clarity, as the Councilmember Burt had pointed out, as to what would the objective be for the current calendar year. And then finally, for the items that have dollar signs associated with them, either an indication from the council that, yes, you'd like to consider those in the upcoming budget actions, or we can bring those forward at the appropriate time for further discussion. So I think that was a long lead into Director Eggleston responding on sea level rise and what would be involved to include that.
Thank you, City Manager, for the reminder of the original question. So I just wanted to state that on sea level rise, by no means the fact that it wasn't on the list does not mean that we're not working on it. As we were stating, this was a list framed in terms of the expected council actions making progress. And as Councilmember Burt said, we're in a bit of a state right now on this work, trying to figure out what the next steps are. We finished a vulnerability assessment last year and published that. We're working on design of a horizontal levee project. We're partnering with Valley Water and the Corps of Engineers, coordinating with our neighboring jurisdictions. At some point before too long, we need to bring a consultant amendment to council for approval for what's needed to actually additional resources to create the sea level rise adaptation plan. If you're asking me what would be best to call an objective, it's probably determine next steps for development of the sea level rise adaptation plan.
I'd be good with that. I would be good with Brad's recommendation. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
City Manager Shikata was asking if we had comments about any of these other items. Would this be the appropriate time?
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to note that on the dewatering, really it depends on what the ask is. I think not too long ago, we did an information report to council on this to give basically the status of the program. And my recollection is that not too far before the pandemic, we put in some much more stringent requirements that were really meant to push people towards these secant walls that dramatically reduce groundwater flow. And we put in much stricter requirements for projects that don't do that. And the goal was to collect the data and see how that works before determining next steps. The reality is we haven't had very many projects since that time. And I think that's part of what we were reporting to the council. So we could do this. I just wanted to note, this is the same staff team who, in addition to their regular project reviews, has taken on all of the closed streets and parklet permitting and workload associated with those programs with no staff added. And we have vacant positions there. So it's a bit of a tough time.
So Mayor, what's based on what Brad has clarified, what are you looking for specifically there?
Well, so I guess I missed that report that you're talking about. But if I just was looking to get an update about how it worked out with the new rules, the ordinances that we put in, but also where are we going to proceed with commercial dewatering plans or not? And so given what you just said, I think the first part doesn't need to be there, but I just wanted to have more clarity about the commercial dewatering. Is that something still in the works, or are you still waiting for evaluation from the residential, or is commercial already
I think we're
included?
still waiting to see the results of what we've done so far. And again, as I didn't mean to say that we couldn't do this, I just wanted to make clear, I think some information we've shared, and it has a little bit to do with what the expectation is. If it's to come present to you the status and just have a general discussion, I think that's fine.
Well, let me, if I could interject a couple of things. First, I think for the city clerk that what we're referring to is commercial dewatering requirements as opposed to commercially developed water. Commercial dewatering requirements. Okay, and then if I could, let me use this as an example. We've talked, and I've referred a lot to staff capacity, but let me also acknowledge the council capacity. And there are a lot of issues that you'd like to discuss and develop policy around. And as we are experiencing tonight, limitations on time to meet. And so let me just flag that as an issue. I might suggest that we start with a subset of the actions related to those that don't have dollar signs associated with them, and either come back later tonight or at the next session to discuss any ads you'd like to put to the priority objectives, under the assumption that otherwise we won't get through it tonight.
So, City Manager, to what extent would you say that applies to both these 4 sub-bullets and a couple others that I have in mind?
I think it relates to everything in your report, except the items that do not have dollar signs associated with them, unless the council specifically wants to add those tonight.
So should we, if we have items that were not in the report, but we want to have as part of this return, we should list them, but under, I think we need then an overriding clause that says items to be returned to council for additional discussion as one agenda item, not spread out over a bunch.
Agreed. I think that would make sense.
Okay, so let's add that preceding A that, it says to advance the council's 2023 priorities. Period, maybe after priorities. And then we would have what you just put in as E, I think would be a kind of a preamble to the balance of that says items to be returned to council for additional discussion as a set of 2023 objectives, or to prospectively be included in the, for consideration within 2023 objectives. I'm asking the city manager if that seems to be a reasonable approach.
I think we understand what that means, so we can follow up accordingly. And I believe Assistant City Manager wants to comment for clarification.
Right, thank you, City Manager Shikata. Just for clarification, as I'm reading this, I think that the council wants to take action on the lettered objectives, so the ones that have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, throughout the document, and that the items that we're returning to council are these 4, but also the bullets that I believe the mayor was identifying.
Right, so we need to include that as well. So maybe we'll have a new A. Would be bulleted areas of focus and priority.
As a focus and priority as identified by City Council during their retreat discussion.
All right. Good. And then under E, I think we're saying San Antonio Road area plan. And then when I'll just comment on this one and then propose it. This discussion we had about the safe streets or the safe system approach. And Mr. Kami correctly said that would potentially be incorporated into the bike and ped transportation plan. But at the same time, it's an overview that guides it. And this was a similar discussion we had when we were launching this most recent comprehensive plan. When we looked at sustainability in its broad sense, is that a guiding principle through which we have the plan? So I basically want to have us specifically list adopting a safe streets or safe system policy. So that would be F. If that's good with Maker.
Yes.
Okay. And then next one, we'll see if the clerk catches up here with us. Next one, Vice Mayor Stone had brought up the issue of youth mental health. We had a description of the fairly limited programs and funding that we have. They're not insignificant, but we have their limitations. We've had 2 years in a row where we've had this as a priority. A priority means special focus. And so I would include there, these are all of things we're going to have a discussion when it comes back, but this maybe would actually be a guidance on budgeting, increase youth mental health support and funding. Now, we're not specifying how much and exactly how, but right now we don't have anything that really puts meat on the bone on the commitment we've made.
Yes.
Okay. And then Councilmember Vinker's concern on, I have this as H, evaluation of funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic levels.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, H would be evaluate funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic levels. And then Councilmember Lithcott-Hames raised the concern over the parentheses under support housing needs as identified by the community, and the parentheses was as opposed to following arena. I don't think as opposed to was actually, it's a separate set of measures that we would look at. So I'd be fine with deleting the parentheses there. So just delete parentheses under bullet 1 of housing for social and economic balance. And lastly, and this is akin to the San Antonio area plan. This is not something that I believe we'd be able to really, this next thing I'm going to mention, that we would be able to accomplish in this coming year, but I think it's something we need to initiate, which is I'll call it greening of Palo Alto Airport. We don't have any strategic plan. We had in 2006, I think it was, we had adopted an airport master plan that embraced much of this concept. And then we didn't own the airport. And we said, well, once we own the airport, we'll pick this up and look at what to doing again. It has great opportunity for solarizing. There's potential dedication of surplus land that could be parkland dedication. It's the moving forward on unleaded fuel. And I think one other area that I'm leaving out. So it would be initiate a master plan or the process for, it's really to begin a process, what I'm trying to say. Initiate a process for a more sustainable Palo Alto Airport.
I would comment on that, Councilmember Byrd, that this is work underway. And so the council will receive in the next few weeks a study session on this topic.
Yeah, I think it is on next week. No, 2 weeks from now, right? Yeah, there is a.
So if, you know, that staff report may not include all the things that I would hope we would consider, but if it is agendized in a way that allows for that discussion, then I'm fine with, for right now, removing that J from this list. And so is it intended to be agendized in a way that would allow for that kind of direction?
It really is a initial discussion on the scope of a master plan, a new master plan.
Okay, all right, then I'm good with removing J. All right. And are all those good?
All of them are good. And
Thank
I
you.
would like to add one last one. So we had discussed under climate change, the bird safe, light pollution, but we did not include in there creek corridor setbacks. So I'd like to also add to discuss and implement.
Yeah, so it would be implement zoning changes consistent with the comp plan regarding creek corridor setbacks?
Thank you so much.
Or initiate the zoning change process rather than implement, it'd be initiating the zoning change process.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Councilmember Burt.
Mayor, if I could make a process comment here. We did try something a little unusual here in setting what had been, or some had described as a time certain on the study sessions to begin at 5:10. I suspect this list will get a lot longer before it's done. And as such, do want to ask the question as to how you'd like to proceed and how much we can get done now versus really needing to come back to it later in the
Well,
agenda.
I don't know how much longer. I did try to incorporate what a number of my colleagues had said. I may have missed some things, but I'm not sure that we have a lot longer, but maybe I'm just being hopeful.
So we will go ahead and, lights. Councilmember Vinker.
I actually don't have any to add, but I do have some comments on the motion, if that's all right, Madam Mayor.
Of course.
So I want to just step back a moment because I prepared differently for this agenda item based on what I understood coming out of our retreat, which was to take these 4 areas and really say within each of them, what are the priorities that by the end of the year we really need, like the prioritizing within the priorities. And so, for example, if it had been, 2-3 years ago and we were doing health and safety, we would say, respond to the pandemic with, vaccination and PPP. It would get done. And that's no longer a thing. But, that and a couple others is just really the top things. And wouldn't necessarily get down to this level of granularity. What I want to say is that when I came in and saw that, so I prepared, I've got my couple of things for each of the 4. And, I read all of these and I thought, wow, I see how we're going. But I heard the city manager say that would be very helpful for us to do this. So gone along with it. And I was not optimistic we'd get to this point. I actually want to commend staff that you did such a thorough job that we are actually, I think, pretty close to doing what you want with letters A through J in addition. But so I just want to commend the council for hanging in there through this and staff for hanging in there as we've worked our way through this. And I support this motion. I thank Councilmember Burt for adding my item H, libraries. That's always dear to my heart. I do have one sort of comment/question, and that is, as we get to the item I asked about, item JJ on housing that had to do with the ADUs. And I think Director Late said that as contemplated, staff is not contemplating adding in things like the height, increased height and such. That may be, but as I see this, it just says approve adjusted ADU regulations to facilitate production. I would think that we are not excluded from discussing that or raising it when we talk about it. Because when I read this as an objective as opposed to a staff recommendation, it certainly seems that we could discuss ADUs more broadly. And if not, then I would want to add that. So I don't know to whom to direct my question.
It might be Director Late. And Councilmember, if you don't mind, could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically just wondering, we're looking at a list here created by staff and, I don't want to ask for interpretations of every single one, but this isn't code. This is an agenda. This is a subject area. And so I want us to be free to work within this subject area. And so I guess what I'm wondering is there any reason that I should worry that I need to specifically say, approve adjusted ADU regulations to facilitate production in broader ways than currently exist? I mean, that's all I want to do. And I think this covers it, but I heard you say it, perhaps it did not.
So thank you, Councilmember. No, I believe this is a much more discrete scope of work than what you're talking about. So specifically, if you're with respect to the 25-foot height limit throughout the city, for example, that is not something that we are coming back with, and we would not come back with that to the council unless directed. So if there are elements of the ADU law that you would like to see changed, we would need that direction. Now, there will be opportunities for the council in probably before June, where you're considering an ordinance with a set of changes that you could consider and adopt. And then you could also give us further direction at that time to say, thanks, this doesn't quite go far enough. We'd like you to do X, Y, Z. You can adopt the one that's before you, but then give us more work. But if you want us to do the work now before you get that next ordinance in the next couple of months, that's we're not scoped for that right now. We're not working on that right now. And it may delay us in advancing these other ADU regulations that we're already set to present to the council.
Okay, what I'd like to do is somehow add something that so this year we can have a conversation about a broader range of regulations that allow a broader range of ADUs. And I don't know, maybe I should just ask the maker of the motion.
So if I understood Director Late, we will have that opportunity in June. So when they come forward with the things they're already working on updates, what I just heard him say is we will have an opportunity to then say, we want you to return with X and Y. And if we try to put in X and Y now, then it won't be June.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard him say that, and I can stand down. I guess I'm just trying to say it's now not listed as a priority. And all I'm trying to do is get it listed as a priority. I'm not trying to change your work plan for the March or deliverable.
So I could even, if this satisfies the inquiry, we could include as a part of our action item, our recommendations to council in May when we come back, the discrete item of adopt the ordinance, but also a discussion and direction to staff for further refinement to the ADU. And I could do that without
way, and I'm not trying to change your work plan for the March one, then we've got a deal. I don't think I have any further comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Lizcard Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to acknowledge that there is a lot of tension in the room. And I think there are a lot of staff members who are feeling overwhelmed by the number of things that we on council are articulating as things that matter to us. I want to acknowledge that as a newbie on the council, I was one of the people on Saturday, the 28th of January, who said, these priorities, these 4 priorities that are very similar to last year's are so broad, it would be helpful to have some specific objectives underneath them. I was one of the people who advanced that opinion. There were others. I don't know that any of us who advanced that opinion thought that we were creating a lot more work. The city manager has let us know that typically council only ever sets the priorities at the retreat and it's done. There isn't a meeting like this that happens. Those of us that are new don't know how it was supposed to be done or historically is done. I think we've just been trying to come up with some objectives that we could hold ourselves accountable to in addition to staff. So this is, I felt this needed to be said. And I just want to, put out there that, for example, I am very interested in San Antonio Road, South Side, housing element, build housing, yes, yes. And yet I know that Director Jonathan Late's set of objectives from last year were the ones the most behind or not scheduled or dropped because his department is got too much to do. So the last thing they need to see is anybody talking about an area plan for San Antonio Road. And as one of the bigger champions for that whole concept, what are we going to do on the south side with the housing? I'm very eager to say, like, let us not burden our planning staff further by asking them to think about San Antonio all this year on top of everything else. So that's an example for me of, ideals outpacing staff capability. And we do not want to burn out our staff in the act of strengthening our city. It doesn't work that way. The staff are the city. The staff make it happen. So I don't know if anyone else on the dais is feeling this way, but I just wanted to make that comment. And with that, I am done.
Okay, so we have Council. Oh, sorry.
If you don't
City
mind,
Manager.
Mayor, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate that comment. I suspect reconciling those issues of the things we want to get done versus the capacity of staff. Really, if we were to use the housing priority as just I hate to use the term, but the poster child for it, requires a discussion of what doesn't get done. And quite frankly, that'll be a long discussion in and of itself, but that's ultimately perhaps what's needed here. That's really hard to do in Palo Alto because we don't like to give up on anything that we believe is a priority. But I suspect we wouldn't be completing our assignment if we didn't have that conversation.
And if I can, I would say, we had a very valuable staff presentation of their intentions on a series of actions this year that would continue into following years. These are not all things that would be completed this year. And then the council has certain ones that they want to evaluate in the context of that plan. I think that's what this next meeting will have to reconcile. And that's one of the things that we as a council, in between now and then, need to look at these two lists and begin to think in our own minds which things we would be willing not to drop, but to push out. And that would be a subsequent conversation.
And I think that's exactly it, not drop, but continuing it, and it's a longer term. So I think that's a good point. I want to just, I'm going to call Councilmember Lowing, then Councilmember Tanaka, and then I'm going to have to call.
Yes, I appreciate the comment from Councilmember Lithgow-Hames, and my answer was going to be pretty much what City Manager said, which is it isn't all going to get done. And one of the things I've been concerned about for years on council is we're putting together 100 top priorities and we can't get it done. And it's not getting done. And that's why we don't get a scooter and we don't get an area plan and so on. But if we identify what we aren't going to get done, then we're all going to feel better about what we do get done. So I'm in complete support of the conversation here to trim this down. And I think this list that we're coming up with here is essentially an optional list for you to all give us feedback on as to whether we can do anything more or not. You could even go further and say, take a look at the other list that we're approving and say, hey, we got to trim this just a little bit or later in the year. So I have a couple comments on this one to maybe trim it up a little bit. I still think E sits there as a kind of an odd separate item, San Antonio area plan, because we talked about so many other ones that need to get done. I do think this could be rolled into planning from a permanent housing committee. But for now, if you want to say any of these, then I think we have to say something like, consider timelines for multiple area plans, including San Antonio, downtown, Cal Ave, and perhaps El Camino, because that just says we're alert to it. We can give it some attention, but we're not committing, to completing it. So I don't know if you'd have that kind of word adjustment to the maker.
Can you be a little bit more clear about how you'd like to change that?
I would say construct preliminary timelines for multiple area plans, including San Antonio, Cal Ave, downtown, and El Camino.
I'll accept.
And I also just want to point out that there's some issues. This is
The secondary.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess I understand this intent. I think part of the issue is that these area plans are often things that we can pursue grant funding for. I don't know whether San Antonio would, because it's not a transit-oriented development.
Well, we have a pacing goal line that's a lot of thousands of units and we can't build them willy-nilly. So we have to do some planning. And that's why I think we just have to give it a go and get started.
Yeah, and I guess the other concern I have, and I appreciate this, is that what you said, but all those are in the coming years, important area plans. The reasons that San Antonio is called out is how it has a disproportionate portion of our housing sites and is the probably most lacking in cohesion to its approach out of any of these. I'm not saying that we aren't going to need to have the Cal Ave downtown and El Camino plans. Actually, the downtown is essentially referred to under that housing, although you made a distinction between an area plan there.
But the downtown area plan not being ready meant we couldn't put some housing in downtown. It was just that simple. And it's been on the discussion stage for years. So if we don't put something in the dirt here to get started.
Well, I would say that we can have zoning upgrades without area plans. And I intend to pursue that and not wait for area plans to adjust our zoning. In fact, under our housing element, we're going to have to do zoning upgrades to be compliant with our housing element.
Yeah.
So we don't
have to call them
they're
area.
not synonymous.
We don't have to call them area plans. I just want to get planning, get going on planning the areas. So we can call them development plans or plan for housing growth, whatever you want. I'm just thinking that I just feel like only talking about San Antonio isn't really what we need to do.
Well, also the other reason we're only talking about San Antonio is because it's so different from Cal Ave downtown and El Camino. There are amenities over there and they're already.
How about this? How about if we
all of them impact housing? That's just why I included.
If we have I would just say not timelines, preliminary plans for area plans, and the area plans are capitalized. Our area plan at San Antonio and housing zoning upgrades for those following three. And then we're not saying do 4 area plans because these are monumental tasks. But we capture the intent that we need to move forward.
I think that's close enough to get us started.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The other thing I was just going to comment on is that there are some of the bulleted items, which is covered under A, that don't have dollar signs. But on the other hand, they do have resource signs. So I agree that you do have to give us guidance on those. But for example, creating a fixed housing committee isn't going to be much different than, the housing element ad hoc committee. So that might be something that would be easy to do. I don't quite understand number C in a completely different context, not as a council member. I was at La Comida today. And I know that they're actively looking for a resource in North Palo Alto. But what is our role there? Is it to help facilitate or introduce, or is it all our obligation to find it the way it's written? I just don't quite know what our action item is.
Facilitate.
Facilitate space for La Comida in North Palo Alto?
Facilitate a
new location
of a permanent location.
It would be just a location because it doesn't have one right now
Then.
in North Palo Alto. How's that?
Does that work?
Yep, that's good. And then on item I, I'm not sure it also is a bullet point, and we're commenting on some bullet points here, but not others. So I'm not sure we actually even need anything there. that whole thing could probably be deleted. And I agree with you that I'm not sure how it got worded that way.
I think it's just a simple cleanup, and we're going to have the other bullet points, but just to embrace it and over and done.
Okay, that's all.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I also want to agree with my fellow council members, Lithgow Hames and Lowing about, I think we add value when we make decisions, when we decide what's important, what's not important. And that means taking some things off. What we're doing here is we're adding a bunch of things. Some of them, I strongly support. Some of them, I'm lukewarm to. But I think for staff, I think we help them when we say, okay, this is important, that's not important. But we just pile down A through J here. And so I'm concerned about that because I'm not sure we're helping here unless we take something else off. And then the second thing is I see some things on here which I would almost think would go to one of our committees. Not necessarily needs to go to the full council. So that's the other thing I'm trying to wonder about it, whether some of these items should go to our meeting on the 27th. Because there's a lot of other things I'd love to see here as well, right? And I've talked about some of them, right? And I think some of them we agree on, like the hydro rate. We've had flooding. We still need to have the 4x higher hydro rate, right? There's we could talk about tasers. We could talk about gas transfer. There's a bunch of other stuff we could also put on here. But I'm just wondering, are we advancing? Are we helping? And I think Lowing said it well, which is we have like 100 priorities. We have like a ton of priorities. And by having so many, we're not necessarily helping staff focus and getting something done. It's like we're like spreading ourselves really, really thin here and doing just a little bit of work on each one of these things versus really knocking it out for that year. So I kind of want us to do that, but I realize we're like super overtime here. And anyways, that's kind of want to put that out there. And yeah, and the one thing I talked about, and I don't think anything I said has got on this list here. So so one thing I want to offer is I think we should have a timeline for the scooter share program. It's been 3 years, and I don't know why it's not on here. So I don't know if the maker or seconder would be open to that.
I'm sorry, timeline for what program? The scooter share.
Yeah.
As I stated earlier, I think I appreciate that this is something that's been out there for a number of years, but I think the best place for us to look at it is within the SCAP, where it's already part of that goals and key actions, and look at how to prioritize it within there.
Yeah, after hearing what staff said, I do think that it is within their program to look into it, but to have a timeline, I'm not quite sure that would be.
Okay, it's okay. You guys rejected it. It's fine. And then, we had a lot of flooding that happened, and can we have something concrete about solving our flooding problem? I know we have a there's an item on where is it?
We actually have two items.
Yeah.
One on the Reach 2, the other on the Newell Bridge.
Yeah.
Reach 2 includes Chaucer, Pope Chaucer, Newell Bridge, and everything in between.
Yeah. So one thing about the other thing that we don't do as much, which I think we should, is we actually should have like concrete objectives, so that we know what is done, right, and what we were trying to achieve. And I realize it's maybe a little bit hard tonight to do that, but that's something I would like to see. And maybe one thing I can mention that would be concrete, and maybe we'll get support here, is we have had a lot of rain, and we quadrupled our hydro rate. Maybe we should revisit that like pronto, because a lot of people are suffering from the high utility bills right now. So I'd like to offer that as maybe another letter here. Would the maker or seconder accept?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so revisit the hydro rate increase.
I think that's in the mid-year review that is going to be coming up later, right?
Actually, separate from the mid-year review, staff is planning to bring that to the Finance Committee next month. So there will be a near-term council discussion of that issue.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the votes. Please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Do you want to take a break right now, or let's take a break right now?
Do we need to let the public know where we are?
Yes, so when we return, we're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to be going into the comprehensive economic development strategy update. So can I ask if our consultants are back east, or?
They are back east, and so they're standing by, ready to engage with the council. Given the time, I think we did want to provide the council a 20-minute break, and if that's something you want to do, it would probably be the appropriate time, or perhaps council can confirm.
I would like to ask council if it's okay to do a 10-minute. Oh, Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
We got here at 3:30 and we haven't had dinner yet, and I think that's not going to bode well for our evening. So I would like to propose an amendment to the municipal code that would allow us to eat our dinner at the dais and keep working. Which part? Forget the
Yeah.
amendment. I just mean,
Yeah,
and I'm
sorry.
acknowledging
I
it's
would
against the
fully support
rules,
eating
but
dinner
I
here.
think it's important that we have.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're not allowed to have food up here.
Yeah, but Mayor, if I may also ask, given that we have so many members of the public who are, is this for the Buena Vista? Yes. And we have the attention of the consultants back east. Would the consultants be able to defer for an hour, even though they're back east, so that, because we have so many members of the public who are here and
Well, let me respond to the issue of food in the chambers. I think if you all want to have your dinner here, it's fine.
I think it's bad.
You could take me to jail if necessary, but you could decide if that's of your interest. That said, again, in terms of the sequence, perhaps we can do a quick off camera check-in with the consultants to see if they could come back and join us really in 90 minutes, I would assume is the earliest possible time.
Great.
So if the city manager says it's okay to eat up here, go for it. But let's take a 5-minute recess and come back. Thank you. And just an update, we will be deferring our item number 2, which is the comprehensive economic development strategy update and study session, to another date. But we're going to move ahead with our item number 3, Buena Vista Mobile Home Park update from the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. Staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And actually, caught us a little flat-footed there, staff's swapping locations. So with that, Melissa McDonough, our Assistant to the City Manager that coordinates our housing and related issues, please go ahead and lead off for staff.
Good evening. Good to see you all. Tonight, what we're looking at is an item that we brought forward because of enormous council and public interest in our Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. We've been in recent conversations, staff has, with the Housing Authority, and we wanted to make sure to bring you up to date on the different things we've been learning, particularly at this time when Housing Authority has some substantive updates and a lot of information on our next steps. So without further ado, I will be handing things off to our colleagues at the Housing Authority.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Preston Prince. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I hope to someday come back to talk with you about globally what's happening at the Housing Authority and how we can work with you and partner with you to create more affordable housing in Palo Alto, but that's for a later date. Today, it's all about Buena Vista. So the Housing Authority staff is really inspired by the values of equity, preservation, and anti-displacement that guide the redevelopment of Buena Vista. What it really boils down to for us is pretty simple. It's about making sure the kids who currently live at Buena Vista and the hundreds who will call Buena Vista home over the next 20 years, that they have the opportunity to attend one of the best schools in the country. We have the skills and experience to bring this to fruition. Our gifted team includes talented staff from our real estate department, augmented with our architects from Van Meter Williams Pollock, our Buena Vista advisors from Associated Right of Way Services Incorporated, and our site team from John Stewart Company. I have been in affordable housing and public housing authorities for about 30 years. In that span of time, I've been directly involved in the creation and development of 8,000 housing units. I can attest, Buena Vista is a very difficult transaction. The difficult nature of the redevelopment has required additional time to get it right. We've gone through 2 stabilization periods. We needed time to relocate homes from the area called the Dogleg. We needed time to address the utilities. And in fact, many steps have been taken to ensure the safety of those who live at Buena Vista. And we needed time for the long-term, to create long-term redevelopment plans. So what happened recently is we had a meeting in November of last year. At that meeting, we heard loud and clear, I as the new Housing Authority Director heard loud and clear, that more movement needed to happen now towards completing the redevelopment of Buena Vista. Accordingly, we made a pivot based upon resident input, and you're going to get to hear more about that from Flaherty. I want to leave you with 2 things. First, the Santa Clara County Housing Authority is committed to engaging with our residents to ensure that they know their rights and that they inform key development decisions. And second, we're really excited to work collaboratively with the City of Palo Alto so that together we can create opportunity, inclusion, and equity for the families at Buena Vista. And with that, I'm happy to turn things over to Flaherty.
Thanks, Preston. My name is Flaherty Ward, and I'm Director of Real Estate for the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. It's nice to be with everybody tonight. I'm going to quickly go over our agenda. So we are going to talk about, well, I'm going to introduce some folks from the team, and then we'll talk about a brief history of Buena Vista, some of the resident engagement we've done. We'll dive into the site concept we're proposing, and then talk about our housing options and what's next. So there's some folks here from the Buena Vista Housing Authority team, and you met Preston, you've met myself. We also have Tracewell Hanrahan, our Deputy Executive Director. She's joining us this evening. We have Emily De La Guerra, a Senior Strategic Advisor for the Housing Authority who works on Buena Vista, and then Chris Adhikari, who is our Project Manager from the development team who works on Buena Vista. There's a whole task force of folks that work on Buena Vista from the Housing Authority in different capacities. And we're also joined here tonight by our architects, Fred and Mike from Van Meter. Next, we'll talk about the history and current status of the park. So this map shows the location of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. It originally started as a mobile home park in the 1920s, as it was ideally located along El Camino Real. It's located in the Barron Park neighborhood, which is near schools, parks, transit, grocery, and other amenities. The neighborhood is highly desirable. And one constant message we hear from residents is how much they enjoy being part of the Palo Alto community. And one constant message we hear from external stakeholders in Palo Alto is how much they value the Buena Vista and the residents in Palo Alto. As most of the council knows, the park was at risk of closure back in 2016, when the previous owner noticed the residents and the city of their intent to sell and redevelop the property. This would have resulted in the displacement of all of the and largely led by the resilient residents of the Buena Vista. The city, county, and housing authority partnered in funding and acquired the park, preserving affordability for the current residents and the larger Palo Alto community. This map shows the current site plan. We were able to purchase everything except the small corner on the upper right eastern side of the property. Preston referred to it as the dog leg. And we leased that property back from the previous owners for 5 years. So there was approximately 10 households that lived on that leased land, and we were able to relocate them into new spots within the park over the last couple of years. There's also a motel strip in the park, which includes 10 studio units. That is anticipated to be deconstructed in the coming months. When we purchased the park in 2017, there was a total of 117 units, which included mobile homes, travel trailers, park model RVs, recreational vehicles, cottages, one single-family home, and the motel strip with studios. This slide shows our current household demographics. There are currently 75 households on the site, 60 of which are owner households, meaning they own their coach and lease the space from the Housing Authority, and 15 renter households. There are 259 total park residents, of which 67 are children and 52 are seniors. 2/3 of the park are very low income, which means they have incomes at 50% or less of area median income. There are less families at the park than there were 5 years ago. That's mainly driven by natural attrition. So we generally see between 5 and 10% vacancy turnover annually in our portfolio. That's the same for Buena Vista. And families are taking advantage of our voluntary relocation program. And when a household decides to leave the park, we do not rent the vacant unit or the space. And that is for 2 reasons, mainly. One, it's to lessen demand on the aging utility system out at the park. And B, the units are typically require more investment to get them rentable and ready than what the coach is actually worth. This timeline shows a high-level summary of what we've been up to these last 5 years. So in late 2017, the Housing Authority, utilizing funds from the city, county, and itself, purchased the park. In 2018 and 2019, we ground leased it to a third-party operator who stabilized and began pre-development efforts. In late 2019, the operator exited and the Housing Authority stepped in as the manager and developer. In 2019 and 2020, we began a housing replacement program that replaced approximately 18 or 20% of the coaches on site. In 2021, we launched development planning and we started applying for financing to support the redevelopment efforts out at the park. In 2022, we completed a concept high-level redevelopment plan, which is what we're presenting to you tonight. We also received a $5 million grant from the state of California to launch a homebuyer program for the residents. And in 2023, where we are now, we're engaging on the redevelopment plan, and we hope to submit for entitlements. And then ongoing over the last 5 years continuously has been a variety of activities, resident engagement, compliance in regards to the rules around our affordable housing financing, property improvements, and redevelopment planning. And this slide shares a little bit more, further illuminating some of those ongoing activities. So with the residents, communication, whether that's town halls or one-on-ones or newsletters that we release, services on site, creating the space in the park to do an after-school program, and then hearing concerns either related to ongoing operations or the redevelopment planning. There's been ongoing property improvements, a lot of maintenance and improvements around the utilities, habitability of the site, and bringing in additional amenities, compliance in regards to new leases, income certifications and recertifications of residents, and housing inspections. And then that kind of constant redevelopment work that's been happening behind the scenes. So, I'm showing this slide again within the context of why we need to redevelop the park. And there's a couple driving factors. One is the aging infrastructure. So several of the systems out at the park are beyond their useful life, particularly the gas, electric, and sewer, and they need to be replaced. Habitability. Several of the coaches are well beyond their useful life, and the residents have struggled to maintain them. The age and modifications and additions to units over time, what's happened is folks' families have expanded, coaches have been modified and expanded as well. And those modifications and additions have made the coaches not movable. So we can't pick them up and move them to update the infrastructure. And the park has compliance and code issues. Specifically, one of the larger ones is setbacks from the lot lines. So these factors drive the need to renovate are not just, or these factors that are driving the need to renovate are not just felt by us at the Housing Authority. They're felt by the residents as well. And they have shared concerns about safety, habitability, and the lack of amenities on the site over the years. So for instance, when the utilities are impacted or the gas line has to be shut off, that impacts them. And the residents have consistently shared these concerns with us. And ultimately, the answers to these concerns is redeveloping the park. This slide shows the product that we delivered as part of the first phase of the housing replacement program that, again, replaced about 20 of the units on site. It included families that were living on the leased land as well as families that were living in the motels and the cottages on site. And we were able to provide these new homes to both renter and owner households. It is important to note that through this housing replacement program, we did identify some concerns. Specifically that the 2-bedroom unit that was provided is not ideal for households of 4 to 5 people because of the square footage and the size is very small. However, we have been limited on the size of coaches that we have been able to bring into the park due to the small size of the spaces themselves, right? So when you factor in the small lots at Buena Vista and then the required setbacks for those coaches, you have even smaller square feet to provide a unit in. But for families that fall within these categories, it has been a very clear concern and a problem we hope to solve for through the redevelopment. This table summarizes our sources and uses spent to date. We have spent approximately $48.5 million on Buena Vista thus far. It's important to note, though, that the large majority of it, approximately $41 million, was specifically attributed to purchasing the park. The balance of $7.5 million has largely been spent on the 18 new coaches, relocations under the voluntary relocation plan agreements, and site repairs and improvements. Next is resident engagement. So we have done a variety of community engagement over the years. including town halls, community events, small group meetings, newsletters, and one-on-one meetings. This work is anticipated to uptick as we enter this next phase of redevelopment planning. Through this resident engagement, we have heard a variety of things, including what residents love about Buena Vista, what they see as key issues and concerns, and what their hopes are for the future, as well as what amenities they would like to see. This resident feedback has become the foundation for our redevelopment planning. When we purchased the park in 2017, we entered into a regulatory agreement with the City of Palo Alto and the County of Santa Clara. This agreement requires several things, but the two main things are that we must improve the park and we must apply affordable rents. Another goal is to get the density back up to what it was when we purchased the park, which is approximately 120 units. Both our resident engagement and the regulatory agreement have defined our redevelopment goals, and they are, number one, to provide new housing for all current residents. Number two, keep the park affordable. Number three, preserve home ownership for all current homeowners. Four, improve amenities and utilities. So we are pleased to have found a plan that accomplishes these goals. We are proposing to redevelop the park into two separate projects. Approximately 2/3 of the park would be preserved as a mobile home park. This allows for new coaches on site, which covers all of our owner households, preserving their home ownership and their owner status. The other 1/3 of the site would be redeveloped into a multifamily apartment building of approximately 60 units. This would allow all of our renter households to remain on site as renters and to provide additional affordable housing to families who wish to live or remain in Palo Alto. It is important to note that this hybrid model is needed because 117 coaches, all right-sized to household sizes with proper code setbacks, will not fit at the park. In order to get the overall unit count back up, we need to build both new coaches and apartments. This site plan allows us to do a number of things: replace all the utilities, including switching away from gas completely to 100% electric. It gets our overall unit count back up around 120. It preserves home ownership for our homeowners. It preserves affordable housing for all current residents of the park and future. The apartment building allows us to tap into traditional affordable housing finance sources like tax credits and tax-exempt bonds, which helps us build it. And it allows us to provide amenities, including green space, outdoor amenities, play structures, an indoor community room with kitchen, laundry room, and service space. This is a rendering that shows what one of the meandering parkways could be between the coaches. There are a variety of topics we intend to engage with the residents on in the coming months, most of which have been drafted based on resident engagement, resident questions, and resident concerns. They include security, transit, amenities, on-site services, programming, new unit specifics, ongoing affordability, and compliance with park rules and regulations. Next, we'll talk about housing options for the current residents on the site. It is really important to us that the residents understand that, one, they have a home at Buena Vista, and two, that they have options. And there are two types of resident households out of the park. There are owners and there are renters. Owner households will have three options. One is to purchase a new coach and reside in the mobile home portion of the park. Two is to sell their current coach to the housing authority and opt to become a renter in the apartment building. Or three, sell their current coach to the housing authority and request a voluntary relocation assistance payment. And why we're offering this is because we do believe that not all families will want to stay while their new unit is being built, and perhaps they don't wish to live with the compliance requirements of an affordable housing community. And we think it's fair to give these households an option to leave if they wish. And the renter households have two options: to become a renter in the apartment building, or to similarly request a voluntary relocation assistance payment. There's a lot of questions around what this means for each family. So throughout the months of February and March, we have our ARWS relocation consultant meeting with families to review their options and their individual housing plans. Those start tomorrow. Each plan will be specific to each family and will be specific to their income, family size, and renter or owner status. Our consultant will be available to provide specifics on what their new housing costs might be, including rent, utilities, taxes, insurance, as well as what their new unit size will be. So we understand we've left residents in a little bit, I refer to it as the anxiety gap. We've told them that things are changing and what things might look like, but they don't yet have the information of specifically what that means for them. So we're urging residents to set up those meetings with their BV advisor because we're ready to start delivering what that means to them. And our consultants will be able to meet with residents as many times as needed. It is not just once. And those meetings can happen in person, they can happen over Zoom, and they can happen over the phone. Just to make sure everybody understands their options, they don't have to know all their questions in one meeting. They can go back and think about it and make another meeting. And then, of course, meetings will be provided in English and Spanish and can be flexible to meet when tenants can meet. It doesn't just have to be during regular business hours. It can be in the evenings or on the weekends. And we're hoping that households make their decisions by the end of March. And in regards to on-site and off-site relocation during the redevelopment, that phasing and relocation plan is being drafted now, and it will be finalized once the residents indicate their preferred decision. If residents are impacted by relocation, all of their housing search and out-of-pocket expenses will be covered by the Housing Authority. And we, of course, want to limit the disruption of residents' daily lives as much as possible, including those who have children in school and who work in Palo Alto. And I think it's really important to pause here and note that we understand that there are a lot of concerns from residents currently. That while some people see a plan for redevelopment, and that's exciting, this plan involves people's current homes and a community they've built. And I want to acknowledge that there are a lot more questions right now than we have answers to. But we've intentionally made this process inclusive of the residents' needs and desires. So it's really important that they take advantage of the individual housing meetings to learn about their housing options, ask questions, and dialogue with us on what works and what doesn't. This redevelopment process will be an iterative process. But we are trying to make the next several months as informative and open as possible so that we can gather that feedback and those concerns and turn around a plan that reflects what's physically possible on the site, what's allowable with applicable land use and regulatory compliance requirements, and most importantly, what the residents need and desire. So this slide highlights our overall timeline. We kicked things off last month with resident engagement on the redevelopment concept you just saw. This month, tomorrow, we start with those individual housing meetings and more resident engagement. Next month, we hope to continue those resident meetings and the motel deconstruction. We also hope to take residents on site tours so they can see both examples of affordable housing apartments that are within our portfolio or apartments that our architects have designed. We also intend to bring a spec coach on site so folks can see what that looks like without having to leave the Buena Vista. And we also plan on taking folks offsite if needed to tour other units. And we hope to finalize our redevelopment plan later in the spring and apply to the state and city for entitlements. Our goal is to finalize the permits and start construction later this year and in early 2024. So with that, it concludes our presentation, and I'd like to thank our partners, obviously the City of Palo Alto and the County of Santa Clara, as well as Van Meter, John Stewart, Fora, and ARWS. And we're here to answer any questions you guys might have when you're ready.
Does staff have anything else to add? Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to welcome Supervisor Simitian. Okay, so do we have any technical questions for Housing Authority? Councilmember Burt.
Yes, on the apartments, as they're proposed, what how many stories? What height are they?
Right now, it's 3 stories.
3 stories.
3 stories, 60 units.
And so I guess I'm trying to understand with going up 3 stories, when maybe we could even get that site map up. It didn't look like we have created space for recreation, and maybe there's a small playground space within the U shape there.
We're trying to create a courtyard to create some outdoor space within that courtyard we can activate. Something that if folks have known the Buena Vista for a while, they do is the posada. So one of our goals is to try to create a space where they can do that at. Our hope is perhaps the courtyard in that apartment building. And I think some of the outdoor, what we've shared is a very high level rendering of, it's a space analysis. Our intent is to be able to provide some green space on the site.
Because the rendering as of right now looked very tight, that it really doesn't have that recreational space, including a real playground and then other space that was talked about. And then the orientation of the apartment was to U-shape with kind of a solid wall facing the trailers, the mobile homes. Have you thought about reversing that orientation so it kind of is inclusive?
I think that's something we can certainly look at. Really, the site plan, I think what is more important about the site plan is the location of the apartments versus the mobile homes. I think that's the best. We've determined that's the best place to put the apartments. Now, the orientation of that building, I think, still remains to be, can still be adjusted and finalized in the coming months. And we also want to hear from the residents about, I think we're starting to hear concerns that they don't necessarily, they want to talk about the orientation of this building, and we hope to kind of engage with them on that.
And then lastly, the options you gave for folks who own their own mobile homes now were to purchase a new coach. That purchase, is that they would have to purchase it at market rate cost or?
No, so, sorry, we tried to keep the presentation as brief as possible. No, so our intent, so let me back up. The coaches all do need to be purchased at market cost because that's the cost to purchase a new coach. But what we do is we layer financing on to make that affordable to the families. So for instance, the value of the coach, we're going to buy their current coach from them. So there's appraisals to purchase that coach. The Cal Home funds I referenced, we can provide soft seconds to those homeowners. So they're actually not paying a mortgage payment. It's a soft second. And I think the terms are, as long as they're compliant with the program for 5 years, income qualify, that's actually forgiven after 5 years, right? So our goal is to actually not have a mortgage payment for households, that we find enough soft financing so that there's actually not hard debt payments. So many of the households out at Buena Vista, I think that earlier slide said 2/3 were very low income. They're not going to qualify for market rate mortgages, especially in this environment. So we're finding sources so that they're not paying a mortgage payment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lizcott-Haynes.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for the work of all who have endeavored to preserve and increase the quality of living at Buena Vista. I have the same concerns as Councilmember Burt on the new apartment building looking sort of like a behemoth oriented maybe in the wrong direction with its back to the coaches. And it would be great to see that twisted and turned a bit so that it really feels that it's a part of Buena Vista. When I walk through the park, I'm struck by the plantings, gardens, and it's a real sense of a community, of a walkable community. And we wouldn't want to add an apartment building that looks as if it came down from outer space and landed in the park. I think it's really important whenever we're constructing housing for humans, and particularly when we're constructing low-income housing, to try to ensure that it affords the possibility for the sort of continuation of community and so on, rather than sort of some governmental building. We wouldn't want that. I wonder if you've considered 3 separate buildings rather than the one. I realize 3 separate is more expensive than one. I get that. I would just be curious as to, well, what would it cost and what would it take? Because I think 3 separate pieces assembling that one might be more attractive and more in keeping with the look and feel of the park currently. The report states that ongoing compliance and property management are underway, and that, quote, residents adjust to the new management and policies of the park. As ongoing compliance and property management are underway, residents adjust to the new management and policies. It felt like a euphemism to me, and I wondered, what are we trying to say here? It feels like we're saying some things have been hard about new management or new policies, and I'd love for you to comment on that. I'm gonna say all the questions I've got, and then please feel free to answer. Relocation of homeowners and tenants as improvements are made. You said something about the Palo Alto Unified School District. I missed it. I must have been, I heard you say the tail end of it. I missed the juice of it. So I'd love to know, is it the case that every single child who currently attends Palo Alto Unified, anyone whose family lives in Buena Vista and has a future child, regardless of whether they've relocated for 12 months or 42 months, they can be in the Palo Alto Unified if that's what they want? I'd love to hear the answer to that. Love to know the market value of a standard size coach now. Just curious as to that, and who's appraising the value. You have 16 pieces of feedback from residents about what they love and issues and concerns and hopes of the future and amenities. And of those 16, I would love to know how many of those do you plan to honor? And with that, I guess my final question is, it sounds like you said the residents are in the anxiety gap right now between the information presented and the answers that they seek. And you have a lot of residents here tonight whose anxiety might be relieved a day early if you were able to provide kind of the answers to the biggest questions that residents might have on their minds right now. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I got all this right. Okay. So with design, what we showed earlier is a schematic density analysis that apart, so it looks very blockish. We plan, once residents we get through this first phase of the housing option meetings with the residents, we can start to finalize, okay, this is what the tenant profile looks like. This is how many 3 bedrooms we need to plan for, how many 1 bedrooms we want to plan for. And we can further refine that plan to create the building articulation, to create the landscape opportunities for landscaping, opportunities for, maybe there's opportunities where there's a wall facade and the kids at Buena Vista can do a mural, right? Like all of that will come. I think that it is important to us that we hear from the residents kind of first about how they want the Buena Vista to feel and look. And then there will be a larger opportunity, I think, to seek feedback from the larger community in this body. But I hear what you're saying, and we will keep that in the back of our minds as we work with the residents and our architects. In regards to the question about property management, what that simply was referring to is, the park under the previous owner, switching from a non-compliance rental situation to all of a sudden one where there's a regulatory agreement and there's leases and income certifications and housing quality inspections. That's like a full 180. So that's what we're referring to. It's really hard. I think when we saved the park, everybody was really excited, like we saved the park. But then it was like all of a sudden like, oh, now we have to do all this stuff, right? That we didn't probably envision we'd have to do, that are requirements of our financing, the financing you all gave us. And I think it's pretty burdensome to go from having, not having to disclose certain information to all of a sudden having to provide pay stubs. And, so we've tried to be very patient and with residents as we kind of work through what the new requirements are. So that's what that was kind of referring to. It's a slow process. I'm hopeful that we're slowly building trust with people, but it does take time. In regards to the Palo Alto Unified School District, we are in touch with them. We're hoping to have a in-depth meeting with them in the coming weeks to talk about what our plans are. We are really sensitive to making sure that we are not disrupting children's daily lives as much as possible. Once we work through the housing options with the families and know what people's choices are and who might want to leave the park and who wants to stay, and we can finalize our redevelopment plan, we will be allowed to figure out what our phasing and relocation is going to look like. And one of our goals through that process is to make sure we're minimizing the impacts to the families. our relocation consultant is already looking for temporary replacement housing in Palo Alto, or as close to Palo Alto as we can get. I am actively working with brokers that I know to acquire property that we could redevelop at a later date, but we could use it on an interim basis. And like, we're trying to get as creative as possible. There are instances where when we've had to relocate people temporarily, a couple miles from where they currently live in their school, we will pay, private service to get those kids to school. Like, we're not, we'll reimburse people for gas cards, right? Like, we want people to be able to get to where they need to get to with as least impact as possible and without any financial stress to them or their families. So it's something we're really sensitive to. Again, lots of questions, not really any answers yet, but we're engaging with the Palo Alto community, the school district, and sensitive to making sure those kids are impacted as least as possible. And, we have a hope that actually through this process, we'll be able to carve out some space at the park that can just be used for on-site relocation, right? Where we redevelop that first and it becomes a place where people stay and then move into their permanent units. That's something we're trying to solve for as well. The market value, are you talking about a current coach that somebody owns? You asked, or a current coach to buy, or new coach to buy?
A coach that somebody owns. You said the housing authority would be buying it back from them?
Yeah.
And I'm just curious what the...
They range. So every coach out there is very different. And some are park model RVs, some are mobile homes, some are travel trailers. So sometimes we see a value as, the range is about 5,000 on the low end, up maybe 75,000. But then they also have a leasehold interest. So they have an interest in the property they own. And then they also have a leasehold interest because they have a lease at the park. And both are appraised.
And a third-party assessor or appraiser, I mean, is determining those values?
Yes, and they'll be shared with the residents as part of their meetings with their BV advisor. And then the 16 concerns from residents you indicated from the slide, there's actually a lot. So when we do these engagement events with the residents, we end up with sticky notes that are like in the hundreds, right? We're constantly fielding questions and concerns through our normal channels. We get them passed to us from your city staff, the county supervisor's office. So there's an ongoing list of kind of concerns and questions we're trying to work through. We have a plan of trying to issue back FAQs to the residents, as well as just noting, hey, we've gotten this question and we're working on an answer. We don't have the answer today, but we want to note that we're working on it. Some things are really easy for us to respond to very quickly. Some take a little bit more time. But we remain committed. Even today, we were talking about how do we organize ourselves around, we're adding this other element where we're going to start getting feedback through the advisor meetings that they're having through the one-on-one meetings. And we need to start bringing all of this information together and getting that back out to the residents.
Thank you for your responses. I appreciate it. I will note that many residents of Palo Alto want a dog park or a dog walk, and it would be awesome to see the residents of Buena Vista get that which they seek in that regard, perhaps even sooner than the rest of Palo Alto. I don't want the rest of Palo Alto unhappy with me when I say that. My point is, societies have a tendency to deprioritize the needs of lower income communities. And it would be wonderful if there's only one place for a dog walk, I would love to see the residents of Buena Vista get it.
Yeah, it's something we've talked about, dog parks or planter beds, right? And it's something we hope to engage with them on.
Councilmember Lau, Thinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And thank you for coming and explaining this redevelopment plan. I'm also very eager to hear how the residents feel about it, and I thank so many of them for coming tonight. So I will just ask two brief questions. The first is Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes did talk about this community, and I've observed it, and it's just striking with what care so many of these lots are taken, the gardens, et cetera, there. So my question is, when you mention the options for owners, and they could purchase a new coach, they could sell their coach and rent, they could sell and leave, there's no option for maintaining the current coach. Is that because the reason that that's not an option for people who, some of these look quite beautiful?
Yeah, I tried to touch on that earlier on. The majority of the coaches out on the site have been modified, where additions and living space have been added to the original structure. And due to either that or the age of them, we can't simply pick them up and move them to a different part of the park to replace the infrastructure underneath. The park, everything at the park needs to be replaced. Everything needs to be pulled up, the gas, the sewer, the water, everything needs to be pulled out and redone. And that's difficult to do with brand new coaches on site. And a lot of these coaches are several decades old and they can't survive that kind of move.
Thank you. I recall you mentioning the difficulty with some. I didn't realize it was that pervasive, but you're telling me it's most, or if not all, that you would have this trouble with.
Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, in the timeline in your slides, you said you hope that the motel deconstruction could happen next month. And my question is, why would you want to do that before seeking or getting the approvals that come later in the timeline?
That's a great question. So the motel is actually vacant. So we had to move tenants out of the hotel about 2 years ago due to a fire. There was a fire in one of the units that created a lot of damage. And over the last year, that fire has, as a building sits, has continued to create issues on the site. And it's no longer safe. So we've moved forward with requesting a deconstruction permit. We intend to take that property down, or that building down, and put some temporary decomposed granite, some surface there. And we can use that for some outdoor amenity space until the park redevelopment starts. So the idea is it's sitting there, it's vacant, and it's now creating a safety issue. And we could do something else with that site, put some picnic benches, perhaps some raised planter beds, and use the site for the next 6 months to a year until construction starts.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Welcome to all of our neighbors. Nice to see you back here. And be patient. This looks pretty good, so we have to just work through a lot of the details. Delighted to see that we're going to get back up to 120, and we're going to get completely new utilities. It's just been a chronic problem there, particularly the gas, which has been really pretty scary. One question is, as you look at the kind of family members per unit, are you seeing, maybe you don't know this yet, but are you seeing that that's a constraint to getting new folks to come and live there, if that's a choice and you have the openings?
I'm sorry.
You mentioned the coaches were like a little bit too small to really have two bedrooms and a lot of people or something to that effect. So
Yeah, well, so it's important to know, as part of this plan, we intend to, we call it right sizing, getting folks into the unit size is more appropriate based on their family configuration.
Yeah.
And then for any unoccupied units, the balance of the units that we hope to build in excess of 75 units, we would make those family units. So a combination of 1, 2s, and 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, that did.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just concerned that it might be a constraint, that you couldn't get as many people in there as a family
No,
would
yeah, we intend to try to create units that we have occupancy standards so that the households can more comfortably fit in their unit.
Okay. And then have you considered, so it's 3 stories in the apartment building and 30 feet was in the staff report. Did you consider or want to go higher in some point where you could get in more units? Because in any building project, if you get more units, you can have more open space or parking or whatever. So no different here.
Yeah, we've gotten that question before. I think what a priority of ours was to keep the density at the level it was when we purchased the park.
Mhm.
And the first step in this redevelopment plan is to talk to the residents and receive their feedback on what they would like for the site. As you guys know, the site is zoned for, if we wanted, that's what the previous owner was going to do. You could increase the density and build a lot of housing there. It was important to us that the plan reflect what the residents, the community that they know. If they would like to see additional units at the site, I think they can let us know that. But right now it felt like the important step to take was to honor the density of the community that they know.
Okay, great. Very thorough answer. Thanks. So,
So before we take any more comments, I'm going to go to public comments
Okay.
first, so we can hear from some of the residents.
Beth.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
All right, our first speaker will be Winter Dellenbach, and she'll be speaking for a group of individuals. And she'll have, Madam Mayor, it's 10 minutes appropriate?
Yes, 10 minutes, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm delighted to be back here talking about Buena Vista. First, I just want to say I'm obviously talking for myself. I certainly am not talking for Buena Vistans. They're perfectly able to talk for themselves, but I would like to do this. Would everybody that's here from Buena Vista, would everybody just stand up for a moment so people could see how many people are here from Buena Vista, who are here from Buena Vista? Just stand up for a minute. It's so nice to have Buena Vista back in the house. Thank you. Okay. And also, I don't necessarily think that you all are going to agree with some of my comments tonight. That's fine too. I just want to say that some of my questions in part have been answered tonight. So thank you very much, Housing Authority. I'm also glad that you're in the house tonight. I do have questions. I have concerns. I look forward to hearing more from Buena Vista residents. So the first thing is returning the number of households to 120, I think is just really smart. I think it's very symmetrical. It's kind of getting back to where we once belonged, as the Beatles would say. So I approve that, but I do think that there is some pitfalls. So residents are likely going to be at some point relocated, maybe in 2 phases, maybe all at once for some undetermined period of time. I look forward to when we can hear more about relocation plans, that's for darn sure. But it's a lot of big changes because, we going to get relocated, all of our possessions, we go away, we come back. And then there's going to be at some point a new apartment building. There's going to be a bunch of new residents that we've never lived before all at once. Well, new people, that's good, but it's also a big change in a small community. So I think a lot of care and a lot of thought is going to have to go into this, and a lot of oversight along the way by you folks and us in the community. Because Buena Vista is very precious and it's a very unique place with wonderful people that live there and have persisted for a long time. And we've made promises. The county has made promises, the city has made promises, and Housing Authority has made promises, and we need to be cognizant of that. May I have the first slide, please? Oh, it's up. Okay. We talked about this just in part in a little bit vague. Flaherty did it, and thank you for that, Flaherty. So I have been obsessed with the number of people going into the size of spaces in the mobile homes. We had this in 2021, and a couple families got, I'm a person using plain language. They got jammed into 2-bedroom units that were way too small for them. It was a misery. It is a misery. It is a misery. And they will be out of, and they're going to be going into new units, I'm assuming. And I look forward to it being better. And I'm counting on you, Housing Authority, Preston, Prince, and Flaherty. I'm counting on you to, as you say, that you're not going to do that. And you're going to, it's going to be better. And I want to recognize that you guys have had a very tough road. There are real true space constraints there. There's setbacks set by the state of California at HCD that are peculiar to mobile home parks. And it hasn't been easy for you. But we can't do that again. We can't create severe overcrowding in a unit where there never happened before, and it's just a misery to live there. So I'm counting on you to provide homes for people that are very, very livable and comfortable. They don't have to be luxurious, but they have to be livable and they have to be comfortable. Let's see. So we're going to want to know what the square footage is. Round and about the 375 or less square footage of a 2-bedroom now is known as a studio around this town. And there are 5 people living in a couple of those units. I don't want to keep persevering about those. And then the apartments, thanks for some information on the apartments and that they're going to be for all ages, families of all ages. And that's wonderful, and not maybe just families, but different configurations, and that builds communities. And we're going to want to know what size those units are going to be at some point soon. And if the occupant, I'm going to assume that the occupancy standards for both the mobile homes and the apartments are going to be the same thing. Could I have the next slide, please? And we talked about this. So I have a little bit different slant on this apartment building. I'm also concerned that the apartment building turns its back, so to speak, and not its open arms on the rest of the Buena Vista community. And as it's currently oriented, the building design doesn't encourage unity and integration into the entire property and the community. It seems to form a great wall, splitting renters from homeowners like has never been before. The property is divided into 2 segments. So a couple of council members have also mentioned this. Can the apartment building be turned 180 degrees or just simply redesigned? Instead of presenting its back, can the building's open arms face toward the 2/3 of Buena Vista and all of its residents, keeping the site wholly integrated? Homeowners, renters, they're all in this together and always have been at Buena Vista. So we don't want to put up a false wall where we don't have to, and please work on that. And regarding parking, at some point really soon, we need to hear about the parking. How many parking spaces totally on the site? Oh, and really seriously, I'm about around this gin notice that's being sent out. I'm really worried about, it says, well, we aren't going to permanently displace anyone, but if you go over 12 months, relocation, it sounds to me, and I'm really willing to be completely corrected on this, it sounds like Buena Vista residents can be relocated permanently off of Buena Vista. Now, please correct me, city attorney, anyone correct me about this, but I'm worried. I don't think that a verbal reassurance or something is good enough. I worry about this section on Pacc page 92 under replacement housing costs. It worries me. And then, right, there needs to be a appraisal appeal. Appraisal amount can mean everything to a person at Buena Vista, whether it goes, so I do think they in the past, they had a different mechanism to get another appraisal, and I think that should be available now and a mechanism for that. And then next slide, please. My last slide. Green spaces is really important. Shade trees. It's a matter of health and safety, energy conservation. We need really a better idea of what's going to go there. Oftentimes in these pre-screening study sessions, there's at least a little bit of an idea about what's up with that. We saw one brief slide on that. It's critical, and you have a canopy, and I know you're aware of canopy, a foremost expert that can be a huge aid to you, and they should be engaged now. You want them on board ASAP. Their work most effectively the sooner they're brought on board for the selection of trees and appropriate trees, the right tree in the right place. Playground and adequate community room are vital. There's nowhere for the many children at Buena Vista. And here's the thing, there doesn't need to be a separate playground over at the apartments. There needs to be a playground for all of the children at Buena Vista on this property site to encourage the integration of apartment dwellers, mobile home park dwellers. They're one. We are one at Buena Vista. So it's not over here and over there. It's all together, encouraging people to commingle, to feel a sense of community, to foster that community. So with the playground, having that located more central into the site and not at one end or another end. And also a need for a community room where the whole community can gather for large resident meetings, and also for the homework club, the after-school tutorial program that Amado Padilla has run for many years. That's so vital there for quinceanera practices, for birthday parties, christening parties, all that sort of stuff. BV is going all electric. BV is going to be cutting edge. BV is going to be a leader in Palo Alto. Oh boy, that's going to happen, and that's going to make us all happy. And to heck with this gas issue that keeps popping up. I want to thank Housing Authority for moving toward these much needed approvals, improvements. You're doing good. We're going to watch you though. So to make sure there's no stumbling going on or backsliding. The Buena Vista is a community, and changes there must foster its community. It's one community. We can't diminish it. We can only improve it. That was the promise made, and now I'm relying on its residents, Housing Authority, our city and county to ensure that promise is kept. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dellenbach. Our next speaker is Shauna Siegel, and if anybody would like to make public comments, we have public speaker cards here at the front or at the back table. You just put your name on the list and I'll add you to the list. We'll be closing public speaker comments right after Ms. Siegel.
Hi, my name is Shauna Siegel. I'm a member of the Palo Alto Unified School District School Board. However, tonight I'm speaking for myself. I grew up in Barron Park, and my parents still reside in Barron Park. I care deeply about our neighbors at Buena Vista and was actively against the closure of Buena Vista. While I understand that improvements are needed and necessary, I'm speaking now to ask the Housing Authority to please do everything you can to keep these families at our schools and relocated as close to their schools as possible. 71 of the children in Buena Vista attend PAUSD schools, Barron Park, Fletcher, and Gunn. The principal of Barron Park, Judy Argumedo, does home visits to each and every family at Barron Park. Barron Park is not just a school, it's a community. We treasure these students and families, and I ask that you provide specific details of this plan as soon as possible to mitigate the impacts of this plan on our families and provide transportation to each and every student. In short, please keep our Buena Vista students and families at the forefront of your decision-making. Thank you.
I don't have them on the list. No. Our next speaker is Jennifer DiBrienza.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer DiBrienza, Board President of the Palo Alto Unified School District. Ms. Siegel said it perfectly. I was really happy to hear both the Housing Authority and our city council members refer to the students in our school district that currently reside in Buena Vista, and that they are, so far, it seems to be at the forefront. I know that there is a meeting coming up soon with the district, and data show us that when residents of a mobile home park move somewhere or are transplanted somewhere else, very often they do not return. And it sounds like you are making every effort to make sure that happens. But if students are transplanted to another town and end up going to another school, or even if they're offered to come to the school, but it's a 20-minute bus ride and it's just not realistic and whatnot, we don't want to lose these students. These are our students. They're part of our community. Many have been for a very long time, and we'd like them to stay. So please, Housing Authority, thank you for putting our students front and center and mentioning them. And thank you, City Council, for asking the questions, and please keep them at the forefront as you are making all the plans you're making and as you're approving things you're approving. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, and we'll be closing the public speaker signups.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting my notes here. First of all, I wanted to commend Ms. Flaherty for her awesome presentation as a rep for the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. We need permanent, long-term housing badly. I actually relocated my family to Palo Alto because of Buena Vista, the Buena Vista potential displacement of this mobile home park. This is way back in 2013, 2014. My kids happen to be fourth generation Palo Altans. However, because of the national outcry for what was going on with this mobile home park, I was absolutely wanting to get involved, in which I did. And I happened to then hence be one of the county commissioners that voted to buy this parcel. So one of the major reasons, of course, that I moved to Palo Alto was to get involved in this imminent closure of the Buena Vista. But I do want to highlight that Ms. Flaherty talked about the floor plans, and it's really critical that along with these floor plans that we integrate a dedicated space in each unit for families to eat and celebrate and converse and gather together for meals and traditions. This is called an eat-in dining area. The other questions I have, are there EV charging areas outside? Is there covered safe bike lockups? And is it allowable to have a small friendly pet? Also, I had a question about parcel versus park. Ms. Flaherty kept referring to this as a park. How does it transfer to a parcel or a property? The number of bedrooms versus floor plan and square feet does not equal quality of life and egress. And also the second thing that residents really highlighted was laundry on site or in units. This is critical to its tenants and cultural integration. Small children, those workers who are time is the relocation options within Palo Alto or Santa Clara County or within state or elsewhere outside of our state. The housing choice voucher, formerly Section 8, is a transferable voucher. How does this apply to a project-based voucher? Who is the architect? Can you allow me to have a little bit more time since I voted on this? Please.
I'm sorry.
No, I think
we have to keep it equal for everyone. Thank you.
That's just rude.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and council members. As Councilmember Burke pointed out, the area for play space and open space is inadequate. There's not enough of a playground and meeting area. Those should be improved. Also, there's no community facility or meeting space. One of the things that might be considered is the strip mall in front at 3990. There's several stores that have been vacant for over a year. maybe those areas could be converted to community facilities for the trailer park people. So talk to the owner of that area, that building, and see if you can get some use for the trailer park people of those vacant facilities. And one of the things you might consider for both temporary housing and even maybe permanent housing is a kind of converted shipping containers that companies like Google and Facebook are already installing in their properties. Go to those companies and other major companies in the Bay Area who are using those shipping containers converted into housing and see if they can provide some of those for the people in Buena Vista, either for temporary housing or if they're done well enough, they might be even be acceptable for permanent housing. But it's important that we provide adequate housing, adequate community facilities for that trailer park and the people who live there and future occupants. One of the things that the trailer park provides, which is important, is low-income housing and housing for a variety of people. And that's an important benefit to the community. So we should do everything we can to preserve that and to, if possible, expand it. One of the things you also might consider is there are some vacant commercial buildings along El Camino. You might be able to get some of those converted to housing and move some of the people from the trailer park into those facilities. But it's important that the people who live there be retained and their living environment enhanced. It's important that we preserve low-income housing and a variety of people, and also preserve the facilities for their children so they can continue going to the local schools and using the local parks and local playgrounds. Do everything we can to preserve Buena Vista and make it effective in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jennifer Martin. Oh, sorry, Jessica, I apologize. Jessica Martin.
Thank you, no problem. My name is, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Jessica Martin. I'm speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home. We just want to say that we support the Housing Authority and the work that they have done and the work that they'll continue to do on this project. It seems that they have been really thoughtful and deliberate in how they have planned out the redevelopment of Buena Vista. But what we care about the most is that we hear a real commitment to the residents, and we hope that throughout this process, the focus remains on them, both current residents and future residents. We feel like, it's up to all of us to make sure that we get this right, especially after all of the effort and time that it has taken to get to this point. So, let's continue to work together to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is ANA or Anna, I'm not quite sure.
Yes, hello, my name is Anna Garcia. I'm a Buena Vista resident, and I have comments and concerns. My first concern would be about if the occupancy standards will be changing, since realistically, what they have right now isn't what should be meant. You have like 4 to 5 people living in a 1-bedroom apartment, and realistically, that's not very comfortable. It's small. And like Ms. Winter said, it's not very adequate. And also my suggestion for the playground area that they have between the coaches, honestly, I would say that would be a bad idea, since children do tend to play soccer or, throw anything around or a frisbee. And I have neighbors that would probably get upset if my children would hit their coaches. So to me, that's just a bad idea that probably needs to be revisited. And I also wanted to know about the building structure a little bit more. How would it look like? One of the suggestions for me would be like the structure that's on Ramona Street, the affordable housing one. And that would be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, I'm County Supervisor Joe Simidian, a resident of Palo Alto. And it's been a long journey since our county came together in 2017 with the city of Palo Alto and the Santa Clara County Housing Authority to purchase the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. That partnership provided extraordinary and tremendously gratifying results, preventing the eviction of nearly 400 Palo Alto residents, protecting 117 units of desperately needed affordable housing, and preserving the 4.5-acre site for affordable housing for the indefinite future. Of course, since that time, the Bay Area's housing affordability crisis has only worsened, making it harder and harder for folks of modest means, the working class residents who fill the jobs that make our community run, to make their homes here. Some years ago, I described our efforts to, quote, save the Buena Vista as a test of whether or not our region remained a place of inclusivity and opportunity. Initially, at least, I think we passed that test. But if we really want to say that we passed the test, then we have to follow through on efforts to improve the park, to ensure that residents continue to have a safe and vibrant place to live within our community. For that reason, I'm pleased to see the project move into this next phase. Candidly, it's taken longer to get to this point than it should. And yet, tonight's discussion is in some respects only the beginning of the conversation. There are many details, as you have heard this evening, that will need to be refined over the coming months in close partnership with the residents and other stakeholders, focusing on several core priorities: revitalizing the park's infrastructure and amenities, preserving ownership opportunities and the character of the park, ensuring that all current residents have a place in the new development if they want it, and creating new additional units, Councilmember Lowing, new additional units so Palo Alto can provide an affordable place to live for even more of our neighbors. Done right, the Housing Authority's plan for redevelopment could actually increase the number of affordable housing units, upgrade the living environment for all who call Buena Vista home, and preserve the sense of community that is unique to the Buena Vista, which is to say, it's important to get this right. There's more work to be done, and I look forward to hearing more from the community and the council, as we have tonight, especially from the current residents, as they make this project something our city and our region can be proud of. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you so much for the time.
And our final speaker is Jessica Guzman.
So I just had a couple of things that I wanted to remind. I'm just thinking more about me as a young student in Palo Alto. Realistically, I cannot afford a apartment by myself. That's just not going to happen, and we all know it. And I'm also a little concerned about how much new we're talking about, because I, as a 21-year-old student, it's hard to think about, inviting all these new people in when we're forgetting about the people that are growing up there. And realistically, I think most of them are probably going to go to community college just for the pure factor that we're going to have to invest in our own schooling, like I am myself. So I want the housing to think about that all these kids are going to grow up. These kids are going to end up going to the schools here. But what happens after? What happens when my mom has always told me that I can come back home, but that home might not be suitable for me to live for months and months if, you know, the size is too small, or the fact of the matter, if there's too many people already living there. So just keep in mind that these kids are going to grow up and some of them have to stay home longer than necessary. And it's just the reality. And the reality is I see myself living with my mother for at least the next 2 to 3 years minimum. And there is no other way for me. And I go to school and I work. Sorry, this has been a long, long road. So being in this community means the world to me, but it's just really hard as a young adult, especially with how scary it is, because I was trying so hard to be independent. I just could not. And I'm really hoping for a better future for my siblings and every other child that goes through that, and maybe working on programs of how to help these young kids navigate the adult world, because it's just a lot. Even just learning from my mother and being with her, she taught me about insurance, rent, how to pay bills and all that. And it's a lot. It's very hard when looking at my mother and my grandmother, trying to transition and get your kid in that path. So just maybe finding a way to think about, and I know there's a couple other kids here that are my age and we're still living with our parents. So just think about like maybe having a transition where we can separate from our household, have an easier time to have that single apartment before we go off into the world to adjust, because it's just going to be a hard adjustment just to be like, oh, you're an adult, go off into the world. I just want you guys to think about that.
Thank you. We'll come back to council now. Vice Mayor Stone.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I want to thank the Housing Authority, Supervisor Simidian, all of our partners for really glad though to see the progress that we're making. A lot of this seems like really wonderful improvements that should just be able to benefit all of the BV residents, make it just a happier, healthier place to live, where much of this looks so very good. I think it is important to acknowledge the real stress and anxiety that many of our BV neighbors are going to experience, such as Jessica Guzman. And I really appreciate you sharing that story. You're not alone in that feeling that you're going to be living with your mom for the next several years as a young adult. There's no shame. I lived with my mom in Palo Alto till I was 27 years old, and it's hard to get by here. And I think we all hear that stress that you're going through and feel the anxiety that all of you are going to experience over the next several years. And I really empathize with you. You're going to be forced to move out of your homes. You're going to have to make large purchasing decisions. For a lot of the students, many of your kids that I taught while I taught at Gunn High School, who walking distance to school, are going to have to move maybe quite some distance. And I appreciate the efforts that the Housing Authority is going to make to offer busing or gas rebates, but we all know that you can't replace the convenience and the importance of being able to just walk to school and walk home with your friends. And that disruption in community is something that none of us here can replace. And so I just want to say that, me personally, I think this community, and of course I can't speak for my colleagues up here, but I'm sure we all feel the same way, that the city is going to do all that we can to be able to make this transition as easy as possible. But I just wanted to acknowledge that anxiety that you're all going to feel. And Jessica, I thought your bravery for speaking tonight was really moving, and I really appreciate that. A few other, I appreciate my colleagues asking a lot of questions that answered some questions for me. So I understand that current residents will have the opportunity to be able to purchase new mobile homes or apartments. And I think Ms. Ward, this question will be for you. So you mentioned that they'll have an opportunity to be able to see the mobile homes, maybe, or the apartments or the design. Is that more through a virtual tour, or is that going to be an actual physical tour that they'll have the opportunity to do?
That's a great question. So we plan on, for apartments, taking any interested household to different apartment communities to see them. We're hoping to show an example of something the Housing Authority currently owns, so they can just see something that we currently own, as well as other affordable housing communities closer to Buena Vista. And they can see the community space, they can see the courtyards, and they can see how things are kind of designed and how the look and feel is. For the coaches, what we plan to do is bring a spec coach on site. So similar to like when you go to a planned development community and they have a spec house you can walk through, we want to do the same at the park. It will have to be a smaller coach because there's not a lot of space at the park currently. So it will probably be a 1-bedroom. But we plan on including in that spec coach samples of like, you know, if they want to choose a different paint color or kitchen countertop, or there's options in some of these coaches to do like washer and dryer hookups, or you can have a closet, right? So they can see some of the choices they'll be able to make in choosing their home. Now, for families that are in a 2 or a 3-bedroom coach that are too big to bring on site currently, we would need to go off-site. We would need to go to the manufacturer to show them those units. We'll try to have site plans or floor plans in the spec coach they can look at, but nothing really replaces seeing it for yourself. So we'd like to organize a bus tour to take people up there to go look at it.
Where is that located?
Most manufacturers aren't close in the Bay Area. They're usually in the Valley. They're in like, where's Sacramento? Sacramento. Yeah, we've gone out there to look at them ourselves.
I'm wondering if there's an opportunity maybe with the county on county land to be able to place a temporary one at a parking lot or somewhere. I mean, that just seems so onerous too.
It is. Well, we have to buy it. So we're actually buying the spec coach to bring it on site. They won't just like let you borrow one, which is why we have one and we're bringing it on site. But we get your point. You know, maybe there's somebody who's bought one more close to home that we can take folks to see if they haven't moved into it yet. We know it's quite a journey.
Yeah. Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then one more, since I've got you up here, you said the current residents will have the options of having, when they're selling their coach, the authority, it will be appraised. If a resident objects to the appraisal, is there an opportunity to be able to, is there an appeals process to that?
Yeah, there'll be an appeals process. They'll also have an opportunity if they want to do we'll share the appraisal with them. And they'll have an opportunity to see it. They have an opportunity to get their own appraisal if they like, and then of course appeal it.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. And I think that's my last question for you. Appreciate it, Ms. Ward. I share Councilmember Burt and a couple of others and some speakers who discuss the concern of the apartment building design, kind of creating a barrier between the apartment and the mobile homes is not a very seamless or open design for the community, and one that would be a very different design than the current community as it is right now. I think we want to do our best to be able to build kind of open and welcoming communities. But kind of looking at if we were to just flip it 180, I'm concerned about another problem given the design of where the parking lot is located. I don't think we'd want to have a parking lot then in between the apartment building and the mobile homes. So just being cognizant of that design piece, and still agree this big wall of apartment is not great. But if we were to go in that direction, maybe maybe several different design elements I mean, not us. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the people who really should be making these decisions are the residents. We're not the ones living there. So that when you're having that conversation with the community, to be able to have that and making clear, okay, well, if we change this design, here's the consequence, a parking lot right in the middle, which I think might sound worse. So just wanted to kind of keep that perspective there. And I did have one community member mentioned that, just a concern about the GIN, the possibility of permanent displacement from from Buena Vista. What's the likelihood of that happening? Sorry to get you up one more time.
Can you repeat the question?
There's the concern over the GIN permanently
Yeah,
displacing.
so I know these GINs are very scary sounding. So because we are a public agency using public funds, and those actions will displace residents for a temporary amount of time, we are obligated to let people know what their rights are. At this point, we do not intend to relocate anybody off-site for more than 12 months. In fact, we want to try to minimize that as much as possible. But we need to let folks know that if for some reason they were displaced more than 12 months, we have triggered permanent relocation. That does not mean though, like in the case of Buena Vista, and again, this is not our intent and we plan to avoid this at all costs. But if we were to, let's say there was no scenario and there was 2 households that had to be moved offsite for 13 months, I'm making that up. That's not a real thing right now. We would not say you're permanently relocated and you can't come back. We would say, now we've triggered permanent relocation because unfortunately we can't have you back for 13 months. And here's what that costs. We will pay now a permanent relocation fee. Do you want, so you have a right to that, or, you also can come back to the park. We're not saying, you have to take it and leave if we were to run into that scenario. But again, like I mentioned, we have no intent of having families offsite for more than 12 months. And we hope to kind of work with the residents through this process so that we can finalize that redevelopment plan and make sure we're not checking that box. But it's important to us that we notice people of their rights.
Great, thank you. And yes, I mean, it goes without saying, however, the faster that we can of moving families, prioritize current students to be able to keep them as close to their schools as possible would be great. So thank you for answering my questions. Thanks for all the work that you're doing. Thanks for the residents for coming out here. Sorry we went long tonight. That happens often. But thank you for your patience, everybody.
Ms. Ward, if I could take the opportunity to ask you a question or two also. So most of the questions that I had on my list have been asked already, so I appreciate my colleagues for asking them. But I also wanted to ask, you spoke about when you came to the slide that there are 2 types of household, owner household and renter household. You mentioned that there are compliances that the residents will have to follow in order to qualify. Did I understand that correctly?
Compliances.
So there's owner households, they purchase a new coach in mobile home, in the mobile home park, become a renter in the apartments, and then sell their coach and request voluntary relocation assistance. Was there some kind of compliance that they have to follow?
I don't remember mentioning that. If anybody who lives in the park, though, there is just basic compliance requirements because of the nature of the funding sources we use. So everybody at the park must be on a lease. Everybody at the park must comply with income certifications. Not to say that they couldn't be there if they're over income. We just have to certify it and then file it with the county assessor. And then housing quality inspections, which are a requirement of our federal funds. So those compliance requirements are at the site now, and they'll remain at the site after we purchase.
And I guess in the 5 years, then that's pretty clear to the residents?
Yeah, it's been hard. I think, I mentioned earlier about the shift in property management. I think we are in a good place with the residents as far as some of these things are concerned. I think there's still some more education that needs to happen around why these things are needed and helping residents understand the importance of them and getting everything kind of in the, properly accounted for. But yes, that's something that's kind of ongoing the last 5 years.
Thank you. And you spoke about the occupancy. What are your occupancy limits then?
So I think Ms. Dellenbach, pulled up her slide. So it's important to note, those aren't occupancy standards that are specific to Buena Vista. Those are the occupancy standards the Housing Authority uses throughout its voucher program, which is approximately 17,000 households, and our own portfolio, which is about 3,000 units. Right now at the park, there are, some residents spoke to it. When we apply our occupancy standards, that makes the units feel a little bit more crowded than what's desired. What we think is likely to happen as we engage with the residents, that's why it's really important that they meet with our BV advisor, that we think that there will be some attrition at the park, right? There will be some people who choose to leave. And if there are folks that do choose to leave, that will free up some space in the park for us to revisit those occupancy standard requirements and see if we can apply a lesser standard to make units bigger. Right now, though, we are constrained with the available size of the park and the household sizes of each of these households. We can't keep everybody's home ownership in place and provide the modest apartment building without maximizing kind of our occupancy standards right now. The hope is that people, make their selections and site frees up. We can make some adjustments and make units larger. But right now, we don't want to make a decision for homeowners and remove their homeownership status or permanently dislocate everybody. We want people to have a choice. And that's the first priority. I think as we go through this process and residents make their decisions, and there could potentially be more space at the park, we can revisit some of those occupancy standards and see if we can give people more space.
Okay, because I'm kind of also listening to the young lady who spoke, there will be necessary for them to perhaps continue living there even after they finish high school. So hopefully, the space is a little bit more for them as they grow older. They don't share bedrooms and so forth. But another question is, for people to qualify, is there a preference for Palo Alto?
That's a great question. We would probably need to do some research. I know that some of our funding sources historically have not allowed a local preference. I don't know if we triggered that yet here. So I will look into that and let you know if we can do something like that. I'm not sure yet.
Thank you. And, Ms. Garcia, who spoke about occupancy and then of course the playground. Hopefully some of these open space is more inviting for both the apartments as well as people who are living in their own homes in the coaches. This way there's integration and they don't feel like they're in different parts of another building and so forth. And of course, noise is always a factor, right, in all the closer living conditions. So, and children are going to be children. So I hope that you take that into consideration as well. Let me see. What are the square footage of the studios, the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom coaches? And also of the apartment, if you have that.
Currently there's a wide variety of square footage sizes. And let me grab if you just give me 1 second, I'll grab my notes. So we have square footages planned right now for the apartments. These are minimums. So the hope is that once we redefine, the resident choices and start programming the apartments, these square footages will likely adjust slightly upwards. But right now we're at 450 square feet for a 1-bedroom, 700 square feet for a 2, 900 square feet for a 3-bedroom, and 1,100 square feet for a 4. It's important to note that the Housing Authority, when we're developing our affordable housing stock, this is the base where we start. And then we start programming the building. These are the minimums, and there's usually like adjustments made as kind of the plan shakes out. So those are the assumptions for the apartments. The mobile homes are based on the sizes of the average park model RVs and mobile homes that were used in the housing replacement program. Again, these are the minimums, and we think these will adjust too as residents shake out. A 1-bedroom is 400 square feet. The 2-bedroom, and this is the issue that Ms. Dellenbach and the residents have alluded to, which is this small 2-bedroom. What happens is in the mobile home coach world, when you go from a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom, you have 2 options. You either stay in a park model RV or you graduate to a larger mobile home. The problem we've had with graduating to a larger 2-bedroom mobile home is there's not enough space at the park to do that for every 2-bedroom household without displacing another household. So that's why there are a handful of residents in the first housing replacement program that are in those smaller 2-bedroom units. That's what Ms. Dellenbach was referring to and some of the residents have referred to. It's that issue where we have 4 and 5 person, 2-bedroom households in a 400 square foot coach. And then a 3-bedroom would be approximately 1,000 square feet, and so would a 4. So the redevelopment plan we show that has approximately 60 homeowners, staying homeowners, does not solve that 2-bedroom issue. They are still small 2 bedrooms. But as I mentioned, the hope is that families start to engage with their BV advisors and let us know what their choices are. We believe that there will be people who choose to leave the park, and the first priority will be to right-size those 2-bedroom units. But right now, there's not enough space at the park to give everybody larger 2-bedroom units without knowing what people's decisions are. And of course, if they want to sell their coach and move into the apartment, they would be guaranteed that larger 2-bedroom square footage unit.
I might have missed, what is the square footage for the 2?
That's the same, it's the same footprint as that 1 bedroom, it's
Oh, I
400.
see.
Yeah, that's what yeah, it's very small.
I see. Yeah, it is small. Then also with regards to parking, have you developed that yet?
Yeah, do you know what the parking is right now? Is it 2 per unit? We don't know, yeah. So I should say, and the residents could probably say this better than I can, there's not enough parking on the site currently. I believe our plan has 2 parking spaces per household, but parking is, as any development project, it really drives a lot of things. So part of when they meet with their advisor is to understand how many cars they have. I think the question will be how much space do we want to commit to parking or not? It's a problem, quite frankly, a big discussion point everywhere we develop. And the hope is to not take away things like open space for parking, but we will work to finalize that plan.
Okay, so there will be communication between you and the residents about parking and letting them know. Last question. Trees. So obviously we want to make sure that, they have the canopy and it is a nice green area with shading and so forth. So I'm hoping that within the park where there is existing trees, that they will be preserved. And also, as Ms. Dallenbach said, to start the communication and planning with canopy so that you can have, so that it's not so bare and without too much shade over there.
Yeah, there are a variety of trees out the site currently. There are a small number, I think it's 2, that are actually, we're working with the city of Palo Alto to get a tree removal permit on, because they are not, they're ill and they're not anticipated to survive. So with the exception of those 2, we hope to preserve the rest of the trees at the park, and then we will work on a landscaping plan. So, what we've shared are high-level concepts and massing studies, but there will be landscaping that is designed and shared with the residents and the city. We know Palo Alto cares about its trees quite a bit, so it's something we're sensitive to and aware of. Yeah.
Yeah, and we want trees for the residents.
Yeah, it helps keep things nice and cool.
And nice landscaping. So thank you so much. And I'm really glad that you also acknowledged that it's going to be a difficult transition. And obviously, I know that the children, when they're close by to where they live, then they will have chances to play with other friends who are living here. So I think that it's important to keep the kids, especially who goes to school here, as close as possible, rather than having to travel too far. So thank you again. Last thing, I keep on thinking of the property manager. Is he staying on site? Is he or she living on site, or is there hours?
There is on-site, there is an on-site rep from the property management company who lives there, but it's not the same as a property manager. Property managers actually rarely live at the property they manage. There's typically a maintenance person who lives on site. But
So
no.
you have a maintenance person that is on site?
Yes.
And then the John Stewart person comes at office
They're both
hours?
John Stewart.
They're
Yes.
both John Stewart?
Yeah, and then yes, Anton, our property manager, is there during the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you, and please stay at the mic. So is the reconstruction of both the apartments and the new units, the new mobile home units, is that intended to be all in one phase or staged?
It'll have to be staged, yeah.
Okay, so then
Or our intent right now is that it's staged.
And so if the apartments are built first, does that provide the temporary location for most of the folks who would be temporarily displaced in the mobile homes?
It could, but what we think that it has, so everything, there's no absolutes, there's trade-offs. And when we looked at that, it has the unintended consequence of taking a really long time to deliver the new units for the balance of the park. It actually delayed, like if we create the apartment building and move people into that, we're delaying the eventual occupants from living in that apartment building permanently, and we're delaying the homeowners moving back into their coaches.
So I get that trade-off. Is
Yeah.
that something that you will be asking the
is the residents meeting with their advisors and indicating what option they're leaning towards. That will help us develop redevelopment scenarios that we can phase and then talk to the residents about.
Okay, so if their preference was to, we have this, especially with
It's a good point. Yeah, stay on
Yeah.
site,
Yeah.
but wait longer versus move off site and
Right.
potentially have to deal with
Got
all
it.
that. No, it's a great question.
Okay, and then the current number of occupied units is how many again?
75.
And so that's when you were talking about the prospect of being able to have a lower occupancy density per bedroom. You said, well, some may not choose to re-up, and that would free up space to be able to do that. And that sounds like that means that you would have fewer people per unit if that occurred.
In the mobile home portion of the park, yeah.
Right. But already right now, you only have 75 units out of 120 that you're going to go back, or your plan is to go back up to. This goes to so I don't quite understand why it would need to have even fewer folks who would re-up to
Yeah.
be able to allow for that.
So essentially what would happen to solve the 2-bedroom or the occupancy issue is that homeowners would need to decide that they were either going to leave the park or become apartments, become renters, freeing up more space in the mobile home only portion of the park that we could make. Maybe it goes from 60 units now down to 40, and that solves the 2-bedroom issue, and we get people right-sized into coaches that are more comfortable. We would be looking to to make up that density in the apartment building. Right, so that the apartment building right now would be 60 units. It could potentially jump to 80. What that looks like, right, would need to be designed and talked through with the residents and the city.
Okay, so that goes to a difficult trade-off issue. We have the concern about how dense of occupancy we would have per bedroom. And then we have this other issue about common space of playground, open space, other common spaces. And it seems that at a certain point in time, we have to recognize that there's a potential trade-off. If instead of going back up to 120 families that are there versus 75 today, if hypothetically we went to 110, that could free up the space for all this common space. Now that's 10 fewer families, but this is this trade-off on what do we really balance between quality of life for the current residents and, for that matter, 35 new families versus 45 new families. So how locked in are we on the 120 versus, say, 110 hypothetically?
So the 120 is a housing authority goal because we were at 117 when we bought the park. The regulatory agreement between the city, the county, and the housing authority requires a minimum of 100.
Okay.
So there's your wiggle room.
So that's the wiggle room. All right. And then I just wanted to mention, as you were talking about kind of the electrification and space constraints in these very small units still, I want to make sure you're aware that even in washer dryers, there are electric heat pump washer dryer combos. Are you aware of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they're more efficient on water use, more efficient on energy use, less space. Costs a little bit more, but They're really good. Lastly, as we talk about parking, a way that we contend with this issue throughout the community is looking at TDM programs. And we have in Palo Alto a Transportation Management Association for downtown. And one of the primary successes of that has been to provide transit passes for low-income workers. And it doesn't mean everybody's going to want to use that, but it often means that instead of 2 cars in a family, it might be 1. Or some families may say, I don't need a car. And there is a new state program that subsidize electric bikes for low-income folks. So are you looking at those kinds of programs?
Yeah, and those aren't specific to Buena Vista. This is actually what we do throughout our portfolio. So we, where properties can afford it, provide transit passes. That is done more and more regularly now. We intend to do that at Buena Vista. There's also not great bike parking right now at Buena Vista, right? Sometimes you just need to build it and they will come. And we do build bike parking, especially at our family developments, and they just get packed with all these kid bikes. We intend to do that as well.
Great.
We also look at, we build now, mechanical parking systems at places, right? It's something we're all
Great.
looking
Okay.
at, yes.
And then lastly, can you give us some sense of the cost? You talked about some folks are going to have a lease plus rent, right? And others are going to be the lease plus their payment on their unit, even though you had those programs that you mentioned that mitigate that. What kind of dollars are we talking about for a family compared to what they've been paying?
On the, so for their rent. When you say
Well, the lease and rent combo.
Sorry, well, it will be, so for people who live in the mobile home park, it will be space rent. And for folks that live in the apartment building, it will be apartment rent. It's going to be a rent. Nobody's paying on a lease. And it really depends on the household. So there will be an adjustment to the affordable rent that's defined in the regulatory agreement. And it varies across the board. There's some folks that will not see a rent increase. There are folks that will see a rent decrease, and there are families that will see a rent increase. And it really is very
Based on their income level.
based on their income.
So lowest income people you expect would not have an increase, or possibly very low income people a decrease. Moderate income people might see some increase, but still significant subsidy.
Yeah, and it's considered affordable by the regulatory agreement, right?
Right.
We used affordable housing funds to purchase the park, so it meets kind of standard affordability requirements for covenants like this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lizette Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have 3 more things. Thank you so much for your presentation tonight and for everybody's participation in this important community conversation. I want to be sure you're aware that we are piloting, I think it's a pilot, a new shuttle here in Palo Alto, and there is a fare for low-income and elderly people of $1 per trip. Do I have that right, colleagues, staff? So I'd love for you to be sure you're aware of that, make residents of Buena Vista aware of that. This is an attempt to provide green public transportation at a relatively affordable cost, point to point, instead of fixed routes. So that's exciting and something we want to be sure Buena Vista residents know about. Number 2, your metrics clearly count on the assumption that some current Buena Vista residents are going to want to leave the park. You have said that a number of times, that you sort of assume that some will want to.
The base plan we showed tonight does not show anybody leaving.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it assumes everybody stays at the park. Sorry if that's unclear. The point I was trying to make is that if people, we can't fix the 2-bedroom, like this occupancy
So
issue.
in order to
until
fix,
people-
that's
Yes.
what I meant. In order to fix the 2-bedroom
Everybody has a
problem,
home.
right? Everyone has a
Yes.
home, but in order to right size.
To make
as
it
you
the
put
home they want.
Right,
Yes.
to right size it, so you don't have too many people in too small set of square footage. You're sort of counting on some people might leave. If they do, that'll make that metric.
Or opt to become a renter because they get paid out on their, yeah.
So obviously increasing height, increasing density in other places could help with that in the apartment. Here's another option. Some communities are looking at kind of a co-living situation for people who opt into such a thing, shared cooking, shared eating, shared laundry, shared living room and private bedrooms. There are a number of architects who work on that. So you might be curious about whether anyone in Buena Vista would be excited about that option if it If some people were, it might be a wonderful way to switch up the square footage and get everybody the kind of bedrooms they're looking for with some shared facilities around cooking and dining. The final thing I want to say is I have been impressed, Ms. Ward, with the robustness I would suggest that when you come back with the next update, that you bring along to the podium somebody from Buena Vista who is partnering so closely with the Housing Authority that we can have confidence that the Buena Vista residents' points of view are reflected in the presentation. Right now, we have a lot of people in the audience. We have a lot of folks in the audience tonight who have a heartfelt connection to the community, to its past, to its present, and its future. And up here on the dais, far removed in some ways, we want to be really sure that what we're hearing and what we're deciding upon is in fact what the residents of the community ultimately we're trying to serve and support, feel strongest about and feel best about. So if you could do that next time, that would be amazing. I think it would give us an increased sense of confidence.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you everyone for coming out. I know it's going to be late, and thank you for your work on this. I know it's not easy. So I think some of the questions and comments that I was going to make have been made. So I'll just say the ones that I kind of agree with. I think, yeah, the apartment's kind of facing, or the back of it's kind of facing, so I think we talked about that already. So I think it should be more integrated in. You know, one thing I was thinking about when I was looking at the layout is it would be nice to actually have more open space, more yard for everyone. And so I do wonder if it's necessary to actually have all these separate little units, or can we do more like duplexes or fourplexes or townhouses to give people more space? Because right now we lose a lot of space by having all these individual buildings. And, you know, theoretically people could have big yards, or there could be more open space of both. So I think there'd be more value if we change the layout from what it is right now. I was just also, I was wondering if someone could talk a little bit about the, you know, the kind of income levels that are required to be in these areas. And also you mentioned that I guess mobile home area is going to be more ownership. And so how does that work? If someone makes more money, do they have to sell it and move out? And how does that work? So I don't know if someone here could talk about that.
Yeah, so the regulatory agreement on this property, and it's very similar to regulatory agreements throughout our portfolio, requires that everybody on site be 80% AMI and below. Now, if somebody, an owner or a renter, makes more than that, that doesn't mean that they need to leave. What happens is their rent adjusts accordingly typically. And then and the reason why their rent adjusts is we receive a tax subsidy or a tax break, right? Because it's affordable housing. So what happens is every year we have to, with the county, send in the rent roll with people's incomes. That's why the income certifications are so important. And then we get to take advantage of that tax break essentially. So what happens is they back out, the county will back out the number of households who are over income, and we get assessed on that amount. But we don't require folks to leave.
Okay. Yeah, I personally, I think ownership's better because, you know, what I'm hoping is that this is kind of a stepping stone for people where they can, you know, go on to bigger and better things. And I think, you know, there's a desperate need for affordable housing. And so making these units available for other people who need it so that the next family can be helped, I think is important. So I like the idea of rentals because of that, because it allows more circulation and more of the benefit to be had by more people. Want to ask, I guess, staff here, two questions. One is, how much is there any cost that we have to pay as a city for this? And if so, how much?
Back in 2017, we did pay a cost to bail it out, but
Yeah, but is there anything else that we have to
we're
do?
not right now.
Okay, good. Okay. And then in terms of what is our purview over this project? So right now we're just doing a study session. We're just kind of spitballing things. But what in the end, you know, is this going to have to be like some sort of entitlement process? What's the?
Well, we are party to the in partnership with the county over how the housing authority is progressing. But then we wear another hat when it comes to entitlements and the planning process and ensuring that building specifications are met. So they would be going through that
Okay.
typical process.
So it's not like the county project near California Avenue, which is like totally outside our process, right?
Correct. There are some really small details. Someone from utilities could speak to this a little more specifically, but there's some really small things, like there's certain things about mobile home parks that are the purview of the state regulatory body over our, I mean, it's insider baseball, but if you're interested in that, we could follow up with more information.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, like for the teacher housing project, that's more of a, we could just give our opinion, but we really have no purview over it. This one, it sounds like we have a lot more. Okay. Well, I mean, so for me, I would like to see definitely more open space, BBRs for people. And I think you could accomplish that by just kind of having more shared walls. I think that's probably an easy way to make that happen, or maybe even shared parking facilities. It's probably more efficient. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more lights, and I just want to thank the Housing Authority, Buena Vista residents, Palo Altans, and Supervisor Smith for being here tonight. Also staff for all your work on this. Obviously, I think everybody heard how important the residents are here, and that we want to make sure that the transition from for the redevelopment is going to be easier. But at the same time, I think that, something new will come out of it. But we will want to make sure that I had asked previously if we could be included in some of your community meetings. So I'd really appreciate if we would be advised of the dates that when you're meeting with the Buena Vista residents. So thank you again for everybody being here tonight. We're going to go into our next item, which is public comments. So we're going to go into public comments on items not on the agenda. Okay, I think if you could take that outside, that would be great. Thank you. I know we're very excited about this.
Local Mayor, we just have one request to speak from Aaron James.
Good evening. It was a very exciting day for me. I drove up to the state capitol with my good friend, President of the NAACP, Reverend Jethro Moore, and my very good friend, Sergeant Sean Allen from the Sheriff's Department, to support Corey Jackson's bill from the 60th Assembly bill, district, I should say, and co-sponsored by Ash Kalara from the 27th Assembly District, also a former colleague of mine in the Public Defender's Office. A bill, guess what, for Black History Month, introduced today to ban weaponized police canines biting human beings. We would keep canines. We would keep canines for rescue operations and for drug sniffing operations, but no longer, if this bill passed, would we be biting human beings with canines. Cory Booker, I should say, excuse me, Corey Jackson, a brilliant man, Dr. Corey Jackson, I should say, African-American, LGBT, just elected to the 60th Assembly District. I will send you a copy of some of his comments at the press conference today. We were able to stand with placards behind Corey Jackson. I apologize, I'm a little tired from the long drive and the heat out there in front of the Capitol, but I haven't been out to the Capitol probably since we were protesting the three strikes law. I'll send it to you. To suffice it to say, he traced the brutal use of canines from slavery to the current times through the Black Lives Matter protests and to the everyday attacks by police canines across this country. So personally, what an extraordinary day. Do I think it'll pass the first time? I don't know. I do know that when Secretary of State Shirley Weber was in the State Assembly, we were to pass a reparations commission, 2/3 of both houses. So I'm excited by the proposition. Do I expect that there'll be extraordinary and strong and reactionary pushback from law enforcement? Of course I do. But I'm optimistic. I'll pass the information on to all of you. I hope you'll read it. And again, what an extraordinary day for somebody to raise that issue in such a compelling manner as Dr. Corey Jackson did. There were members of the ACLU that spoke, the NAACP that spoke. Really, extraordinary day there in front of the state capitol. So good fortune to you all for the rest of the evening.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 7-minute break. So 52. 3. And we're going to go to our next item, which is city manager comments.
I thought you were going to skip me there for a second. Okay, yep, happy to proceed. Council members, I appreciate the time. City clerk, if I could ask for your assistance to get a few slides up. While we're making that transition, I just wanted to note for general awareness that Assistant City Manager Nose and I participated in the Cal Cities City Management Conference in Carlsbad late last week. So appreciate the time to reconnect with colleagues. We discussed a number of issues, and I suppose the bottom line message is that any issues we are addressing here locally are shared and being wrestled with across the state, whether it be addressing polarization that exists throughout communities and maintaining the sustainability of local government professionalism through that, as well as issues around communication and engagement of our communities. Ethics, always an important topic, certainly among city managers. We maintain a code of ethics, and these conferences are good opportunities to remind ourselves of the importance and primacy of maintaining that code of ethics through the work we do. Then finally, really resilience for our entire workforce, in particular, recognizing ongoing burnout and issues that everyone throughout the communities are experiencing. But in order to maintain and continue the work of the people, that it's important that we take time to focus on strategies that can be used to maintain and sustain the next generations as they will hopefully succeed us. Let's go on to our slides. Okay, and speaking of issues of stress, want to just provide an update and acknowledgement of continuing issues and concerns raised by community members, as well as clearly our own staff discussions of the high gas utility bills. While we hope and believe that we are over the hump in terms of those high bills, that nonetheless these are areas and topic of continuing community conversation. Would note for those on our Medium platform last week that identified a number of frequently asked questions and followed up on a few areas. Let me see how this lines up here. I think not surprisingly, as the City Council started your meeting early today, that we had a little compressed time frame to put the city manager's comments together today. So key bottom line here is that we are referring anyone who feels that there are issues with their bills to our utilities customer service line here shown at 650-329-2161. Our staff can and certainly happy to walk through any issues with the bills to explain what the figures are shown, as well as appropriate to do any follow-up investigation on anything that just doesn't look right or logical in terms of usage. In particular, again, we are hearing about the gas usage this past month. Let's see, there are a number of questions that are addressed here, such as whether the general fund is receiving a windfall from the high costs, as well as, let's see, noting specifically here some follow-up items I mentioned at during our last item, that in March, the City Council's Finance Committee will have a opportunity to discuss both the actually relating to the general fund transfer topic, as well as the hydroelectric surcharge. Let's see. Again, I think that we've got a bit of a garbled message here, so let me just leave it at that and let's move on to the next slide. Okay, in terms of upcoming community engagement opportunities, we've got a workshop coming up related to University Avenue Streetscape Project. Again, it was referenced under the City Council priorities objectives. And this is on Wednesday, March 1st, across the street at the downtown library, beginning at 6 p.m. This will be a workshop style, similar to what was done on California Avenue, to give community members the opportunity to share their thoughts on what's needed and priorities for University Avenue. And a key phase in a multi-step process of looking at design options and recognizing the participation of businesses along University Avenue. Next slide, please. Then a little further out, actually, no, wonder what happened here. That's right. We have a couple of upcoming dates for training. One is on February 18th, this coming Saturday, for block preparedness coordinators, all under the umbrella of emergency preparedness training. Recognizing the storms over the holidays certainly reminded us of the importance of disaster training of all forms and important all year round. And so in addition to the block preparedness coordinator training coming up this Saturday, there is the community emergency response team training occurring in the month of March. So anyone who's interested in getting more involved in this area is invited to take a look at our homepage under the news listings on the city's homepage, cityofpaloalto.org, as well as going directly to the cityofpaloalto.org/be prepared. Information from our Office of Emergency Services. Next slide, please. Okay, then lest I forget that tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Hopefully everyone recalls that as you see fit. And I do want to note that our staff put together an article here on ways to love our community. And, you know, I'll be the first one to say, like to focus on hard news and updates and managers' comments, but also recognizing our interest and priority for community wellness and taking time to care for each other throughout the year, but in particular using the ideas for folks to share affection and caring across our community. One of which, if you look at the article that's shown here again, a number of suggestions, not specifically listed here, is including our positions available for summer camp staffing. And so anyone who, these tend to be young people, but not certainly restricted there, who are interested. And as mentioned, having been at our city managers conference this week, it was remarkable. I would say a sizable proportion of people in the room, when asked how they started their career in local government, started as a recreation leader. And so a great opportunity, not to wish that on anyone, that you go from a rec leader to a city manager. That's not your plan, but nonetheless, an example of how important these recreation leaders can be in perhaps igniting a spark of interest in community service. So again, that's listed on this article, as well as we have, as the council may have noticed, in our Uplift Local newsletter on a weekly basis, we're now including openings at the city. And I think we're going to do a particular feature on that in the next issue. Next slide, please. Then just looking forward, understanding that we may have to do some juggling based on the agenda discussed tonight. We've got in noticing that next week there will not be a city council meeting recognizing President's Day holiday. The next meeting of the council will be on the 27th, and we have scheduled a discussion of e-bikes, and that is an item that was deferred or is coming back on your action agenda after being pulled from consent, as well as we've got two other items here: the city council committee work plans, continue continuation of a prior discussion as well as next steps on the Parklet program. Then looking a little further out, as was noted earlier, a study session that kicks off the Palo Alto Airport master planning effort, and an item following up on Supreme Court decision on firearms in sensitive places, and a number of other items in the upcoming weeks. And so we'll take another look at the upcoming agendas, recognizing a couple of items here tonight, one being the pulling of the fleet purchase, and another as it relates to the next steps on your priority objectives. And then one item not listed here, but as a part of the follow-on discussion, I'm sure we'll have further discussion of the ad hoc committees and committees of the council. Did want to note for public awareness that among the ad hoc committees that have been working over the last many months, the housing element and Sobrato ad hoc committees, I believe, have reached the conclusion of their work. And so we will be wrapping up those ad hoc committees, and that may provide some capacity for more ad hoc committees as you discuss next step on your priorities. And that concludes my report. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And on to our action item. First one is AA2, which was deferred from February 6th. It's to review and accept the fiscal year 2023 to 2032 long-range financial forecast and fiscal year 2023 budget development guidelines.
Yep, and just to confirm, I mentioned earlier in the evening that staff will just do one presentation for both AA2 and item number 8, and then turn it back to you, Mayor and Council, for your discussion.
Okay, and I think item 8, just to let the public know, is to discuss the fiscal year 2023 mid-year budget review. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Paul Harper with the Office of Management. Both the 2024 through 2023 long-range financial forecast and the 2023 mid-year budget review, as previously discussed. These reports are separate items and discuss different fiscal years, but they are connected through the recommendations and fiscal policies in each report that impact the current fiscal year.
Could you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Sure. And planning for the upcoming budget process. Is that better? Okay. So first, on this slide, we're going to compare the annual surplus and gap or revenues.
I'm
versus-
sorry, you're still not, the mic still isn't catching your voice. There you go.
Sorry, haven't been in council for a while, so let me start over. So on this slide, we're going to compare the annual surplus and gap or revenues versus expenses in the general fund between the long-range financial forecast and the mid-year report, and the status of the budget stabilization reserve or BSR through fiscal year 2023. This top line of this slide shows the one-time surplus or gap in each fiscal year based on the revised long-range financial forecast base case. The second line shows similar information, but includes FY 2023 mid-year recommendation actions. As an example, in FY 2024, the gap of $500,000 in the revised long-range financial forecast became a gap of $3.3 million in the same fiscal year, assuming the actions recommended in the mid-year report. In addition to the mid-year actions, the second line also includes estimated Measure K or business tax revenue, which was presented as an alternative scenario as part of the LRFF when it was first released to the Finance Committee. A few items that are not included in the mid-year line, but should be kept in mind for the 2024 budget process are items commonly referred to as known unknown items. These programs or projects need resources in the future, but the scope and timing has not been determined to a level to include funding in the forecast. A more detailed list of these items can be found on packet pages 450 through 456. In addition, any service augmentations that departments bring forward as part of the FY 2024 budget process are also not included in these numbers, as well as any programs or projects that need additional funding through a budget amendment in fiscal year 2023. The current status of the BSR is shown in the table in the middle of the slide and shows that approval of the mid-year items will approve the use of 21.7 million in total in fiscal year 2023 to maintain a balanced budget, but the BSR will still be above the 18.5% council target level. We will look at the BSR in FY 2023 a little bit more in depth on the next slide. One thing to mention on this slide is the $14 million uncertainty reserve recommended as part of mid-year. Use of this reserve is not included in the table at the top of the slide, but it could be used to cover gaps in 2024 and 2025. The table on this slide shows the status of the BSR in fiscal year 2023, assuming the recommendations in the mid-year report are approved. This table starts with the audited fiscal year 2022 ending fund balance, or BSR, of $72.8 million. The next line shows the use of $9.1 million in surplus funding from the 2022 balance, which was approved as part of the council approval of the fiscal year 2023 budget. The next line down shows council approved budget amendments in fiscal year 2023 for downtown streets teams and reappropriations. The middle line or subtotal is the BSR as of prior to mid-year actions is about 63.5 million. The items recommended mid-year will be discussed more in detail later in the presentation, but the impact to the BSR is a combination of savings from reserves and programs, plus increased major tax revenue, offset by appropriation for funding for an uncertainty reserve, allocation of excess 2022 BSR per council policy for the pension trust fund and the capital improvement infrastructure reserve, and funding for technical adjustments and service reinvestments. With all of these recommendations, the BSR will be at about 51.8 million, which is about 6.2 million above the 18.5% BSR target of 45.6 million. At this time, staff is attempting to balance economic risks with maintaining service needs, and there are risks and benefits associated with the LRFF and the mid-year. On the risk side, as mentioned previously, the $14 million uncertainty reserve is recommended at a level to cover gaps through fiscal year being approved will also need to be renegotiated in fiscal year 2025 and may increase the city's expenses above what is currently projected in the long-range financial forecast. The current assumption is 2% annual increases for labor costs after the contracts expire. Also, if the economy does not move if the economy does move more towards a recession rather than the current stagnant state assumed in the long-range financial forecast, revenues could flatten or decrease in the near future. On the benefits side of the current planning, revenues have been estimated in a measured way in order to ensure that the city is not overly extending itself by relying on increased revenues to fund expenses. Revenue from Measure K is only an estimate at this point, and it could come in higher than what is programmed to reduce the annual gaps starting in fiscal year 2025. And the city has reserves that could help limit the impact of the gaps on a one-time basis, including retiree benefit trusts. Lastly, the $14 million uncertainty reserve will cover the estimated gaps for the next couple of years. Summarizing the long-range financial forecast, there are several takeaways to keep in mind when planning for the fiscal year 2024 budget process. Recovery from the pandemic is continuing, but signs of a recession or slower economic growth are present. The passage of Measure L allows for the 2023 reinvestments to continue ongoing as opposed to the 2-year timeframe in the adopted budget. With continued financial discipline, new Measure K funding and one-time surplus funding will help support the city's financial stability moving forward. Staff continues to balance economic risks with maintaining stability and service needs, as well as investing in priority areas identified by council. I'm now going to turn it over to Jesse to talk about more details of the mid-year recommendations and the next steps in the budget process.
Thank you, Paul, and good evening. Is volume okay? Okay, great. I'm Jesse. Closer? How about now? Great. I'm Jessie Deschamps, also with the Office of Management and Budget. In the next few slides, we'll highlight mid-year recommendations for service reinvestments and technical adjustments. All right, so first with community services, this report adds a division manager of parks, open space, and golf. This position will oversee large projects such as the Family Wellness Center, skate park, and Baylands, as well as urgent and unplanned projects. Also included is funding for a JMZ organizational study and several other funding needs, such as weekend trash pickup at parks, employee compensation during pool closure, overnight warming shelter, additional ceramic classes to meet demand, and a community grant to teachers. In the library department, this report includes a staffing reorganization that was based on an organizational assessment. This reclassifies a number of full and part-time staff, resulting in a net addition of 2.73 FTE. The new service model is expected to provide additional programming and services while maintaining current operating hours. Lastly, additional funding is allocated to increase library collections. Okay, in public safety, this report adds funding for a firefighter academy and equipment for up to 16 new hires. These costs are partially offset by vacancy savings in the department. In the police department, a court liaison officer is added in the records division. This position will coordinate court cases, support proceedings, and ensure quality control for required reporting. Okay. Adjustments in planning and transportation realign staffing with higher level job duties and responsibilities and create additional capacity for a high number of projects in progress and in the pipeline. In the Office of Transportation, this includes the reclassification of a manager. In the Planning and Development Services Department, this adds 2 senior planners to the Long Range Planning Division. This also reclassifies an administrative associate 2 to a 3 and adds funding to add a senior level classification for building inspection and plan review positions. In internal services and strategic support, funding is allocated to the Attorney's Office for outside counsel for Roth Building rehabilitation and in the Clerk's Office for staff training. In the Information Technology Department, a senior technologist is added for citywide project management and cybersecurity initiatives. So overall, technical adjustments result in a net cost of 10.6 million. This reflects an additional 6 million for major tax revenues that are expected to exceed budget levels. This also adds 8.6 million to consolidate reserves and program savings. This includes several reserves that have unspent funds remaining and programs that are now complete. Also included is an expense of 2.2 million for operating adjustments. This includes several technical adjustments, such as realigning revenue estimates based on activity levels and funding for unanticipated needs, such as flood response. Included is also an allocation of 9 million for City Council approved actions. Overall, the City Council approved to allocate 14 million in excess BSR in fiscal year 22. This includes 5 million to the pension trust, 4 million to the capital improvement fund, and 5 million to establish an uncertainty reserve. Lastly, the 5 million uncertainty reserve is included in the last line of this table and includes further recommendation to increase the level of funding from 5 million to 14 million to offset losses in fiscal year 24 and 25. Next steps in the budget process are outlined here. Following the long range and mid-year discussion this evening, staff will begin to develop and produce the fiscal year 24 proposed budgets. In March and April, utilities will return to the Finance Committee and UAC to review financial plans and rate recommendations. In late April, May, staff will release the proposed budgets, followed by a series of meetings with the Finance Committee throughout May to review the documents. In June, staff will return to the City Council with the third quarter financial report and final review and adoption of the fiscal year 24 budgets. So recommended actions included for council this evening are outlined separately for the individual reports. For the long-range financial forecast, which was item 882, the action is to accept the long-range financial forecast and budget development guidelines. For mid-year, item 8, it's to approve amendments in the budget and table of work, which is consistent with actions outlined in the report and the attachments. And that ends our staff presentation.
Thank you. Let's go to public comments.
Madam Mayor, there does not appear to be any request to speak.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? Has there been any changes in the long-range financial forecast since our finance committee meeting? Or is it similar? It's the same?
I'm going to try, Kylie Nazay, Administrative Services. I will try and answer that in the simplest way possible, which is staff did update it for the labor contracts that were approved subsequent to December. And that revised long range is the first line on the first slide. Acknowledging you would hear both long-range financial forecast and the mid-year at the same time. So knowing that long-range was a point in time, obviously prior to mid-year, we tried to both give you the most current long-range as well as a restated one based on the second item you'll hear tonight.
Yes, Council Member Lowing.
I had a couple formatting questions as well. So we were told at about 2 this afternoon that we weren't supposed to look at the current document in the packet, right? And reference back to the last packet. But that was too late. I already studied that. And I don't remember the detail in the former packet that was in the latter packet today, which you summarized here, but it laid out each of the FTEs and so on. So what packet are we supposed to be following along with tonight would be my first question.
So this is in relation to the long-range financial forecast memo. The mid-year memo was not changed this afternoon. The long-range financial forecast, we found out that there was an interim report that somehow got loaded in there. It was missing some of the items like the utility rates and I can't remember what the other things were, but essentially the new packet should be loaded into the system now.
Okay, and then my second question was, last week, it was noted that the Finance Committee had approved all this unanimously. And so my question is, did the Finance Committee also approve the numbers that we're looking at tonight unanimously?
We haven't reviewed the revisions.
The finance, so the long range revisions that include for the labor updates, the finance committee did not review. However, those are all council approved adjustments. So in theory, it's the same forecast, just updated for the most current council decisions at play.
Okay, because it was noted last week that normally it would go on a consent calendar since council had approved it, but you chose not to, which I understand.
And is it also correct that we had 2 alternative scenarios at Finance Committee and we now have 3?
No, at Finance Committee, there were 3 alternative scenarios that were provided.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess there were 3 scenarios provided in full, I should say. So could you clarify that question for me, Councilmember Burt? Do you just mean alternatives to the base or do you mean scenarios altogether?
The base plus 2 others.
Correct.
So based on what you said, I have a follow-on question. When you said that these are council approved options, do you mean, for example, the FTEs were already council approved?
Well, this might be the problem with hearing these two on the same night. So the council approved action for the revised long-range financial forecast, the first line on your slide, includes council approved contracts, labor contracts, thank you, with our bargaining groups. So council recently approved the SEIU, IAFF, and the like contracts. So that revised forecast updates for all of those labor contracts. The second line, the bold line, mid-year, is a modeling of what the forecast would look like if the council approved item 8 tonight in full as it's currently proposed. So the second line, the mid-year
Could you
forecast.
clarify what slide you're looking at? So we got this late too.
It's slide 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. This one. Whoops. All right. So let's go from the top on this slide. So long range, net one-time surplus gap. What that is the long range financial forecast. So that assumes the service levels that council has approved through a month ago. You haven't made major service level changes over the last month, so not a problem. So that number reflects, if we were to take all of the council approved actions, our current revenue forecasts based on trends with the data that we have thus far, that's what that line looks like. So no new services, no service reductions, annualizing, right? Things like Measure L that have been approved, and we had one-time services to be made ongoing with the adoption of Measure L by the voters. That's your kind of baseline. Here's where we are today. The second line reflects what is before you as item 8 tonight. So before you in item 8 is your 6-month mid-year update. It provides a reflection of those revenue estimates that are in that gray line above, right? So we know more information 6 months into the year, updated revenue estimates. It has recommended investments in the mid-year document. So the new FTEs that Jesse just went through, the court liaison reporter, the planning positions, all of those are what's in item 8 tonight for mid-year. So those are all 6-month additions that will add to your services as well as your costs, should the council choose to approve those actions this evening. So top line again is where you're at prior to any action you take tonight. If you did nothing, if we just continued on as if nothing has changed. Your second line is trying to identify or show you what happens if you approve item 8. Approve, I'm sorry.
Could you just the first line relates to what?
Sure. And to round this out, the question on Finance Committee and what they unanimously approved. The first line reflects what Finance Committee unanimously approved, with the one exception of those labor contracts. We've updated what the Finance Committee approved to include those labor contracts, which is a common thing we would do between committee and full council to the extent that variable changed.
And since I'm trying to get clarity, I'll keep the mic for one more question. So the 3.3 negative, it looks like to me, in 24 is with those added, and are the new taxes in there or not yet?
Item 3.0, so in 2024. Mhm. That has Measure L in it, for sure.
And it also, it doesn't, it includes Measure K, but Measure K doesn't really come into
It hasn't
account.
kicked in yet. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have a bunch of questions, however you want to go, but just structurally, thank you.
Councilmember Liscott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Staff, I don't think I've met you and I don't remember your last name. I'm sorry, Jesse. Oh, you're Jesse Deschamps and
Paul Harper.
Paul Harper. Sorry, I even confused the two of you. I apologize. I'm new. Mr. Harper, you referenced unknown knowns, I believe, on page 460 something. I'm flipping through my packet looking for those because it sounds fascinating. I don't recall having read that. So I'm just wondering if you could give us a little bit more direction as to which packet on page 460?
Do you know where it is? So I'm looking at the packet online and it looks like the numbers in the packet page kind of skip at one point.
So is this for the February 13th packet?
Yes, this is for the February 13th packet. This is
Okay.
for the long range financial forecast memo. I show that it starts on PDF page 347, which is packet page 434.
Okay. Does anybody have the printed packet and can tell me where that is? My February 13th packet only goes up to 269. That goes to 400 pages? Oh, oh, I see, right here. Okay. 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 So item AA2 goes to 4.
I might suggest for the report on this item, it is page 12. And I think we all share the frustration. We have multiple page numbers, but Councilmember Lithcott-Ames, is that helpful? It's a page that has a heading in the middle, assumptions not included in forecast. Well, my version has this one all by itself because it's AA2 and this separate.
What's the date on the front? You haven't?
Okay.
Copy. Okay, so if it's, again, for item AA2, mine actually says packet page 359 of 393.
Jumping all over.
Oh, geez, yeah, okay. It also says page 16, the center of the bottom, even though the right on the bottom says page 12. So, again, I think we're all sharing. Yeah, why don't you show the page? Can we share screen so everyone can see what it should look like? Yep, that's it.
Okay. Can you just scroll down a little bit? It's that assumptions not included in forecast section. And so this goes through, like I said, these known unknowns or assumptions not included are typically projects that we're aware of. We know that they're going to need some funding at some point. They just haven't been scoped out or the timeline hasn't been adopted yet. And so we don't want to put funding in that we don't want to lock it up for things that we aren't clear about. So the first two on this page are Project Home Key and the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. Both of those, we have actually put some money towards those, but we know that they will probably need more money going forward. And so what's listed in here is the $7 million for Project Home Key, which we allocated $1 million for 7 years, starting in the 2023 budget process. And then the SCAP, we've started to add some funding for positions, but we know that there's going to need a lot more work in that area as well.
I'm sorry, I'm
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. Does the assumption that the TOT tax won't reach pre-pandemic levels until fiscal year 2026, assume that people will begin traveling for work at the same rates that they were doing pre-pandemic? Or is it based on like other intangibles, like tourists traveling more frequently and Stanford University, like other things?
Sure. So from a TOT perspective, staff, to I think your point, doesn't quite know what the future will hold. So it does have a measured growth in it. However, that growth is reflective of the recovery that we've been seeing, as well as what the average room rate is and occupancy rate is at present. So acknowledging we know what the room rate and occupancy level do we have. Now, will the makeup of TOT change from what we knew pre-pandemic? Probably, but we don't have that data yet, and so we're just monitoring it closely. The most recent data we have specifically on usage is back from the comp plan, which did have a significant portion coming from business business travel, not leisure travel, but we'll monitor I guess I should say the economy or the impacts of that as we know more.
And are there, I mean, I know we're a bit unique in I guess the way in which people use hotels in Palo Alto, but I'm sure we're not that unique in the region for having more occupancy during the weekdays rather than weekends. So we've been able to see other cities similar to Palo Alto and we kind of track what's happening there.
So we don't have necessarily the detail on the drivers of the travel and other agencies, as well as we don't have the detail by hotel, since we do keep that confidential to the businesses. What we do know is the number of rooms that the city has. We've actually increased our capacity during the pandemic. So we've factored things like that into play. So if you actually look at when we're reaching pre-pandemic levels, it's an amalgamation of both the economic growth, so not both, but of many variables, economic growth, general trends in travel, but also we have more capacity now. And so that's another play in terms of how much we can generate in that tax revenue category.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then the staff report mentions that there's ongoing funding of essential services that are going to be consistent with our city's stated intention with our business tax, or that's all assumed within the long range forecast. And I'm wondering if moving forward, staff can, I guess, find a way to kind of call out that funding in some way in order to be able to kind of hold the city accountable to the promises that council made and the city kind of promoted, as far as these are the areas in the business tax that we're going to use that funding for, to just show it as a line item. I think it'd be more beneficial for not only us, but the public as well.
Agreed. So just one clarification, the long range only has Measure L in it. It doesn't have Measure K in it. Measure L being the utility natural gas transfer, and that revenue stream we left in the long range forecast because on the expense side, we left all the services that were restored as a result of that. So we kept that in balance. Now, to your point on Measure K has a reporting requirement within it that we will, once we start receiving those receipts, and I think once we get clear direction from council on the use of those funds moving forward, we will be making sure that we have clear reporting. That's part of our measure.
Yeah, and thank you, because you brought me into my next question, and apologies if I missed this somewhere. Why didn't we include within the long-term forecast
Measure K?
Yeah.
Sure. So two reasons. One, we did include it as an alternative scenario just to kind of show what it looks like. The second reason is the difference between Measure L and Measure K was Measure K was intended for new investments. And without council direction on what those new investments were, we didn't want to present the forecast in an imbalanced way. Meaning we didn't want to show the revenues coming in, but then none of the expenses that council would be allocating for those three specific purposes that they had pledged to use it for. So in the absence of that, we wanted to make sure that we weren't misappropriating, frankly, the revenue source in a way that wasn't in alignment with what the council's resolution of intention identified.
That's helpful. And thank you for correcting me on that. It's not in the base case, but one of the scenarios. But there isn't a scenario that you presented that shows Measure K with a with a maybe prolonged or worsened recession, correct? I'm wondering if that's coming.
We didn't model a recession in Measure K only because what we do have as a model for Measure K is based on CoStar data, frankly.
Okay.
So since we haven't implemented it, it is still a big unknown as to what the actual receipts will be. And we won't know that for at least 12 months from now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember.
Madam Mayor, now that I've gotten my arms around the known unknowns, there's one that I think has occurred to me that I'm not sure is embedded in here, and forgive me if I'm missing it. We are planning on continuing to prod our community toward reducing the use of natural gas, and people are proposing that we sunset it at some point. And it seems to me that this long-range forecast that takes us to 2033 should probably be anticipating the cost of the elimination of natural gas, the various costs associated with that. For example, I know someone's got a business project underway and they're building a new thing and it has to be entirely electric, but the transformer doesn't support their project and they're being told they have to pay for the changes to upgrade the grid. And we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that. And presumably at some point, residents are going to be at our door with sticks and fire and whatnot, saying, how dare you pass all of this on to us? So I'm wondering what kind of known unknowns or unknown unknowns there are associated with this hoped for transition and furtherance of our SCAP goals.
Sure, I would just note that see our earlier discussion among priorities, that one of the priorities for the year under the sustainability and climate action is for resources to plan for that gas transition. I think as you point out, there are multiple costs as well as potential shifts in costs between the gas utility and the electric utility. So as such, it's recognized as a to-do, but not something that we have figures on at this point.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, so I have three kind of major questions, just staying at big picture first. One is, why are you actually doing this now as opposed to waiting until when you have the real data in, which I think according to the packet was the end of March? It doesn't seem like there's any urgency to do it now as opposed to wait 2 months when you have, I think you said that the year end will be finalized at the end of March and you didn't anticipate a whole lot of change. That's kind of the summary of what you put in the packet.
Sure.
FY20, yeah, we're mid-year through 23, basically. Right. So you said your December numbers will be finalized at the end of March. It's old package paid 163.
So that, what you're talking about is the mid-year.
Yeah.
And the mid-year report that is based on Q2 of this fiscal year. And so the final Q2 numbers will be, like you noted in the report notes, in March. But what we're talking about right now is actually long range. Item AA2.
Okay, I thought we were also talking about the additional expenses going forward.
Madam Mayor, are we doing both AA2 and 8 at the same time, or just for clarity for the council?
Yeah, sure. We can discuss everything together.
Okay. So then the importance of AA1, or sorry, shoot, AA2 is that actually is the starting point for staff's planning for the annual budget process. So the importance of that happening now, and actually now is even a little bit late for our normal planning, is that we need that direction so that we can do all the work that's necessary to put out a proposed budget by the end of April, beginning of May.
Yeah, but it's like a double shotgun, right? That's your kickoff for the budget process, but it's also potentially the kickoff for what can we afford in the next 6 months.
Correct. So that's typically heard in December, and then council would hear it in January. And so it's that document, the long range, is an important one to happen in that time frame so that staff budget proposals from departments are due in January, frankly, mid-January. So as soon as council provides the direction on how to begin balancing, or what assumptions to start balancing the next fiscal year's budget on, is when staff takes that and starts planning for the proposed, which takes a few months to put together, to be honest. Now, mid-year, why would we not wait for mid-year? For us to do mid-year, it's almost like a mini budget process. So to try and do a mid-year process at the same time as doing next year's budget, it's the same people. So it's really difficult for us to manage both processes simultaneously in the month of March. The other reason is the data doesn't change significantly between now and March. We're typically doing accounting adjustments, transfers, true ups, and the like between now and then. And those are usually administrative transactions that wouldn't impact council's policymaking decisions. And so we are using projections, forecasts, and trends in order to develop this mid-year budget based on, actuals through whatever our most recent are. And in order to also make it useful for departments, if you can think about it, there are contracts for funding in here. There's new FTEs. The longer we wait to approve it, the fewer months the department has time to do something between the approval and the end of the fiscal year. So those are 3 reasons that we try and do it earlier.
So what's your estimate of what the probability plus or minus that things will change over the next 6 weeks to get to the end of March? Is it like a 5% change or a 1% change or?
Well, things will definitely change between now and March.
Absolutely. One way or the other.
In terms of a material change that would impact the council's policy decisions for the end of this fiscal year. Right. So for this fiscal year, right, for mid-year's FY 2023's budget, I would say not large. Likely any change between now and March is something that we as staff would want to plan as part of FY 2024 budget and the prospective look of things.
Okay. Another point, 163, and then when you talk about budget guidelines, you talk about one-time funding for one-time situations, but FTEs aren't one time. Once they're on, and you got 8 people coming on. So we're not just committing to a couple months or the rest of the year. We're committing to those. And if we're going to go through the detail, there are a number of them I actually like. So I'm not saying I'm necessarily opposed to that. I'm just saying, let's be realistic about what we're doing here. We're adding to the fixed costs. So, and then I was going to ask, but I think I already got that answer, which is that Finance Committee did not see this list of added expenses yet. And do we want that to happen? I'm looking at the chair to kind of review these expenses and say, do we need these FTEs? Do we need $30,000 in the library? Those types of things.
Yeah, I had actually asked whether the Finance Committee could meet before this meeting to be able to look at the mid-year budget amendments, and staff believed it was best to come directly to the council. Last year, I was not on Finance Committee, just, so that's where we stand.
Okay. All right, so if we want to go into specific questions about or analyses about any of the ads, we can go there, but I'll just stop for now and let somebody else chat.
Do you want to just do it?
I can, but if somebody has some higher level comments.
All right, Councilmember Burt.
Okay, so we had so many different versions of these things that it is a little hard to follow. When we have, can I see on the staff presentation tonight, slide 10. And when we look at that, we have the 2 lower items before we get the sum. 9 million in city council approved actions, which were 5 million more toward the budget, the pension trust, and 4 million more toward the capital improvement fund. And then 14 million into a new and so is it correct then that we basically we have a projected surplus of a little 1.3 million before making those adjustments? Are those both from out of that, they contribute to that projected deficit for 2023 by those amounts? I mean, we're calling these deficits, and they are on paper, but we had call it a $1.3 million surplus, and we said, okay, but we're going to set aside, make investments in the pension trust and adding dollars, 5 million more in the pension trust, beyond our normal payment to it, right? We have a specified amount. And another 4 million in the capital improvement fund beyond what we had previously budgeted to go into that, correct?
Correct. Councilmember, I'm not sure I understand the 1.3 million you're quoting.
Well, we've got 21.7 deficit. If you add 9 million and 14 million, this new budget uncertainty reserve of 14 million, can we get that slide 10? 14 million that we've put into a new reserve and 9 million more that we invested on a discretionary basis, good, important investments. So the last line is the sum. So the previous two lines above that.
So
that's 23 million. And if the difference between 21.7 million deficit and that 23 million is 1.3 million, is that correct?
Where's the deficit?
The math is correct, yes. I guess what I will say is I think it's easier to look at slide number 3 because that walks us from where we were in 2022 to where we are now in 2023.
Slide number which?
3.
3.
And so what this is showing is where our BSR was as of the end of 2022. So that's a 72 million. That if you compare it to the council target of 45.6, that's your surplus funding for the year. As part of the adopted budget, the council approved use of $9.1 million of that. And then you spent about 300,000 on other items. So you get to the 63.5 million. The items in mid-year are a combination of appropriating expense funding as well as increasing revenue and then recognizing some savings from reserves that were set aside.
Yeah, but so we've got changes to revenue, changes to expenses, and then we've got a big discretionary decisions, which are, they are, again, there are $9 million I'll just say $5 million additional dollars to the pension trust, $4 million additional dollars into the capital. Those weren't in the previous budget. These were discretionary decisions we made with essentially surplus funds. And then 14 million into a new budget uncertainty reserve to stabilize the outgoing years. Those are different from revenue changes and expense changes. Those are really what we did with a surplus. That's what I'm trying to get out on the table.
Correct. And I guess I would say 5 million of that uncertainty reserve was also part of the surplus that the council approved when reviewing previous.
I'm sorry, 5 million
of the uncertainty reserve. So 5 million of the 14 was part of the surplus that council approved to allocate when looking at the long-range financial forecast and the quarter 1 report previously.
Got it. So that was previously budgeted, but it's still basically from a surplus.
Yes.
Okay. And then let's see. Jumping around here, sorry. On the forecasts, I want to go back to this question of why we would not be forecasting the Measure K revenue. I heard that it's because we hadn't made determinations on how those funds would be utilized, but we did as a council. We made clear commitments to the voters on how we would do that. And it was going to be 1/3 toward transportation, principally local share grade separations, 1/3 toward increasing our affordable housing funding, and 1/3 toward being able to maintain the restoration of public safety staffing that we didn't project we would have the funding for going forward based on projections at the time, if not for Measure K. In my mind, that should be in the budget. And at first, it's revenue that should be in the budget. And second, we've made commitments. We could still, in theory, change those, although over my dead body. But I don't get why they wouldn't be in the budget forecast. And I also don't get why we'd have an alternative that would have a recession adjustment, but not that if we add in the Measure K dollars. We don't have an alternative with that.
So the two scenarios that you just identified, the Measure K alternative scenario and the economic, well, I guess we don't have an economic scenario, it's a policy call. That's why we provided it as an alternative, is acknowledging that some council members perhaps would like to see it in and others may not. And so
did any council member say they didn't want a budget Measure K once it was passed?
So remember, when this was originally created, Measure K hadn't passed. That's why staff did it as an
That's
alternative
right.
scenario.
I understand why it wasn't there then, but we're in February now.
Well,
and it long ago passed.
Sure. And so that's why in January, we left that alternative scenario there. And we only updated for the updated labor contracts. We
Yeah.
didn't redo the staff report for tonight.
Okay.
We did it in January.
Well, I'll just say that I think what we ought to be looking at in long-range financial forecasts is the Measure K with the uses of those funds that were committed by the council. And whatever we now think is a prudent adjustment for a recession, which is looking more hopeful that we're not going to have a significant recession, if a true one at all. Certainly a softening in the economy overall, but it's looking more hopeful. Nobody has a crystal ball on that. And that's what I would want to see in the budget forecast, something that is our most realistic projection. So I have real difficulty kind of adopting one of these three different scenarios when I don't agree with any of them.
So the council could choose to provide staff the direction to move forward with the base case, but adjusted for the alternative that modeled Measure K in it. That's a well within reason, motion and action.
What about the recession?
You can also provide that direction.
Okay, so we just weren't presented. None of the three scenarios are what I would consider to be realistic. We have Measure K. We have the economy is going to do. We don't know exactly. Those are the things that should be our long-range financial forecast as of this meeting, but they aren't what's before us. So that's what I'm going to support. And I think there was you were explaining some on the hotel tax, the TOT. I think it'd be, and I agree fully that, we have the average daily room rate and the occupancy, and we're seeing a rebound. And in fact, what do we have on projected TOT for this year compared to our, let's see, compared to our previous peak. We have two different TOTs, the infrastructure one and the general one, but can you share with me what we are projecting versus our pre-pandemic total for TOT?
We're pulling that data.
So many different things. So it was. Yeah, but it doesn't go back to that 20, yeah. Oh, while we're digging that up, I did want to just respond in part to my colleague's question about electrification costs. And I think it's important for us to know that for the most part, that will be through utility fund and not general fund dollars. And, but it's a major transformation nevertheless. So do we still looking for that?
Are you asking about the general fund revenue forecast for the TOT?
Well, it's, yeah, I'm asking, we have under like this graph, we have two different TOTs.
Well,
And it's so.
I see table 3
in,
and I can't reference which report it is.
Yeah, I'm
But
jumping
it's
around here.
general
Let's see.
purpose. It says adopted for 2023, adopted. Okay.
Sure.
So
Go ahead. I think Paul has the number for you.
Councilmember, sorry, I'm not sure what packet page it's on, but there's a chart that shows the total TOT, and it looks like the total revenue will exceed the previous peak by 2025 based on our current forecast projections.
No, but so our peak was 2019, right?
Correct.
And that was how much in the two TOTs combined?
25.6 million.
Okay. And for FY23?
Our budget was 18.2 million.
And is that our projected?
No. Do you know how much we increased it as part of mid-year? It's part of the $6 million major tax increase. We're just trying to figure out which.
And I'll tell you where I'm heading on this. In the economic development report that we had to postpone tonight, I thought that they said that they are now projecting our TOT this year to equal our previous peak.
The $6 million adjustment.
Can't hear you very well.
The $6 million adjustment to major tax revenues included in the report includes 4 million for TOT.
So what does that end up with as a number?
22.2.
Pardon me?
22.2.
22.2. Okay. And am I correct that the economic forecasters in tonight's report said that we would this year equal our previous high?
I'd have to go back and look.
Okay. So I thought I saw that. If that's the case, then we need to reconcile those things. And then in document transfer tax, where are we year to date and projection?
Council member, my name is Taran Narayan. I'm the manager of Treasury Debt and Investment. To date, we have received 2.6 million, and that's the receipt as of the middle of January. So a little bit beyond these reports. And our projection.
Thanks, Darren.
Yeah.
And what was the budget, Taryn?
Well, the projection itself for 2023 on the documentary, hold on one second, is around 6.4 million. Last year, 2022 was the peak at almost 12 million, but we're not expecting, we're expecting about half of that roughly.
Okay, and maybe we're going to average that out. When I look at the average over like a 5-year period, it's higher than our projections going forward. And that's one of the questions I have. Oh, and it's just shown to me that my reference on the TOT projections are on staff report page 36, packet page 313. This is the presentation by the consultants. It says at the top, barring recession, full recovery by 2023. Palo Alto's lodging industry is recovering, blah, blah, blah. And over on the right is a table of rooms sold, occupancy, ADR, et cetera. And that's what gave me the indication that they are projecting us hitting our prior level, which certainly is not based upon our getting the same occupancy or average daily rate as we had before. It's really based upon a lot more rooms. And then lastly, I'll just say on the projections long-term for sales tax. First, I keep seeing a reference to pre-pandemic high, which was 2019, but that year is anomalous. It jumped over $5 million from any previous year. So, you know, over 15% jump. And have we figured out whether that was business to business anomaly? Because standard retail doesn't suddenly jump up like that, but we get greater fluctuation in the B2B tax, some big change. Not returning in sales tax revenue to pre-pandemic levels until several years out. But outside of that, that outlier year, we do. And we actually are above all the other years, at or above all the other years already. However, I would also say that that's not because we're selling more goods. It's because of inflation. And we need to just recognize that. And that should be out there as well. So I'm just trying to get accurate cards on the table so that then we can make good decisions.
Let me comment on that.
Sure.
Sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting you. So going back to the TOT, it's possible that the forecast that you are referring to could be achieved. We were a little bit conservative for the remainder of the year. We have data on the TOT as of November. So basically, we still are waiting for about 7 months of data. We are in a transition period in terms of seeing what economic impact might be due to the, at a minimum, the economy is expected to slow down. So we were conservative in forecasting the remainder of the 7 month. So I currently have about 23 million or so. As Paul said, in the budget, we have about 22 million. So it's possible we could get up to 25 million. Yeah. Theoretically, if the economy doesn't slow down as much as we are anticipating, we're a little conservative on that particular side because there's, as we all know, there's a lot of unknown what will happen in the next 6 months. In terms of the sales tax, you're right. It was elevated. I would have to take a look at, I think there was some timing issues related to that. So 2018 was like 31.1 million. So we could use that as a base. So if we use that as a base, obviously we have recovered if we use 2018 as the base versus the 2019, which is unusual, and it is up about 4 million. So you're correct on that.
Good. And I'll just say further on the TOT, there are a whole bunch of variables. We actually this last year have seen an increase, significant increase in extended stay that did not accrue to our TOT revenue, because once the extended stay, and this is was because of remote work kind of training and that pattern, we don't capture TOT from that, not only that additional amount of time, but retroactively on the first 30 days, because it's no longer a short stay that is subject to hotel tax. And this is something that I think we really need to look at. I was told that by one of our hoteliers that in other hotels in their chain, the cities have made adjustments to that definition, but I don't know if it's allowed under California law, but it is something that is going to influence us. And maybe it comes back the other way. If people come back to work more and have less remote work, we might see a slight decline in that extended stay. Who knows? But these are things that are going on that are really affecting our bottom line, a lot of moving parts. And I just wanted to get us as conscious as we could of these things. It doesn't give us precision on where we go from there.
And just to add one comment to something Mrs. Nose said is comparing TOT to pre-pandemic and now is a little bit apples to orange, because we've added 300 rooms due to the 2 Marriott hotels. So the number of rooms is substantially higher than it used to be in the pre-pandemic. So in a way that is helping us recover a little faster. And we would have been a little bit below if the Marriotts hadn't opened.
Yeah, and in addition to those, we've got the Prado that was closed reopening, the Cardinal, and the former president, now graduate. So 3 one's a net addition. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to ask the mayor, I just want to check. So I thought we have 5 minutes to speak each, but I think the last speaker just went 25 minutes. So what's the process here? Can you explain?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to time, but he had a questioning going on. So if you want to take a little bit more time, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
But
it.
I'm just trying to get through this
Okay, no, I understand.
agenda item.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand, because it's 10 o'clock now, and I didn't know we were all going unlimited, or if we all limited to 5 minutes or not. Okay, so I think one of the things we asked for staff was to have the vacancies over time. Do we have that chart somewhere?
Not tonight, no.
Not tonight. Okay. Do you guys know when you'll have it?
Just to be clear, I don't believe we had that as a referral for this item. That's typically done as a part of the annual budget. And just to close the loop on that, I would note that much of your discussion tonight has perhaps expressed some reservation about making budget actions as a part of mid-year versus the annual. And from that perspective, I would note that you do have the discretion of largely deferring major budget actions to your annual budget, as opposed to this mid-year, where staff was or has been bringing forward items that we thought were of interest to maintain progress on the priorities.
I'm going to try to stay to the clock here. The second question is, this 40 million surplus is nice, but I guess the question is And I think this made some of the papers is, I guess, why didn't we know about that earlier? What was like, why was it such a surprise?
So frankly, it wasn't a surprise.
Okay.
And council brought forward and we discussed an expected surplus as part of the budget balancing strategy last year. And that's why we used reserves, or rather the use of the budget stabilization reserve as part of the balancing strategy. Yes, it was higher than staff expected, but we were tracking to have higher revenues than budgeted and lower expenses than budgeted. And we, at the time of May, did our best to account for what the estimates were at the time as part of your budget process.
Okay.
Well, let me, very important point, Councilmember, you're asking questions that we want to ensure that our responses on the record reflect the information that you're requesting. There was a characterization of surprise.
City Manager.
Councilmember, I really would like the chance to answer your question. And in particular, as has been characterized as either a surprise or where there were a timing problem. I think the conversation the council is having tonight is a great example of how we've been trying to be responsive at a quicker pace in order to address the urgency of continuing to move on the council's priorities. We may be also experiencing the problems created by trying to move our processes at a pace that's faster than they have been designed to do, or that reflect the availability of information to support decision-making. The annual cycle, which has your fiscal year closing in June, reporting that's done based upon audits that happened in the fall, and a mid-year or forecast that's done at the end of the calendar year, and actions that are based on that are the normal cycle. We have perhaps been, quite frankly, too responsive in setting an expectation that that information is available sooner than the traditional calendar.
Mayor, I'm down to 1 minute here. But
yes, you go ahead
the floor
and
just
take.
got usurped by the city manager, so.
I think he needed to explain matters, but you can have extra
Okay,
time,
thank you.
council
I
member.
appreciate it. Yeah, I see this matter very differently. I think we should probably disclose as soon as we knew this, especially people who were making decisions on the measures. So anyways, I happen to agree with what was written in the press. Okay, let me move on. The other thing that I've been thinking about, and I had office hours on this, not last week, but the week before. One of the residents, Thomas, recommended that we stop the gas transfers since we have more revenue than expected, because I think we've all seen the emails from the residents of skyrocketing utility bills, right? We doubled the gas rate cap, and yeah, we are sitting with a surplus. And to me, it seems like it's a reasonable request. And so, you know, when we have these high prices, I think we should try to help the people in the community right now. So I think that's something that I'm thinking about. I don't know if my colleagues agree. And then, you know, I was looking at packet page, and there's like two numbers on this page, so it's hard to know. It's packet page 52 and packet page 485 of 501. So it's super hard to know what's going on here. But anyways, so packet page 52, A82, you know, we're talking about, you know, just after people have had this massive utility bill, raising the rates even more, right? So in July, we're proposing going from 12 to 14% increase, which is, you know, double the rate of inflation. And then the gas rates, it looks like we might perhaps take it down to minus 14 to 12%. Minus 14 is good, but, you know, not compared to the fact that we just doubled the rates. So that seems kind of out of whack to me. And especially we've been seeing the prices fall like a rock in terms of natural gas. And then you know, if you go down the line, water utility, that's 7 to 14% increase. So it just seems like, you know, we're pouring salt into the wound for people. The rates keep going up, even though some of the underlying commodities are not. And yet we're showing this surprise $40 million surplus, which I don't think is right. So anyways, that's my 2 cents there. I'm going to try to go faster because I don't want to waste, I want to keep this efficient here. So I'm looking at the slide 6 and the mid-year reinvestments. Do we currently have a division manager of parks, or was this a vacancy? What is this, a new position?
This is a new position, council member.
Okay, and so, I've said this many times, and you guys heard it before, which is, I think we're kind of top heavy. I'd rather, if we're going to have new resources, have people who actually are on the ground doing stuff versus more management. And so I guess whenever I see management, I'm going to kind of push back on that. Why do we need, why can't we have another park ranger or whatever, someone that's actually doing work versus a manager? What's the necessity for this position?
So Councilmember, this position would actually be working on the priority projects that the council has identified. So things like exploring a new gym and other parks improvement programs, projects like that. So the department doesn't have staff to support those council initiatives, and that's what this position would do. So although it does have the title manager in it, it is a working manager. This would be someone that would be working on high-level projects and frankly coming before the council and other bodies as needed to do those projects.
That's fine. So I would say that I actually like Councilmember Vinker's idea, which is expanded library hours. I'd rather see, rather than something like this, which is a little bit amorphous in terms of the benefit to the community, something where we go towards, maybe more extended library hours, because that's something that everyone would like and could appreciate. Okay, and then let's see. I've been looking at your long-range financial forecast, and actually, let me just ask you this. So does the current budget include the $14.6 million increase from last week's raises that we gave?
So the revised long-range financial forecast does include those numbers, as well as that mid-year line that shows the revised numbers for mid. The extent that
council action is needed in order to adjust the budget for the mid-year actions.
Okay. Okay. And then let's see. Yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to ask is, because I like tonight's consent item, the one on the gas leaks, right? That was about a 23% higher, higher price per year than previous years. So, I mean, the contracts that we're getting, the lease consent calendar, are way higher than inflation, like almost every single one of them. And so I guess is staff budgeting that in, the fact that our consent items are way higher than, are you guys already baking that into your forecast? Because it's consistent in every consent item. It's like double-digit type of increases, 20, 30%.
Sure, council member. So first things, the contract that you just approved on consent is not one that's funded out of the general fund. That's something that's funded out of one of the utility funds. So the expense.
Well, I'm just using an example, but in general, most of the contracts are coming in, they're not just in 7%.
If you'll let me finish. Staff will update in the base and does update in the base budget based on known increases. So if we have a new contract, let's say we just did, you didn't, but let's just say we approved a janitorial contract on consent, we will factor that into the base adjustments for the coming fiscal year to align with that. In the absence of that, we do a blanket CPI, and this year there's a 5% assumption in the forecast, acknowledging the higher rates, but also acknowledging that not all contracts come due in this year.
Okay.
So we won't see every contract increase by that inflationary rate.
I think just given our track record, at least over the past year or so, it's not 5%. I mean, like the janitorial contract we approved, we're probably going to get a 50% increase in that cost now. So, okay, I'm over time here. I have a few other things, but I'll relinquish the floor to my colleagues.
I don't have any lights if you want to finish up.
Yeah, so let's look at the long range financial forecast. So this is, let me see. We don't have a slide of it. Do you guys have a slide that you could bring up so we can all look at the same thing?
Could you please identify what you'd like to see?
Sure. Let's see. trying to find the page number here. Okay, I can't find the graphic for it, but how about page 10?
Councilmember, you're looking
sorry.
at the staff report for the long range forecast?
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to find a graph for this, but I saw it and I can't find the page number now.
Could you tell us what you're looking for?
This page? Table 6?
Is that table 6?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, can you blow it up a little bit more so everyone can see it?
I think he was referring to table 6. Keep going a little further.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
that's it.
so I noticed from the adopted to 2024, you did about a 7% increase. And I think from 24 to 25, you did it's about a 5% increase. And then from there, it kind of goes down. And I guess, just kind of in the contracts we're approving, we're I think seem to be a bit ahead of that, right? I mean, just the last contract alone would have taken, I think that's $6 million, right?
Councilmember, are you referring to the salary and
salaries.
benefits line?
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the salary. So last week when we approved it, that was a $14.6 million increase, right? And that was over 2 years. So that's like $7 million, right? And that was just for two of 8 groups. And so I'm just thinking like, we have a few more groups to go, right? Wouldn't this number be even higher?
The salary and benefit assumptions that are in the long-range forecast reflect the council's authority for negotiations as well as any contract approvals. So as you can see in 24 and 25, there are higher growth rates. And then council has provided staff the direction that should they be out of contract, meaning we don't have a live contract with the labor groups, that we drop the assumption to a 2% growth. So that's why you see in 2026, the 2.7, 2.1, 2.5 going out, because the only real variable outside of 2% is a change in the CalPERS contributions.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is something a little bit more practical, which is, I think we have a few more groups to negotiate with, right? We have some done, but some that are still pending. And I don't want to get into the closed session type stuff, but I'm just thinking that we're going to go probably more than this, I would think.
As you've identified, if the contracts aren't done and negotiated and approved, then that is still a cost to be determined. Again, another reason why staff has brought forward a proposal to look at not just tomorrow's expenses, but the next 2 years of expenses, so that should something happen, council has the reserves needed to adjust.
Okay, and then I actually agree with what I agree that we should have kind of like the K revenue, so we can kind of see that. But I also think that we should have the known unknowns, or I forget what you guys called it. You guys called it.
I think you might have referenced it correctly. Those items not included in the forecast.
Yeah, because we like the home key, it's $7 million. That's a lot of money, and all these items are really big nuggets. And what would be nice is actually to have that kind of baked in, so we could see, okay, here's all the things that we promised, right? Maybe we don't know exactly when they're going to come in, and maybe there'll be $1 million more or less, but we know that council has already voted yes on them, right? So it would be nice to actually kind of see all those big rocks, right, that are in our these gigantic expenses in our budget, as well as the revenue, so we can kind of see how all this meshes together. Because right now we have to kind of manually back it into this, and it's super hard to do that, especially since we don't have the spreadsheet.
So first thing, the 7 million that council has already pledged for Home Key in terms of our operating cost contribution, that is included in this forecast. It's any changes to that number and or capital
Okay.
expenses that are needed that remain unknown and
Okay,
not
so-
included in this forecast.
So maybe I misunderstand. So what is not, what page was that? 4,
Right,
5,
so
6?
it is Home Key, any changes to the operating costs and or changes to the capital costs that are unknown at this time are not included in this forecast.
Okay.
So I hear what you're saying, council member. I would pose to the council, there are already multiple opinions on when things should be identified from a growth and expense perspective across this forecast. Staff would find it extremely difficult to bring forward a forecast where we pluck in different assumptions without heavy criticism from the
Okay,
council
well, which
as
you
a
could-
whole.
What you could do is you could actually give us a spreadsheet. So we could see like, okay, this is the Home Key line, this is the SCAP line, this is the Measure K line, right? So we could all do our own little scenario analysis, or this is the service reduction line, or whatever it is, so that we could kind of know. But right now, when you look at the numbers, it's hard to know what's in there, what's not.
I will also identify those are on that list because staff don't have an estimate at this time. The projects aren't far enough along or the information is not yet available. So we are unable to provide what that number will be.
Okay.
That's why they're on that list.
Okay, anyways, it's maybe it's super clear to everyone else here what is in and what's not in, but it's not clear to me. And one of the residents recommended a process called zero-based budgeting. I'm not sure if you guys heard of this before, but it's a concept of, rather than what we do right now, which is we start with last year's budget and then we just kind of add a multiplier like 2% or whatever to each line item. We actually look at how much does everything cost, right? So you start from zero for every department. And it's a way to, because right now the budget's a little bit on autopilot because we're doing these automatic increases for everything, or semi-automatic. Some of them are 2%, some of them are 5% or whatever. And so that's something I just want to advocate for because I thought that was a good suggestion from the resident, and it might help us make the dollar go further. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I want to make two quick comments relative to where maybe we should go from here. First, I did want to give a couple of examples of some of these additional expenditures that we're seeing, tonight or literally in the packet. And for example, the one that was already referenced, which is the called division manager. I believe that might have been a replacement. Darren Anderson got promoted to assistant director and maybe we didn't backfill that. And now we're backfilling it, but that's just the terminology in CSD is to call those division managers. And what we're looking for there is not the title of the job. To speak to one of the comments here is kind of, the seniority level and what they're doing. It's the projects that they're working on. And those projects, when Darren had that job, he was working 60 hours a week, phenomenally doing a great job. And if that really wasn't backfilled, I don't know how we're getting anything done there because there's just so much to do. On the other hand, we go into these some in the same paragraph and, financial aid to Team Sheeper, which is, I think it's like $80,000 or something for 6 months, 6 weeks. I don't know how much of that is really should be part of us. Museum and zoo has been successful, not sure, but getting somebody to figure out where we're going on that, I think makes good sense. So I think there's judgment calls on all these things. The library services, as I see it here in the text, it says 30,000 to increase current collection of materials related to DEI. But then when I actually go over to the examples, there's ongoing fees of 75,000 and the 30 isn't listed as DEI. So we're kind of seeing this cold, and I'm just wondering if even on these things, it would benefit from a trip to the finance company. Yeah, maybe we get a finance company to take care of all this. The finance committee, and bring it back to us in a couple of weeks to just kind of give us your view on that relative to what we need to do. With respect to the broader picture, I think we could pretty quickly, based on some of the things that Councilman Burt said, get to what the direction is for the baseline and the budgeting so that they wouldn't be slowed down. Maybe even that we could go through the wording tonight if it's just sort of baseline plus the recession that you've got in there, plus, let's hold for 3 months on these expenses, and we could get that going now. But I think we would all benefit from the expense side of this, going back to the finance committee and picking it up in another, 3-4 weeks. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask, with basically what was recommended or suggested just now, do you guys have a timeline in terms of developing the annual budget for the next fiscal year? I mean, so kind of give an explanation about that, because then at least we can kind of look at whether it works or not and how you guys go about developing it and all the time that you may need.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mayor Ku. So if this were to go back to the Finance Committee, we would send it probably as early as March 7th, and then it would return to the full council a few weeks after that. So probably maybe by the end of March, beginning of February, April, depending on your schedule. From an internal staff perspective, by the end of March, we have to have the 2024 budgets balanced internally. So for the full month, essentially, once this is done, the rest of February and all of March, staff will be working to prepare for the FY 2024 budget in order to release that and have your Finance Committee discussions in May. And so it does beg the question, if you're going to have the committee discussions in May, if the Finance Committee is going to see or the council wouldn't see mid-year until April, if there's any conflict between those two documents, I would be unable to reconcile them. Meaning, if the Finance Committee did adjustments in March and I wouldn't know council's direction until April, that would be too late for me to plug those adjustments into the proposed. So I guess I'm just curious, the thought process. The alternative is what the city manager identified, which is we can roll these mid-year adjustments into the proposed and have this broader discussion as to how the council wants to move forward for FY 2024. We only brought this forward in such a large capacity based on, frankly, council's desire to continue to reinvest at a pace faster than our normal pace. Usually we don't do a mid-year this robust. Our mid-year is usually a technical adjustment only document. Even the council gave us direction about 5 years ago to put it on full council instead of going to committee because it was so bland. And so it really is a reflection and potentially a remnant of the pandemic and trying to move quickly and at the pace in which information was available. Which does mean incomplete information at times. So, it's well within the council's discretion to do any of those options. I will say I am a little concerned, and by a little, I mean a lot, about going to Finance Committee in March, getting direction to likely do more research and change things while we're trying to prepare the FY24 budget.
And for the hires, the new hires that are being proposed here, it will take a little bit of time. So once approved, it'll still take time to hire them. So you would be looking for the approval sooner than later.
Well, I think that was part of the rationale in bringing them now, is to try to get a running start for priority hires in advance of the annual budget, which again would start the hiring process in July. So I think that was, again, the rationale that led to us bringing these forward, but again, recognize the complexity and challenge of dealing with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. You pretty much just asked my question, which was, isn't the practical impact of putting this in finance the fact that we can't move forward with the reinvestments? So there's a practical as well as a impact here. I just want to say I haven't asked many questions because my colleagues and staff have had such a robust discussion. I've learned a lot. And so thank you for asking these questions. Given our state of affairs, it would be nice if we could go ahead and provide more services and make some of these reinvestments. I like what I see here. I'm since I am new at this, I do have one clarification question. So on slide 10, and Councilmember Byrd, it was really helpful when you went through some of those numbers there. It's the technical adjustments. And, I've read in my packet about what technical adjustments are. But they feel like a little more than that in the sense that some of them are, previously council directed, but also some are staff recommended. And am I correct that the budget uncertainty reserve is actually a decision that's before us in terms of moving from that 5 to 14 million? And even when I look on packet page, I think it's 169, about what goes into that 14 million, it looks like the excess BSR of 5 million established the reserve, then remaining funding coming from liquidation of 2023 service reinvestments reserve. Okay, we got to do something with that. But then, and appropriating a portion of the excess FY 2023 major tax revenue, and that's another 5 million. So that's a substantive decision that's before us tonight, right? And so I don't know if that takes more input from finance. I'm new at this. It seems fine to me, but I am, interested in if others are comfortable moving forward with some of these reinvestments.
And Councilmember Vinker, if I could just on the budget uncertainty reserve, yes, that is a council choice. And actually the Finance Committee had discussion over whether or not to establish that. And ultimately a majority of them chose to establish it. The reason why the majority chose to establish that reserve is because when an organization has gone through the changes that we have, including downsizing to the point of layoffs, frankly, and we are on a recovery path, but things are uncertain, providing certainty both to the community and the workforce is an important tenet from a financial perspective. And so ultimately the reason why at the committee they chose to establish this uncertainty reserve is it sent a signal, a very visible signal, that even though we are facing uncertainty, we do have funds set aside for the near term. So even if we were unable to, raise more taxes, this was prior to the measures being certified and approved, that we had funding set aside to at least bridge us so that we wouldn't have to make significant reductions at a very fast pace like the council faced during the pandemic. But it is ultimately a council policy choice. You do not have to put this money in that reserve. If you don't do anything with it, it just goes to the BSR, another reserve. And so it really is at the pleasure of the council how to account for that.
Yeah, thank you. And I quite like having the budget uncertainty reserve. I think it's more the amount because here you're proposing to increase it from 5 to 14. And when I look at the three sources, I think that go into making the 14, and I look at the policy of now looking at a 2-year budget strategy, that also makes very good sense to me. I'm just mostly questioning that last one, the excess major tax revenue of 5 million. So, so we could, for example, if someone were to move, and I don't plan to because I'm too new at this, but we could, for example, say increase from 5 to 10 million instead of 5 to 14, right? Or something like that. Okay, so that's the nature of the decision. Okay, well, I thank you for explaining that. I think that our predecessors were wise to create the uncertainty reserve. The numbers look fine to me, but I would be open if other people thought there was a better number. But thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, so first, I want to acknowledge that ideally we would be able to do what Councilmember Lowing had said, but from a standpoint of the crunch time of what staff is full court press on the next couple of months to prepare and finalize the budget proposal, we really don't have that opportunity, I think. And what we really have before us is, and I want to try to get us to get away from some nomenclature that I think isn't beneficial. We keep saying reinvest, and we normally think of investment as truly like capital investments and things like that. But what we're talking about is restoring services. That's what I think the euphemism of reinvesting is about. It's not investment, it's services we're bringing back that were cut. And then we've also, as Councilmember Lowing had asked about earlier, we had a policy that was adopted in recent years when I was on council that said one-time revenue should be for one-time expenses, except that's not what we've done in the last year or so. We've used one-time revenues to bridge for ongoing expenses. And so we ought to quit calling it that. Let's just say it what it is. We're going to do that. And it's okay to do that. We just don't have to describe it as something else in order to meet some other policy. If we got to say, well, that's not the policy, we're going to not do that policy, then we change the policy. And I think for good reason. The policy's been changed. We said we've got a projection. We need to bridge this here. We have the funds to bridge it, to be able to restore these services. We see the dollars beyond those 2 years when we're bridging it. That's what we're doing. Okay, so then the question before us is, do we feel comfortable with making the mid-year budget adjustments that are recommended by staff? And when we factor in the Measure K with the level of the potential impact of whatever we now apprise what may be recessionary impact, I think that's what we're really have been presented with, even though it wasn't given to us as a projected long-term forecast to do that. But we're doing that here. We're seeing that there's kind of a wash between the Measure K revenues, that 1/3 of it that can be used for services, and the risks that we might have going forward. And the final thing is that we always try, and staff always tries to project revenue and expenses on a conservative basis. And that's more prudent than doing the opposite. Sometimes we go too far in that, but built into these projections is some modestly conservative revenue assumptions, and probably modestly conservative expense ones, because we typically aren't able to expend all the funds that we allocate for everything, whether it's staff shortages or capital projects we don't get to or whatever. So on those notes, I'm comfortable with accepting the staff recommendations, but I think, we need to have it eyes wide open. We need to be doing it based upon our best objective, clear understanding of what we know and what we don't know. And I think that this discussion has been useful in airing a lot of that. And I think that's where we are right now. So if it's all right, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes.
Okay. So I will move the staff recommendations. And maybe the clerk can pull them up. Let's see.
Are you also doing AA2, the long range?
Oh, we need to have an action on adopting the long-range financial forecast. Do we have to do that tonight, given the kind of concerns we have with the basis for those forecasts? It's a requirement?
More importantly is the long range than mid-year tonight, actually.
Pardon me?
More importantly is long range actually tonight than mid-year from a timing perspective. But like we discussed, a motion that says the base case with the following adjustments is well within the council's purview.
All right. So then I will move that we adjust or adopt a long-range financial forecast based upon the base case with Measure K revenue based upon the previous council commitments for uses of those funds. And I'll even state them for the record because I want to make sure. 1/3 toward affordable housing, 1/3 toward transportation focused on local share of grade separations, and 1/3 toward retaining previously restored public safety staffing. correct, I think? And then furthermore, in the long-range financial forecast, to include the modest recession scenario in scenario 2. Is that right?
So Councilmember Burt, if I can clarify on that modest recessionary scenario, what's included in the base case of the forecast is basically kind of, well, what's referred to is quote stagflation, but essentially that we don't have any underlying growth in the near term in the forecast. We only have So when you say that you would like to revise the base case assumptions to reflect recessionary trends, are you saying you would actually like us to include a dipping of the revenues?
Oh, so do you, I guess I need your clarification. In that base scenario, is that based upon what we currently would consider to be the likely economic forecast for this coming year? We're making judgment, our best judgments and your recommendations. Is that
hear
what you're saying is in the base scenario?
The reason I'm pausing is obviously forecasting what's going to happen economically over the next 12 to 18 months is, if I could tell you perfectly what was going to happen.
No, but it's, yeah.
So like I said, I'm hesitating because I'm just acknowledging the uncertainty. Staff did put in this scenario to be conservative in our estimates. So yes, staff thinks it's appropriate for the council to plan at this level from a revenue perspective.
Okay, all right. So then I would not include that reference that I made to the scenario 2 recession, but it would be the base scenario with the addition of the measure K revenue as stated here. And then, so should it be a separate motion on the long-range forecast first, and then we go to the mid-year? Okay, so that's my motion, if we have it right.
Second.
I think I missed a section right after the long-range fiscal forecast. I apologize.
No problem. It changed as you were typing. Okay.
So Leslie, I
Oh,
think
it needs
would
to have
be,
a reference to measure K based
Yeah.
on,
Where does this go?
oh, I see.
I don't know where that goes.
to adopt the long-range fiscal forecast base case with the addition of measure K revenue to be allocated and then continue on.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better.
No problem.
No, that's not, yeah. And the base, I'll just say that the base is basically assuming a moderating or a softening of the economy. It could get better, it could get worse, and we're using that kind of median projection.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, I have no further comments to make.
Councilmember Law, you want to speak to your second?
No.
Okay, and it reads all right to staff? All right, so Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Actually, can we not discuss it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, great, thank you. So just want to ask staff, because so basically what is on the table is alternative forecast B. Is that essentially what it is with the K in there, right? Okay. I think earlier when I asked the question, you said that the things on page 12 were included in the long-range forecast, but then I was reading it again, and at the very top of the section, it says that assumptions not included in the forecast. So I guess I just want to get clarity. Is it in there or is it not in there? Because I thought you said, I read on page 12, it says assumptions not included in the forecast, but then I heard you say it is in the forecast. So I'm confused now.
Sure. So Councilmember, your question was twofold. One, are the items on page 12 and answer to that is no. You then specifically had a specific question about Project Home Key and what was included versus not included on Home Key. And council already provided direction on 7 million for Home Key that is included in the forecast. Council has not provided additional direction on any capital cost increases or additional operating cost needs. Those two aspects are not included in the forecast.
Okay, great. So I don't think this is a bad way to go, but I think there's probably two things that I think we could do that would make this better. So one of them is to have an estimate for, and it's more like a placeholder for the assumptions not included in the forecast. Because I think council is inclined to do these, so we're likely to spend money on them. How much exactly, we're not sure, but we could put a placeholder. And so I want to get the maker and seconders take on being able to see that in our long range financial forecast, because these are things that us as a council has already committed to. What does the maker and seconder think?
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, so on page 12, maybe staff could, well, I guess it's okay. On page 12, so there's 3 page numbers on this.
Of what?
Page 12.
Okay.
It's 12, 17, and 450 on 3. Okay, so on there is assumptions not included in forecast. So part of Home Key, according to staff, is in there, but the rest of them, all the other items listed, and these are things for most parts, us as council has said we want to make happen, is not included. And some of these are really major expenses. And so I think it makes sense for us to have placeholders in there because these are things that.
So first, as I had pointed out previously, the sustainability and climate action portion, which would be over multiple years, is predominantly utility department and not part of this general fund discussion. So I'm not sure what other major things I mean, there are things that will come forward. We don't have those numbers, and I don't know how we'd put them in when we don't have numbers. Do we put some asterisk?
Well, like for instance, restoring service levels. I think Councilmember Dinker mentioned restoring our library services, and I actually agree with that because I've heard that a lot from a lot of people, and probably all of us have. And that's the example. We know how much it would cost to restore library services. Now, whether we're going to do it or not is another story. That's an example. So that's on page 13.
We'll have to face that when we come to it, though. We aren't addressing those at this time. We may see in the May FY24 budget certain proposals based upon updates that we would have. So no, my answer is no.
Okay. And then let's see. The second thing is, as we could tell from certainly this year, is that we're getting much higher expenses in terms of our contracting as well as our employees, way more than a 2% adjuster. And so I think that the expense side, likewise, I agree with you on the K side, right? The K should be in there, and that's what's shown on forecast B. But likewise, I think on the expense side, I think we're low because inflation is way higher than we expected, and all of our contracts are way higher than it's been in the past. So I think that we should, I mean, maybe, Kylie, what are you using right now for the increase? For the expense increase?
We adjust for contracts already approved, so whatever those increases are individually, and then beyond that, a blanket 5%.
Okay, so like tonight's thing was 23%. Year over year was a 23% increase.
And what Kylie had said previously is not only are we adding 5%, but many of those contracts don't come up for renewal in this coming year or two, correct? They're multi-year contracts?
Yes, I would say some do come up for approval in the next year.
Percent.
The ones that we know what the increase is, we include the 5%. If we haven't bid them, then we aren't including that. So for example, something that's not included in here yet is perhaps the janitorial contract and the additional costs that may arise with a unionized workforce. So that's something where we don't know what that's going to be. There's a general 5% inflationary factor on the janitorial contract. To the extent that that new contract is higher, we will come forward with that once we know what those are.
Okay. So there are uncertainties, as staff has stated here, and we'll have to grapple with them in the coming 1 or 2 budgets. I will decline the.
Okay, well, I'll just say that I think the 5% is way lower than what's happening right now. But okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes, thank you. I just wonder if the maker would accept a friendly amendment to add the years 2020, the 2024 to 2033 to the motion. So it would read to adopt the long-range fiscal forecast FY 2024 to 2033,
Sure.
just for the sake of the future.
That's fine. All right, all good.
Okay, will you please call the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Okay, so on to item number 8, which is the mid-year, where is it? The mid-year budget. So there's going to be amendments to fiscal year 2023 budget appropriation for various funds. And then also amend the FY 2023 table of organization. Is there any more comments on this item? I have a couple of questions on this. So I wanted to find out on the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency membership fee, what did it increase to?
We'll look that up for you, Mayor Ku.
Okay, thank you. Then I was a little bit confused. There's adding one JMZ educator increases revenues by 8,000 for fees generated by new ceramics class. So how are the two connected?
I believe that's just the classification that's used to offer as an instructor essentially for that class. So it's not necessarily a correlation of this is specific to JMZ services. And so it's really the body of work that's being done.
I see. Okay, thank you. So if we have any more, I see Vice Mayor Stone.
And Mayor Ku, we do have that number just before we interrupt Vice Mayor Stone.
So on the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, the price went from 321,000 to 416,000. But that assumes a 25% increase for one-time items that they needed to pay for due to rate increases. So it won't be increasing that much on an annual basis.
So you said it was from 321,000 to,
416,000.
and that's an annual?
That's not the ongoing increase. Mr. Harper just identified that has some one-time increase, a one-time adjustment in it. So we aren't expecting to see that kind of increase on an annual basis. It should normalize after this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just one question. All my others have been answered so far. I'm wondering how the one FTE court liaison officer helps support our criminal justice reform goals for this year. I believe that's how it was stated in the report.
I am quickly looking for our police chief if he's on the line, which he might not be. One sec. I don't see him on the line, so we wouldn't be able to respond to that in full.
Okay. I guess wondering, and maybe this applies, limitations then with our Measure K funding as far as just a simple, kind of a simple switch. I mean, I've worked with court liaison officers in the past, not really seeing the connection here. That's why I've been interested to get that defense. Kind of interested if this is not actually helping with both criminal justice reform and desire to keep the community safer. Then maybe kind of going towards what Councilmember Vinker was talking about as far as actual restoration of library hours or other service needs. Would be interested in kind of hearing that information. Other question, and maybe this is for our fire chief, not sure if he's on there, if there are any thoughts on why the ambulance insurance program has not been embraced by the community, and if we have any expectations that might change over the next year, and if staff has any ideas on increasing public outreach, marketing, whatever it might be, to be able to do that.
I know our fire chief is on the line, but I also know that there were some connection issues. So I do know that on this project specifically, yes, the public response and adoption of it was significantly less than what was expected. And although we've tried marketing, although likely we could spend more on marketing if we so chose, we aren't expecting that we will see the numbers that we've seen in other communities at this time. In terms of the reasons why, I would probably need our chief, and also I think our chief would have more kind of supposition as opposed to data as to why people were less inclined to subscribe to it in this community. The last piece I do know is that they are nervous about even meeting the remaining revenue estimate. So they did leave some growth in the program in the current revenue estimate. And so that's still an area of small concern for us. So while Chief Blackshire is coming back, I do have Chief Binder that can help talk about the court liaison position and how that ties back to the nexus of the council priorities for public safety. Chief Binder.
Yeah, sorry for that snafu. I was on YouTube. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so the criminal justice reform is just one part of it, Vice Mayor. And just looking at some notes here, beginning back in 2019, the district attorney's office transferred a number of more requirements back to us that had to do with, if you recall, the Bend the Arc initiative from DA Rosen resulted in a number of administrative changes causing additional work for our court liaison. And that's just one component of the ask for that FTE back.
And do we get any funding from the county to offset those costs if that's being directed by the district attorney's office? Or maybe I misunderstood you as far as being directed by the DA's office.
Yeah, it's measures that are put in place, but within the county.
Okay, so this is sort of a cost sharing or just cost or sharing the burden that's common amongst the agencies?
Yeah, it's new measures being put in place by the district attorney's office that create additional administrative work for all the police departments that they absorb as part of that court liaison position. And that court liaison person, and I know that sounds like you're familiar with them with your time with the DA's office, they're really that nexus between the DA's office. So it's not only the handling of those criminal cases over there, but all the administrative work that comes with it, the changes in the law. They work with all of that.
And how have we been getting by then without that position? That you're on mute.
Ultimately, it could the cases for criminal prosecution, depending on the nature and severity, when the person is arrested or can be under strict time constraints. If there's additional administrative requirements, our court liaison is always working under sometimes a very strict and strenuous clock to get those cases in.
Okay, and I assume, I guess then the connection is if we don't have that position, that's taking a police officer who might be on patrol off the streets, and so is that accurate?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I see, as we've rebuilt the police department over the last year or two, it's really about a comprehensive build, both internally to support the officers out on the street delivering that public safety service.
Okay, thank you.
And Vice Mayor Stone, we now have Chief Blackshear.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
There I am. Good evening.
All right, so Chief Blackshear, the question was regarding the ambulance subscription service and why our community has not adopted it at the level that others have. And do we think other efforts such as marketing might be able to help change that?
Good evening, Council. Geo Blackshire Fire Department. That's a great question that actually it puzzled us, because what we did was we evaluated the cities that have a similar service, and they primarily used mailers as their go-to for marketing. So we went a step further. We did the mailers. We did the mailers inside of the utility letters, and the utility bills. We did social media. City manager Ed Shikata put it in his community, his update local, and he also talked about it during his communications, and we just haven't got the response that other cities have. Trying to figure out exactly why it's hard. I mean, I know Palo Alto is a unique community, and trying to figure out exactly the differences, whether it's demographically, whether it's, the education piece, is really hard to determine. But those that are members, of everyone that signed up, we've only had one that pulled out of the program because they had a secondary insurance that they weren't aware of. And it's interesting, at the time, Mayor Du Bois, when this item was first brought to council, he had even said, he never really thought about what it would cost him if he went through, if he was to be transported via ambulance. And when you look, I think those that have used the system or the program understand the value of it. We had one member that saved $1,700 on a transport. And at $8 a month, that's quite a deal. Nobody anticipates being transported via ambulance. No one, I mean, rarely do we pick someone up and they say, I knew this was going to be the day. But I think there's still an opportunity here. I think this community deserves a program like the subscription service. For example, Huntington Beach has about 6,000 members, and they've sustained it for over 2 decades, and they wouldn't dare pull it away. The members love it. They appreciate it. They also appreciate the assistance towards the program that helps the fire department finance. And I think there's still an opportunity here. So what we have to do is adapt to what we think will work in this community. Clearly, has to be a little more robust. And also the benefit to going out to some of the community events. I've learned that, maybe we need to find a different way to get the point across, because when I talk to some of the residents who receive the mailer and they ask questions and I'm a little more detailed, or I can convey the value of the program, they would agree that it is a program. They didn't quite understand it from what we put out there. So what I did was we're pulling the group back together. Matter of fact, we have a meeting this week with Megan Horgan Taylor and her team to talk about, how do we get this message across? So I really can't say why people read it and they're not picking up on it, but I think there's still an opportunity. So we're still going to push towards it and see if we can grab more residents.
Great. Thank you, Chief Blackshire. Yeah, it puzzles me as well. It seems like a great deal, cheaper than a Netflix subscription. So wish more people would take advantage of it. So thank you.
I may just ask a quick question based on similar. Chief Blackshire, so I think also as you're going out with more of the marketing, you might consider also letting people know what the funding is going towards, this fee. How does it translate back to what it's being used for? So then this way people will be more willing to join up.
Sure.
In addition to the benefits that you talked about.
Yeah, we do talk about that in the information. It typically will support the fire department with equipment and training. I mean, in the discipline of emergency medical response. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithgow-Haynes.
Thank you. I have a completely different observation just related to the mid-year, which is obviously we find ourselves in this rather welcome position of the BSR being even higher than we projected, or even higher than the even higher that we projected, because we got a little update saying it was even more. And yet we're hearing from residents who are outraged by their gas bills in January and also February, and people are facing a recession and layoffs. And so I just want to ask staff for guidance. We can't reply to all on these things. At some point, we'll hear the staff response to community concerns, but I'm wondering if not tonight, soon, you could provide us with some talking points on how to narrate to the seeming fact of an excess in our income in the face of real challenges to people's daily lives and pocketbooks, so that we can all be on the same page in an informed and thoughtful manner. I would certainly welcome that kind of guidance from you rather than try to stitch it together myself. Thank you.
Certainly happy to provide that. That said, I would note that the communication we have provided to this point has attempted to provide some basic information that council members can use, including Director FAQs. In the context of the mid-year, I will share that staff has run some scenarios such that, as Councilmember Lithgow-Haynes, you mentioned, from a cash position, if the council were interested in doing near-term rebates to defray some of the extraordinary gas expenses that residents have experienced over the last couple of months, that we could share some numbers with you on that.
I would welcome that. That's actually why I was asking. I was trying to do the numbers myself and wasn't sure how to calculate the base number. I'm sorry to cut you off. Keep going.
Sure.
Please.
So to take that then one step further and recognize these are preliminary, that as an order of magnitude, if we were to look at, say, the December and January bills, again, specifically for gas and specifically for residents, that a 10% rebate for those 2 months would equate to roughly $1.3 million. an alternative way to look at it, recognizing that the larger bills have been in January, the January bills. If you wanted to do, say, a 20% rebate, that would be, I think it's $1.7 million. So to give you an order of magnitude, those are the types of figures that we would expect.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate the guidance that's come out from Dean Batchelor to date and perhaps others. I think I'm looking for a specific narrative about the surplus in the face of the gas bill. So something that says, you may wonder why in the face of this surplus, you're still something that really kind of does the math for people. It's not math, but helps people understand the discrepancy and why it makes more sense than they perhaps appreciate. Thank you.
Okay. I can take a motion if there's one. Or
Yes. Can we have back up the motion? Is this how we need to frame it? As no, we have what's in the staff report. So it's on the page 1 of today's staff report under it's item 8. The recommendation.
so I think there's one is amendments to the fiscal year 2023 budget appropriation.
You seen that?
Yep. Staff is sending that to the clerk right now. So
Okay,
she'll
great.
populate it as soon as she can copy paste it over.
So while that's coming up, I'll just say it in summary. It's amendments to the FY23 budget appropriation for various funds and capital projects as identified in attachment A and exhibits 1 and 2. And this requires a 2/3 supermajority because it's a budget amendment ordinance. The second part is amend FY23 table of organization in attachment B, consistent with the budget amendments in attachment A, which adds 5.25 full-time and 2.43 part-time full-time equivalent positions. And now we have it up there, I think.
And let's see, City Clerk, if I could ask you on the first line, rather than to revise, it should be approve.
I'll second.
And I don't need to speak further to the motion.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, as I said parenthetically before, I think most of these are fine. I just think it would have been ideal if we had gone to finance. And I'm very grateful for the work that staff did on this in the mid-year, recognizing that it is, a different workload on top of all the stuff you're handling. So thanks to you for that. The one that still kind of sticks with me is this one for an outside contractor, Sheeper, that we're paying $85,000 to not to come to work. So, but it's an example of something that I don't think in this second we could dig into. So unless we just want to skip that, that would be part of the motion.
I'm sorry, skip what again?
Unless we wanted to say approve all of these except the $85,000 item for community services, then we would just do it all together at once because we don't have any explanation as to why this is necessary other than we're doing our pool.
So Councilmember Lowing, we do have Director O'Kane on the line.
Oh,
if
really?
you want to hear more about that arrangement.
Great.
Good evening, council members. Kristen O'Kane. Thank you, Councilmember Lowing, for that question. So we are replastering the pool, which requires it to be completely closed for 45 days. Our agreement with Sheeper is strictly a revenue agreement, a revenue contract. So we do not pay them a management fee. All of their income for our pool comes from revenue. So they will go for 45 days without getting any revenue coming in. Most of their employees, including their swim instructors and many of their lifeguards, are salaried employees. So that is, 45 days of them not getting a salary. So we're supporting them through this time when, because of the work that we're doing, they will not be able to access the pool.
Okay, good. That's good explanation. Thank you.
I have a question. UNAF, we had allocated some funding to them, and I was just wondering, the first part has been allocated, has been provided to them. Do we have a second payment that we're supposed to forward to them? And I guess when would we be doing that?
I think we would have to look into the details. Director O'Kane, do you know the status of the timing of the payments?
So the payment, I believe that was I'd have to go back and look honestly, but I believe that was a one-time payment in addition to the funds that, or the funds that we already have provided to them for promotions, banners, and rental space.
And if I recall the discussion, it may have been that we did a one-time outside the budget, and we were looking forward to staff on an ongoing basis, incorporating it in the budget. If I'm remembering that correctly, we'll have to go back and revisit that.
We would, but that was all part of the FY 2023 budget. So that ongoing aspect would have been part of FY 2024. We can take that as a item for us to make sure we don't lose track of over the coming budget process.
That'd be great. Thank you. Councilmember Liz Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the maker and the seconder, which would reflect our concern about the extremely high gas and electric bills faced by residents this winter. I really appreciate the city manager's suggestion of what the approximate rates or cost to the city might be if we went with a 10% versus a 20%. I'm not clear personally whether February is better or worse than January. I've heard from some residents that I'm seeing an email that maybe we all got, their bill was $560 in January and $983 in February. So I think my friendly amendment is going to be to offer a rebate, to budget a rebate of 20% of whichever turns out to be in the aggregate higher, the January or the February bill as determined by city staff. And I think I'll leave it at that. If there's any interest in that, please let me know.
First, I guess that would be permissible under the agenda.
Well, I think we would want to take that as direction to return with a more specific recommendation for council action.
Okay, and should we have it be specific on the amount or return for staff recommendations on prospective rebates on the gas surcharge?
So we'll certainly defer to city attorney as needed for clarity, but any or as far as any legal issues, but any clarity that the council would like to give us to be as specific with what we come back with will certainly be helpful.
So I guess I'm receptive to this in principle, and I'm just struggling with whether we should request a specific formula at this time, or because we may want to have some additional discussion, or do we want to allow for that additional discussion to have a request that staff come back promptly with alternatives on a gas rebate. I don't know.
I think the latter, that staff could come back with alternatives that we can entertain. They have more information than we do. My only question for the time being is, do we include electric? I know gas has been the main complaint. I have had, having switched to electric in my house, my electric bills are now higher. But I'm not clear as to whether electric is really part of the problem. So I need some
Well,
guidance.
it
here.
is, we had the, what's called the e-hydro surcharges as well. So we had a
Right.
double whammo.
Exactly.
Those were because our hydroelectric
Okay.
was not producing.
Okay. So-
And we're seeing right now, trying to get a grip on how much the reservoir refilling
Okay.
will adjust that. And my understanding from staff is it's favorable and they don't know to what degree.
Okay. I think we're seizing the moment, which is the mid-year budget adjustment, to have this conversation about some pretty unique circumstances of an excessive reserve and excessively high bills. So I'd like to direct staff to bring us more information as quickly as you can. So that
City
we can
manager,
offer
did you
relief.
have language you wanted to propose to along the lines of what Councilmember Scott Ames proposed?
Well, I think, no, I don't have specific language. I would simply note that the broader, in some ways, the broader the direction, the more time it will take, as well as the complexity of the analysis that comes back. I think as currently phrased here, we would likely need to wait until March for sure to know what the February bills are. So that's one marker I would share. When I was referring to December and January, we have that information, which will allow us to come back relatively quickly with that. Adding electric would similarly raise some additional variables that we'll need to look at.
And with what we've now had, the downward correction in the gas commodity cost, do we expect the February bill will reflect that downward cost, or is that not until March that consumers would see that?
It depends on the billing month. That said, I think we did expect perhaps if the billing month was more February than March, then February could be the peak.
I see. So this wording
the parameters with which to come back with a recommendation that obviously the council will want to discuss before an actual action. So I think it gives us sufficient clarity to come back to you within really the next, hopefully the next 30 days.
Then I accept that amendment, and the seconder does as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do think it's clear, but perhaps just to state that it's 20% of the highest month, as opposed to
yes, that's the
more
intent,
than
but yeah, that helps.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Since I've clearly become the council library lady, I would like to ask a question and then potentially make a friendly amendment. I believe that what we heard from our library director earlier was that even with the, when we were talking about council priorities, was that we were back up to 201, but that pre-pandemic was 265. And I'm looking at these mid-year reinvestments of a net 2.73 FTE, but I think that doesn't still get us back to pre-pandemic levels, right? So what, do you have any way to estimate the cost of if we were to do that?
I believe Director Conth is on the line and it does have that number since we've discussed it at length. Let me give her a second to
thank you.
Come online. There she is. All right, Director Kant, how much would it cost us to get back to pre-pandemic levels?
I think it would be almost close to, I would say 800,000 to get to so each day for a smaller library, adding that would be 100 to 150. And then the larger libraries vary because Rinconada is one level and Mitchell Park is two levels. And so it adds to the complexity of it. And also keep in mind, you can't just, what we have been doing the last 2 years is to open the library, but not increase the services. So you can see that the programming has really suffered. For example, our programming this year, that we're projecting would be 50% of what we did pre-COVID.
Yeah, and the programming is really important, and I assume that's an additional cost. But I also think just plain having the libraries open as a community resource is very important. They're just such wonderful venues for so many reasons, in addition to the programming. If you had to put a number on programming to get that back, what would that be?
That actually, with some of the mid-year asks, that is some of the things that's going to be coming back.
Okay.
What we have done is one of the things that was there before the reorg that we were attempting to do was that programming was headed by someone who was also the manager of Mitchell Park, the busiest library. So now we've actually moved programming out of operations into support services and has staffing that'll focus on programming exclusively. And then we're also hiring additional librarians. So those were the kind of cuts that were made during the big layoff, but even prior to that. So this is in some attempt we'll start bringing librarians back and programming back. So we could cost that more, but I think this is a good.
Hard to implement in this year, or would that be a helpful thing to do it all at once as part of one, overall, return to pre-pandemic levels? In other words, would you like me to advocate for more resources for you?
Always, but there's also hiring.
That's what I assume it was for. That's what I mean. So I guess my question is, could you absorb those additional hiring duties if the resources were there, or is that just too much to do this year? Because I see the reorg you've got organized here. It looks great. I'm just wanting, I'm trying to understand if you had additional resources, if you would reorganize further to get more personnel to return to those pre-pandemic levels, or if that's too hard to do.
I think what we have right now is a good beginning, and you are going to see the budget proposal in another 2-3 months. And I think from a timing perspective, that'll actually work out well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mayor and council members, at the appropriate time, I do have a clarification request.
You have a clarification?
A request for clarification, yes.
Sure, go ahead.
On item number 3, I'm sorry, I'll need to share with the council our little sidebar here. A few options. As currently stated, I think this may create the potential for a several times multiple of the figure I gave you. And so a few questions of clarification. One would be, as currently stated, it suggests it's the total of the gas and the electric bill. And if that's the
Oh.
direction the council would like to head, then we would take.
First, I didn't appreciate that was in the language. And I had meant to accept on the gas side because the electric is kind of a different discussion and less severe. If you're okay with focusing at this time on the gas, and then we at the next finance committee meeting, we're going to have a review of this e-hydro and what changes are there and what potential rollback we might be able to do at that time. And that would then come to the council with a recommendation in March. If it's
March or potentially April.
Okay.
So that's one variable, whether it's the total of the gas and electric versus gas, or potentially whichever is higher. You know, I think that there's some variations on the theme for the council to give us clarity on. The 20%, again, depending on the answer to that point, the 20% sets a fixed figure. If the council has in mind a dollar target for the overall, again, I said 1.3 to 1.7. Again, if it was the total of the two, you could probably double or greater. Then the other variable to note was the figure I cited was for residential only. And so if there's an interest of also including commercial, then that also would be a multiplier. So in its most restrictive form, we would say a residential rebate of up to 20%. And again, needing some clarification on whether it's gas or some variation of gas and electric.
City Manager, thank you so much for that clarification. I definitely like the residential ad. That was my intent. Up to 20% is fine with me. I am concerned about electric. As I said, my house has made the switch on the heat pump and the heat pump furnace and water heater, and our electric bills are higher than they were last winter. And I think our residents are looking for relief from a city that has had such a massive surplus. So I'd like to see us explore it. I think at this time of day, I don't know that anyone is well equipped to craft the perfect sentence. We're trying to direct you to advise us on how to make fair use of this surplus and bring some relief to our residential customers.
How about this? How about that we request that staff come forward with the gas in what time frame? How soon and then the electric following as soon as possible following the March Finance Committee that's going to look at electric.
And perhaps as long as we've got the city clerk typing away, could you change the 20% to up to 20%? Thank you.
I can accept that if it's and a similar proposed electric rebate following.
Well, the problem with the similar is that we didn't have the level of increase in electric that we did in gas. And
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not clear on what the electric is other than my own house.
Yeah.
Um,
So if we
I'm
leave
just
it,
wanting us to treat folks equitably. You know,
So-
20%, if your bill only was $100, 20% is a whole lot less than if your bill was $900. So I think tying it to a percentage sort of is what makes it fair. The
but they
percentage.
didn't go up equitably. That's the point. Gas went way up
Mhm.
and electric went up significantly.
Okay.
So if
Okay.
this is okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you that the finance committee is going to have a discussion. We're going to have a whole lot more data then. So I'm fine with this.
Great. Okay. Second, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I definitely like the addition of 3, so thank you guys for making that happen. what I want to just get a little bit more background in terms of the BSR versus the budget uncertainty reserve. We have a lot of funds in our city, as you guys know. So many is very confusing as to what happens. And so I'm just trying to understand, why do we want yet another one? Why can't we just put it in the BSR? And I think it would be more straightforward, but maybe if someone in finance can illuminate the thinking behind that, that would be great. Or staff, someone.
I will at least ask the prior finance committee folks if you wanted to opine on your discussion from last, December, or I can try and summarize it again.
So I'm sorry, your question was why did we do that at the finance committee?
Yeah, so I guess because we have so many funds in our city, right? And it's hard to keep track of them. And this is yet another fund. And this fund's kind of doing the same thing as the BSR. And so I don't understand, why don't we just use the BSR and keep it simple, right? Why do we want one more fund in our city that's essentially doing what the BSR is doing?
And if I remember correctly, it was just maintaining the BSR not at a too high level, but then also allocating the funds to make sure that we do have some funds going into the next couple of years, and that it's designated that is a fund that is going to be taking care of matters at that time. So,
And can I try a crack at that, even though I wasn't
Sure.
in agreement with you? And I kind of struggle with this too, but the budget stabilization reserve is a long-term reserve fund that we have. The budget uncertainty is specifically over a 2-year period that is a defined gap. And that's the difference. And so we would not intend to continue with the budget utilization uncertainty reserve. Intend to do that. And it's a long term.
and I think we have a policy, don't we, also, that when it goes above a certain amount on the BSR, then it gets allocated to the 115 or CIP?
That's the policy of the council for excess BSR at the end of the year. It's usually split halfway between those two items.
Is this different?
This is not different. I guess it's just, instead of splitting it only between those two, when the finance committee was discussing, they decided, instead of sending it fully to those two places, they wanted to reserve some for this uncertainty reserve because of the economic uncertainty that's happening going forward.
Correct. Thank you so much. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, okay, thank you for explaining. I still don't agree, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, let's see. The other thing is, I know that, like, for instance, I was talking to the owner of was it not the fish market, the Town and Country restaurant, seafood place. I forgot the name of it, Scott Seafood. And, they're talking about trying to get permit approval, and it's taking, I think they're on near, like, it's already been 12 months and they're still trying to get approval. And we have a lot of vacancies a lot of commercial vacancies in our retail cores. And I think one thing that would really help is if we staffed up a bit on the kind of the permitting, building inspection, so that people could accelerate. And I think this would also help our recovery. So I wanted to just ask staff about, I don't know if we have staff available at this hour, but can staff comment a little bit on that? Is it possible for us to, would having an extra person or so help us speed up the permitting process for some of the businesses that are trying to reopen?
Oh, there's Mr. Late. Feel free.
Great, thank you. Thank you, council member, for that question. Couple things. One is we're pretty much at next day or within 48 hours of issuing or being able to respond to inspections, which is a improvement, of course, as you know, from where we were some time ago. So that's good. We have a couple of positions that we're looking to recruit for. And one of them, I think, is a part of this request, and perhaps Ms. Nose can help me if I have that, we're upgrading one of our plan review engineers to a senior, and that's to make that position more competitive because our first recruitment effort was not successful. We also have, as a part of this request, upgrading our inspectors to senior inspectors so that the work that we do is more comparable and the pay is more comparable for comparable services in other jurisdictions. So I guess the short answer, Councilmember, is I think that there's a number of different prongs in which we're approaching this issue. We have some vacancies that we're trying to hire, and we can look for the next budget cycle, which is imminent, take your ideas and see if there's additional work that we need. But I think at the moment for tonight, I wouldn't have any additional requests beyond what we've already asked for.
Okay, the reason why I was asking, because the guy was telling me that what would have taken 3 months in some other cities, taking 12 months here. And he's just telling me how tough it is. But it sounds like you're well-resourced, so I'm not gonna propose that then.
Well, I didn't say well-resourced, but
if I might clarify as a maker.
I said we have some vacancies that we're trying to hire.
We've authorized the positions, we haven't been able to hire them.
Okay. Okay, and so last comment here, which is, I asked staff about the division manager. I actually like the direction that Councilmember Vinker was going on the libraries. I'd rather see more resources there. And I understand that this is trying to fulfill council's request, but I think that we should use our resources more towards services that customers can or residents can directly see. So I would like to see if the maker would be open to switching that FTE from doing council projects to going in the direction of Councilmember Vinker's having more library hours.
Which FTE are you referring to?
This was on slide.
Just describe it to me.
Slide 6, Division Manager of Parks, Open Space and Golf.
Okay. Staff had clarified for you that that is a management of projects, not a manager of people. We use a title that applies to either of those. So it's not what you described as adding a manager of people.
No, I know that. And I still think that.
Okay, so I decline that.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, no more lights. Can Madam Clerk please take the vote?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention to the mayor that I'm going to, you need to split out number 2.
Split out number what?
2.
Can we do that?
So my understanding is that 1 and 2 go together in that.
Okay, split out 1 and 2 then.
No, they go together. They cannot be severed because 1 talks about what the appropriation would be just in terms of the numbers. 2.
Split out 3 then.
Well.
Wait, now you're saying split out what?
Well, he says you can split out 2. So we'll just split out 3 and we'll call it done.
Right. So my understanding of how the math works and is that 3 is also dependent on approving 1 and 2 in terms of what is available within the BSR surplus, and 3 being potential uses for funds left in the BSR surplus after approving 1 and 2. So I do not believe that they can be split.
Okay. Question. What question? Oh, call the question. Please take the votes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Any lights? No lights. I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Vinker and her counterpart in Bloomington, Indiana, Karen Fernandez, for kicking off Sibling City Civil Discourse Series Thank you and congratulations. Councilmember Vinker?
You beat me to it because I wanted to thank you, Mayor Ku, for appearing at the Sibling City Civil Discourse Kickoff and giving such a thoughtful speech. It really got us off to a great start. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Liscott Ames?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I meant to announce this last week. I was remiss. Molly Tuttle, who went to Palo Alto High School and formed a band called the there it is, the Golden Highway. Molly Tuttle and the Golden Highway won an award for Best Bluegrass Album at the Grammys last Sunday night. She's a grad of Palo Alto High School. The album is Crooked Tree. And if that is just this whole metaphor for how crooked trees don't go through the mill and turn into little toothpicks and $20 bills. And that's sort of a metaphor for kids in Palo Alto who dare to be different, dare to be artists, dare to not just sort of go to the mill and get processed into something. Anyway, she won a Grammy, so kudos to her. Evidence that the arts are a valid path out of Palo Alto. Also want to commend the Chamber of Commerce for doing their awesome Valentine's event at Town and Country. Last Thursday, they had us go around and collect stamps at 10 different venues, restaurants, and other retail outlets just to promote going to Town and Country. It was lovely, and we need to see more things like that to promote people frequenting local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Paul, thank you. And we're adjourned.